Cub, also brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Minnesota, #1 for Medicare in the state. The Minnesota Lottery. Up for a little excitement? Say I'm in with the Minnesota Lottery. Preferred One. Gopher fans, you can feel good about your health plan with Preferred One. Western National Insurance. For the auto, home, and business coverage that Minnesotans trust. Turn to Western National Insurance. And by Toyota. Toyotathon is on. Head into your local Toyota dealer today to find great deals on your favorite Toyota models. This is the Gopher pregame show.
For the third time in 4 weeks, it's Friday night football for the Minnesota Golden Gophers. Tonight, the Purdue Boilermakers visit the Twin Cities, and it's big-time Big Ten football. Along with Minnesota's all-time leading rusher Darrell Thompson and our entire Gopher Radio Network crew, I'm Mike Grimm, reporting from the Ray Christensen radio booth here at TCF Bank Stadium. We'll introduce the rest of our broadcast crew here in a moment. The Gophers once again a little light tonight on the depth chart. Several players again unavailable. We'll get to that as the pregame show moves on. In addition, offensive line coach Brian Callahan is out tonight after a positive test. So former Gopher Nerese Wilson will step into the role of coaching the offensive line this evening. Minnesota's 1-3 on the season and will once again want to see improvement up front on both sides of the ball after last week's 35-7 loss to Iowa. Quarterback Tanner Morgan said this week he expects to rebound from his struggles in that game as well. For Purdue, there are rumblings they could get Rondale Moore back tonight. We'll know more as the teams begin pregame warm-ups here shortly. It'd be a nice shot in the arm for the Boilermakers, a team that's 2-1 and wanting to stay in contention in the Big Ten West. Purdue has never won here at TCF Bank Stadium, 0-5 lifetime. That includes a 41-10 loss 2 years ago that pushed the Gopher program to an incredible run of 17 games following that, in which they were great. It's a chilly night for football. The temp right now at 38. It will dip to about freezing in the middle of the second half. Winds are light to moderate from the west, topping out at about 10 miles per hour. It's time now for Darrell Thompson's pregame Chalk Talk. It's presented by our friends at Education Minnesota. 3 keys to the game. Here he is with his pregame Chalk Talk, our man DT.
Well, I'll tell you, Mike, this is an interesting game to get prepared for, and watching a little bit about Purdue. We are not going to see Mike Altscott tonight. We are going to see this other gentleman, Xander Horvath. He's their fullback, and he gets a lot of they're going to hand the ball off to him a lot, and they also pass the ball to him a lot. So that's going to be the #1 priority. And also with their short passing game, if it's their starting quarterback, if they go with him, or if they go with Plummer, the backup, regardless, I feel like they want a game manager. They like the short passing game, and if Rondale Moore plays, that actually just makes me even more nervous because he's a scat back. He can do just about anything. And then today, I feel like defensively, we've got to pay attention to detail, and then we can have some success. And offensively, I feel like we got to take that next step. We need, like what Tanner Morgan talked about, he's got to take that next step. He's got to look. He's got to move the safeties with his eyes. He's got to, obviously, he's going to find Rashad Bateman, but I think we need to see Chris Ottman-Bell. I think we need to see Keefe, and I think we need to see some other receivers catch the ball, make that defense be honest. And then, Muhammad, he's going to get his carries. Hopefully he gets a lot of them, and hopefully some of the other backs get some as well. I think Cam Wiley, looked good last week, and he's starting to get comfortable like we want him to get. And it looks like Trayson Potts probably isn't going to be able to play today. And then I think, my third key really is like for the whole team, we've got to just flush everything else that's gone down the toilet, that's gone in the past, the wins and the losses. Let's move forward. Let's play with some heart. Let's play with some energy, and that way we have an opportunity to have success. But everyone's got to kind of buy in and row the boat, hustle, play hard, get to the ball, and we have a chance for success because we need to have that taste of success.
Indeed, there they are. Darrell Thompson, his pregame Chalk Talk. It's sponsored by Education Minnesota, the voice for professional educators and students. Learn more at BelieveInWeMN.com, and more from Darrell Thompson as our broadcast moves forward. Coming up on the Golden Gopher pregame show, Justin Guard down the hallway here. He's in radio auxiliary booth #1. He'll be joined by Corbu Status. He'll give us a preview of tomorrow's Big Ten games and host the halftime show as well. And hopefully I won't forget about him during the broadcast. Athletic Director Mark Coyle will join shortly. We'll hear from Gopher players Tanner Morgan, Phil Howard, and Asazia Tomewo. We'll have former Gopher women's basketball player Leah B. Olson joining Darrell Thompson in our We All Belong segment. Stick around for that. And, of course, Minnesota head coach P.J. Fleck will be here. JG will have a weather weather update. He'll get you updated on all the injury and illness situation surrounding this Gopher team. Dan Robotham is our chief engineer. David Jordan is our Gopher Radio Network producer. Longtime Big Ten rivals Minnesota and Purdue will go at it for the 76th time tonight. It's maroon and gold against black and gold, and we're thrilled you're with us here on the Gopher Radio Network. Kickoff is 2 hours away. Don't you go away. This is Golden Gopher football from Learfield, IMG College.
The wait for the holidays is over, America. It's time to make some joy. And we're here to help with the Ford Built for the Holidays sales event. We're offering the best deals of the season across the Ford lineup, so you can road trip with the whole family comfortably in a Ford Expedition. Bring home a tree that's bigger than you ever have with a built Ford Tough F-150. And find new ways to make the holidays bright this year when you visit your local Ford dealer. The joy is up to you, America, so let's get to it. Ford, built for the holidays.
We are professionals. We are family and friends. We are volunteers. We are community partners. We are a team dedicated to helping you succeed. We help protect and serve America's businesses. When you need us, we're here to help. At Federated Mutual Insurance Company, it's our business to protect yours. A Star Tribune Top 150 workplace since 2018.
Together with Dove and Cub, Gopher Athletics is proud to introduce the Gopher Women in Leadership Series. This video series, meant to complement the Dove Self-Esteem Project, takes viewers into the minds of women leaders with a connection to the University of Minnesota. President Joan Gable, head basketball coach Lindsay Whalen, and many more impressive women lean into leadership. Check back regularly for new content added weekly at gophersports.com/women-in-leadership. Dove and Cub, proud sponsors of Gopher Athletics.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Gophers on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Gopher Pride, powered locally.
Minnesota football lives here.
The green line has left the station.
From Learfield IMG College.
Football has brought me around the country. In all my travels, I've never experienced a store like Wixon Jewelers. With such a large collection of big diamonds, rare gemstones, and luxury watches, I know I can walk into Wixon at any time and walk out with a gift that is guaranteed to amaze. So if you're looking for an engagement ring, a special piece of jewelry, or a nice watch, go to the only jeweler that I trust, Wixon Jewelers. I know you'll be impressed with their incredible selection, but you will be blown away by their personalized service.
Fall has blown into the Twin Cities, and now is the perfect time to upgrade to a new Honda. Honda's award-winning lineup of versatile and dependable SUVs offer the ideal mix of comfort, convenience, and sophistication. And with available all-wheel drive, you can make the most out of every journey with the 3-row Pilot, which I drive, the versatile HRV, or the adventure-ready CRV, now available in hybrid. View offers across Honda's entire award-winning lineup online at GreaterTwinCitiesHondaDealers.com or visit your local Honda dealer today.
Thrivent and the Minnesota Gophers are teaming up once again this year to support Union Gospel Mission's initiative to provide 60,000 meals this Thanksgiving. Since we can't be in the stadium this year, Gopher fans are being encouraged to go to gophersports.com/heartforhunger to find out how they can help. While there, register to win fantastic prizes from the Gophers, including tailgate parties for 20, limited edition Sky Yuma flags, and 2021 Gopher football season tickets. Go to gophersports.com/heartforhunger to learn more.
Whether you're getting ready for the big game or getting ready for the workday, you always want to start with confidence. Cintas helps more than 1 million businesses prepare to open their doors every day. From fire protection and first aid supplies to facility services and uniforms, Cintas has you covered. Along with a wide variety of products and services, Cintas is proud to be involved with over 400 charitable causes across North America. To learn more about Cintas, visit Cintas.com. Cintas, ready for the workday.
Gopher Football on the Fan.
Welcome back to the Gopher Tailgate Show. It's presented by Cub. I'm Justin Gard from the TCF Bank broadcast booth at TCF Bank Stadium. The athletic director, Mark Coyle, is brought to you today by Preferred One Health Insurance. Preferred One offers Minnesota employers choice and flexibility. Feel good about your health plan with Preferred One. Go Gophers. And, boss, that's where we got to start, I believe. Health. The report's out that Gophers are going to be missing some players tonight, some because of injury, some because of COVID. But it's really the ongoing conversation that we've had all season long. I'm curious from your perspective with some of these late week positive tests. Was this game ever in danger from your spot, or do you feel like they had it under control enough where we can go ahead and play tonight?
Yeah, we felt all along, Joy Thomas, you've heard me talk about her, our senior associate for athletic performance, has done such a great job, and all of our athletic medicine people keeping us up to date with all the information, and obviously it's impacting everybody. And you guys heard me say this when I first got here. One of the first phone calls I had was with Barry Alvarez over at Wisconsin, and we talked about we're not going to make any excuses. Every team's dealing with this. We're going to fight our way through it, and just really grateful for PJ and the staff and the students for working incredibly hard. And again, we've got people here. We're looking forward to playing Purdue tonight.
Now, can you remind folks what the threshold is for a game being canceled? We've obviously seen it in the Big Ten or even postponed in other conferences. Yeah, people see once the numbers get to a certain point, there comes a point of no return. Can you remind people about what those different thresholds are?
Yeah, and Guardsy, I apologize. I don't have the specific numbers in my head, but what we talk about is you're a green, you can be a green-orange, or a green-red, or a red-red, and what that means is it's based on your populations. It's a rolling 7-day average, and so obviously, we're testing our kids 6 days a week, and our coaching staff and those people around Tier 1 in our program. And if you get to an area where you're in that orange area, that's where you got to start to take a hard look at what you're doing. And if you get to the red area, obviously you can't play. And so we work closely with the Big Ten. As you know, I'm on the Big Ten Medical Subcommittee. Right. Dr. Borchers from Ohio State chairs that committee with Sandy Barber, the athletic director at Penn State. And we have calls every week. And again, we can see a dashboard with all the schools. And again, we're trending in green right now with our program, but there's no doubt we've seen an uptick just like everybody has across the conference and across the country.
So remind people, I'm asking you to remind everybody, but what happens to the student athletes now that, you've either been in protocol the last couple of weeks, because obviously we know some have missed the last few weeks as well. What's the process and the protocol for them now, for those that have tested positive?
Yeah, well, it's a 21-day deal. If a student athlete in any sport in the Big Ten, so again, it can be football, it can be soccer, it can be any sport, if a student athlete tests positive, they've got to sit for 21 days. And we've got, very proactive medical procedures in place to make sure we, again, provide for the health and safety of those student athletes. And so they're out for a minimum of 21 days.
Let's talk about a game that's going on right now at Mariucci Arena. At least it was last check. A couple of seasons have started or are starting now this weekend. Men's hockey started last night with a victory over Penn State. Women's hockey is starting tomorrow at Ritter Arena against Ohio State. They've got games on Saturday and Sunday. What'd you see at Mariucci last night? 3M Arena at Mariucci. What did you see last night?
Yeah, well, it was great being there, and obviously it's our 100th season of Gopher hockey, and, Bob's done such a wonderful job connecting our current program with our alumni. As you know, we've got such a historic alumni group and such, iconic hockey program, and it was great to be there last night. Had a nice win, 3-1, and then at the end of the second period when I came down here, we were up 3-1, and I know the third period started, so I don't have an updated score, but I know we're up 3-1, and, Bob's really excited about this team. He's in year 3. He's had some phenomenal recruiting classes, and he's got, those kids that returned under Coach Lucia, so we're really excited with our program and the direction of our program, and look forward to a good season. We've got Penn State today, obviously, and then we play Ohio State Monday, Tuesday. And as you mentioned, our women's program opens up with Ohio State tomorrow afternoon at Ritter Arena, then they'll play them on Sunday afternoon, and had a chance to spend some time with Brad Frost and see some of our women hockey student athletes today while they're going through their testing protocol, and they're excited to get started as well.
Yeah, Coach Frost told me last week on the Golden Gopher podcast, practice was a lot better when they knew that they had games coming up. You know what I mean?
It's amazing when you give people hope, right?
Yeah.
We've all been
it's a good word
through
for it.
So much, and Guards, you and I talk about this all the time. When you see these kids and our coaches, when they have a chance to actually see a schedule, they have a chance to see light at the end of the tunnel that they do get to play games and so forth, they get really excited. And again, they've got a lot of hope right now, a lot of optimism, and again, we'll do everything we can to make sure we provide a safe environment all of them and get our teams competing.
We'll give a final update as of right now with about 12:30 left to go in the game. Minnesota up 3-2 across the street at 3M Arena at Mariucci in Penn State. So about 12 and a half minutes to go in the third. They're up 3-2. You can listen to that on News Talk Game 1130 here in the Twin Cities and the iHeartRadio app. I'll let you go get ready to watch the final 12 minutes or so, boss. Thanks for the time as always.
All right, thanks so much. Let's get a win tonight. Everybody have a great Thanksgiving. Go Gophers.
Thanks. Stay safe. That is Mark Coyle, the athletic director. Stay tuned. Our first player profile, Asezi Atomowo. He's going to join me next. Had a very fun conversation with him. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
Over the years, Boston Scientific has been a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics and proud supporter and medical research partner with the University of Minnesota. This award has been recognized for over a decade for Gopher football, men's and women's basketball, and men's hockey, recognizing a Gopher athlete who plays with the most heart. In honor of these efforts, Boston Scientific makes donations each academic year to the University of Minnesota Masonic Children's Hospital to advance pediatric heart research. Please join the University of Minnesota and the U of M Masonic Children's Hospital in thanking Boston Scientific for their partnership.
It can happen fast. The game changes, and you need a new strategy. It's like your original insurance policy. It worked fine at the start, but now that you've bought a home, added a car, or expanded your business, you can't keep running the same old play. You need Western National Insurance for coverage that fits your growing needs. Western National, Minnesota's source for great-fitting auto, home, and business protection since 1901. Ask your independent agent today for Western National, and go Gophers.
Get that great fit feeling, Western National Insurance.
Breakfast on the go, cocktails after work. The Bistro has everything you need to move forward. Whether you're enjoying our signature snacks or craft cocktails, the Bistro provides the perfect complement to your day when you're on the go or off the clock. Visit them at courtyardminneapolis.com/gophersports. There's room to recharge at Courtyard.
On the field or in the field, winning is a mindset, growing and evolving throughout the season. That's why farmers pushing themselves to be the best plant DeKalb brand corn, offering exclusive genetics and whole farm solutions for consistent yield potential season after season. Wherever you compete, winning has roots. Perform at your best with DeKalb brand corn. Always read and follow grain marketing and all other stewardship practices and pesticide label directions.
Minnesota football lives here on the Gophers Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
It's fun to watch kids act out their dreams, even if it's just in the backyard.
Hey, Mom, watch this.
Imagining themselves as champions, winning it all. They're on top of the world, and you're right there with them. Securian Financial offers insurance, investment, and retirement solutions that give you the confidence to enjoy your here and now, so you can make every moment count. Find out more at Securian.com. Insurance issued by affiliated companies. Securian Financial Services. Member FINRA SIPC.
Curiosity is at the heart of everything we do. It makes us smarter. It makes us better. It makes us Wipfli. As a top consulting firm serving every major industry, we help clients capitalize on opportunity and serve their customers in meaningful ways. Always advancing, always progressing. From curiosity to clarity to results. That's Wipfli. To learn more, visit WIPFLI.com.
Metro Dental Care, a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics, is currently hiring. While offering employees a competitive benefits package, Metro Dental Care delivers the safest and highest quality of personalized care to generations of patients in the communities they serve as a AAA HC accredited organization. And the best patient care starts with hiring the best people. So visit our careers page at metro-dentalcare.com for a list of open positions and apply today.
Hi, Richard from Wiper Mitsubishi here. A great Gopher drive is exciting, and so is a great drive from Wiper Mitsubishi. If a Mitsubishi SUV isn't on your short list, it should be. They're perfect for Minnesota driving, and you'll get a great deal to cheer about from Wiper Mitsubishi.
Choose from 4 great SUVs starting at $17,999 at Wiper Mitsubishi. Offer ends 11/30/20. Limited stock available at this price point while supplies last. See dealer for details. Outlander Sport MSRP $23,825. Outlander MSRP $26,085. PHEV MSRP $38,030. Clips Cross MSRP $25,015. WiperMitsubishi.com.
You're listening to Gopher Football on The Fan.
Welcome back. It's the Gopher Tailgate Show presented by Cub. I'm Justin Guard from TCF Bank Stadium. The Gophers and Purdue Boilermakers kick off right around 6:30 here in Minneapolis. Time now for our first player profile interview of the evening. And it's an individual who was doing maybe a second or third interview of all time, he told me. When you're not a starter, you're maybe not a name guy your first couple of years, you don't get the Mike Grimms of the world knocking on your door to do interviews. But Esezi Atomewo is starting to play a lot and starting to play really well. 4 tackles last week, including 1 tackle for loss last weekend against Iowa. Tells a really good story. He's one of that original 6 that committed to P.J. Fleck at Western Michigan and then flipped his commitment to the University of Minnesota when P.J. here took the job. So here's my conversation with the guy they call Big O.
Always being the standard. Well, we look at Coach Fleck. I think he's the standard of the program. So like, if you be the standard, if you look at Coach Fleck as the standard out there, you show the young guys the way out there. You lead by example out there. Always encourage the young guys to play at a high level with detail and with urgency. So that's probably like the main focus I would say, and preach to the young guys. That's really it. I would say with me and Boye out there, like just taking leadership roles of the defense with Mariano and Coney Durr, and just honing in to our position groups out there, doing as much as we possibly can.
And you two have been quite productive, particularly the last couple of weeks. I'm curious, how's it been? The Illinois game was probably a banner game for your defense, but certainly the defensive line with the pressures and the sacks that you were able to get in. How do you feel like you've been improving as the games have gone on?
Definitely it starts in practice. With Coach Wilk, definitely being on our tails, just telling us to get out the stacks out there, using our hands. We had a team meeting today. Like, we need to show our numbers a lot more in trying to disengage and get off blocks. So just applying pressure throughout practice after going through the process, basically, and just working hard every day.
So we have talked a lot about P.J. Fleck's first recruiting class, the day that he got hired here at Minnesota. A little bit later that night, I think there were 6 Western Michigan Broncos that decided to make the jump with them. We've talked to Tanner a lot about that. We've talked to Chris Otmanbella a lot about that. Never gotten a chance to ask you about that. You had committed, I think, just a couple of weeks before to Western Michigan. It was late December, if I remember right. What do you remember about that time period and that time frame of, okay, now I've got to make a decision? You end up committing to the U. You come visit a couple of weeks later. But what was that time frame like for you as one of the quote-unquote original 6?
I wasn't committed to Western Michigan. I was committed to Coach Fleck. So, like, that's what I was, like, only I would say I harp on. Definitely his vision, his goals, definitely just the vision of the program, Big Ten West Championship, or it could be the national championship after. If you talk to Coach Fleck, he has that energy, he has that high motor, he has that enthusiasm. He's a good guy. Like, just all of that, it definitely sold me on that. And definitely I was just ready to go wherever he was ready to go after that. Like, just following his steps, basically. And here I am.
And you visited, unlike some others, this is a famous story about Tanner is he said, yeah, I'll see you next week, basically, and flipped the W's at his graduation party to M's and said, I'll see you. But you ended up coming to Minnesota to take a look at it. What do you remember about your first trip here? Obviously, you're from the Midwest, so the cold probably doesn't scare you off too much. But when you got to Minneapolis, what stood out?
Definitely G giving me a big hug. If you know who G is, he's Garrett giving me a big hug, walking into the graduate hotel after that, just a warm feeling with high energy, and all the coaching staff greeting me, and just like a warm welcome from the whole team after that, just a positive attitude and positive energy. And that's all I can really preach, because as soon as you walk in through them doors at the complex at Bierman, you can feel it as soon as you walk in and talk to the staff or Coach Fleck. So that's what I would say I remember from back in the day.
And what's it like now as you watch younger kids, the freshmen come in, or even the redshirt freshmen do that? I mean, how much have they leaned on you for your experiences, and how much have you tried to help them through, the first couple of years that they're going through?
I tell them they can always give me a call if they need help with classes, class registration, or even just like if they just need a brother to talk to. Me and Boye and just the older guys are there to always talk to. I always tell Rashad Trill, D'Angelo Carter, MJ,
Yep, Anderson.
If we got you. Anderson, if they can talk to me after that, just like if you need something, always don't be scared to reach out, because I know the guys before me, they always help me. So, like, anything on campus or anything, if you just need a talker and just need a brother to lean on, I'm there to help. So,
are the rumors true you like chess?
Yes, they are.
How did that start?
How did that start? Growing up, I didn't have cable, but we had a laptop and a computer, and it didn't have internet at the time. So, like, for games, I'd play chess, and I always played a computer. That's how I taught myself how to play chess, and it just got fun. After in high school, I joined the chess club. I came occasionally, like, every so weeks just to play and try it out, and, like, I just fell in love with it. Like, it's fun.
Yeah. What do you like about it?
The strategy. After you're always constantly thinking, you got to think about the moves ahead of your opponent. After just think about what he's going to do. After what can I do better, and after how I can put him in check or checkmate.
So with your opponent this week, the Purdue Boilermakers, as we wrap up, you've obviously beaten them the last couple of years. You've played quite a bit in both of those games. They've got one of those crazy offenses, right? Jeff Brom is known for his offensive mind and his schemes. Your head coach, PJ Fleck, has told me a couple of times this week, you got to defend east-west, you got to defend north-south, you have to defend all over. What's important for you, I mean, maybe specifically you, the defensive line, but the entire defense as you look at the Boilermakers for Friday?
I would say we got to be unified. We have to play together. We have to trust our pressure, our preparation, and our coaching. If we trust that, we can expect what we have done in practice at that. Trust our process and our training at that. Hopefully, we like the outcome on that.
Redshirt junior defensive lineman Asezi Atomewo is our player profile. First one of the evening. It's been delivered by UPS, the official logistics company of Golden Gopher Athletics. When we return, we'll get our weekly update from the DNR. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
Most companies want you to be interested in them. At Northwestern Mutual, our mutual interest is you. Realizing your potential is something we do together. That's why we listen to your career goals, plan the steps to get there, and work side by side along the way. For over 160 years, we've helped our people build their own financial practice. Visit downtownminneapolis.nm.com to learn about career opportunities with Northwestern Mutual and discover your potential today. The Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every QB needs a great team, and UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Gopher Athletics.
When it comes to individual and family health insurance, make sure you call the right play and go with Preferred One. You'll score big with top doctors and clinics, flexible coverage plans, and premier customer service. Achieve your best health with 100% covered preventive care, online fitness classes, and for your convenience, 24/7 virtual care. Get an online quote today at preferredone.com or talk to your broker. Preferred One is a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics.
At CHS, we create connections to empower agriculture. As a global agribusiness owned by farmers, CHS connects farmers and ranchers with consumers around the world. We provide essential energy, feed and agronomy inputs, market grain and produce, value-added foods, and food ingredients. And we help strengthen hometown communities and support programs that develop the next generation of ag leaders. Learn how you can help create connections to empower agriculture at chsinc.com.
Golden Gopher Football all season long from Learfield IMG College.
Did you know that a free checking account really can be free? Truestone Financial's free value checking has no monthly maintenance fee and no minimum balance requirement. Plus, managing your money is easy with mobile banking, free coin counting, and nationwide access to surcharge-free ATMs. Spend your money on what matters to you. Open a fee-free checking account today at Truestone Financial, your neighborhood credit union.
$25 minimum opening balance. Membership open at Twin Cities and St. Cloud residents. Learn more at truestone.org. Insured by NCUA.
Minnesota Golden Gophers trust their experienced and professional coaches to get the most out of their football team. Your organization can trust Loeffler Companies, the most experienced office technology and managed services partner in the upper Midwest. As your copier, printer, phone, and IT solutions partner, Loeffler delivers technology and managed services to employees in the office or working remotely. See how to help your team collaborate, secure data, and stay productive and efficient at Loeffler.com/Gophers. Visit Loeffler.com/Gophers to learn more.
Seasons change and years move by quickly. But for Old Dutch, one thing is constant, a commitment to providing taste sensations for our quality lineup across many generations for our hometown fans. As it has since our start, the Old Dutch iconic windmill rotates on, and with every turn, new favorites are discovered, like our new Mexican street corn tortilla strips, bursting with flavor and perfect for every big game. For every generation and new taste sensation, we're proud to say Old Dutch. Quality lives here.
Are you looking to save money while also saving the planet? Well, you can do just that with Everlight Solar, a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics. With our zero out-of-pocket program, any homeowner can win with solar energy by simply shifting what you already pay for power to pay for solar panels instead. Visit everlightsolar.com today to schedule your no-cost consultation. With zero out-of-pocket costs, along with generous tax incentives and rebates, it's a no-brainer for any home-owning Gopher fan. Everlight Solar, a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics.
Gopher Football on the Fan.
Welcome back to the Gopher Tailgate Show presented by Cub. I'm Justin Guard. It's time to pause 10 seconds for stations to identify themselves all across the great state of Minnesota and the entire upper Midwest. This affiliate salute is sponsored by Holiday Station Stores. Holiday is a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics and happy to serve our Minnesota communities and beyond. 10 seconds on the Gopher Radio Network.
You're listening to the radio home of Gopher Football. KFXN, Minneapolis, St. Paul. The Fan.
Time now for the DNR report. To that, we turn to our friend, Tasha Radel from the Minnesota News Network.
All 75 of Minnesota state parks and recreation areas are open year-round, and each year the DNR offers an admission-free day in each season. And in fact, the next Free Park Friday is coming up. The DNR's Rachel Hopper has details.
You get to walk off all of those extra turkey and pumpkin pie pounds you might have put on, and get outdoors and enjoy the beautiful weather. So it's something that's now a new tradition I do with my own family every Friday after Thanksgiving, and it really is just a beautiful time of year to get out to. Everybody rushes out to our parks and trails during fall colors, but actually once the fall leaves fall off the trees, you have such better opportunities to see birds and wildlife, and it just reaches a new level of kind of peace and calm.
So, Guardsy, here's the perfect way to burn off those Turkey Day calories. Back to you.
Yeah, it's going to need a lot of those. It's going to take more than just that, but I'll give it my best shot. Thank you, Tasha. DNR Report has been brought to you again this season by Sportsman's Guide, your source for the best deals on hunting and outdoor gear. All the top brands, all the unbeatable prices. Visit their retail store in South St. Paul or online at sportsmansguide.com. Typically around this time, we take a look at the Gophers' opponent for the evening. It's Purdue. They're coached by Jeff Brom. Rondale Moore might play. He's at least on the trip. That's an update on them, but it's Celebrate Ag and Food Day here on the campus of the University of Minnesota, as well as here at TCF Bank Stadium. We have a guest related to that. She's from CHS, talking about all the different things that they do for agriculture and the farming community. That's coming up next on the Gopher Tailgate Show. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
There's a reason why more people choose Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Minnesota for their Medicare plan. With access to 96% of doctors and hospitals in the state, you have coverage you can trust from a partner you can count on. You also have a variety of plans to choose from, with options like $0 premiums, travel benefits, and acupuncture coverage. Some include perks such as silver sneakers, dental, and more at no extra cost. To find the plan that's right for you, visit bluecrossmn.com/Gophers.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Gophers on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Gopher Pride, powered locally.
Stay connected to your favorite Golden Gopher student athletes, coaches, and teams by following Gopher Sports on social media. Follow Gopher Athletics on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Get Golden Gopher news, videos, highlights, events, TV schedules, and more delivered to your inbox every weekday and Saturdays during the season. Visit gophersports.com/Gopher Daily to subscribe.
For all the ways you celebrate fall, Cub is here to help. You'll find the freshest produce of the season, quality meat and seafood, and all the fresh ingredients you need for great meals at home. Get ready for the big feast with essential everyday frozen turkey. On sale now for only 99 cents a pound. Get Bird's Eye vegetables for just 79 cents each. And Pepsi or 7-Up 6-packs are 4 for $9. Pick up fall savings today at your neighborhood Cub.
Today's Celebrate Ag and Food Day is brought to you by CHS. This is Minnesota Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
It's game day, Gophers, and TCF Bank is excited to cheer on Minnesota football for another week of dominating the competition. As your hometown bank, our commitment and care for the community runs deep, just like our support for the Gophers. And we know the whole community is safest and at its strongest when every individual member of the Gopher community does their part, because that's how we all win this season. So although we won't see you at TCF Bank Stadium, keep cheering for the maroon and gold, and we'll do the same, just like we've been doing for the past 25 years. Good luck, Gophers. TCF, what's in it for we?
A funny thing happens in Minnesota in the winter, whether you like cozy nights in a cabin, meeting friends for burgers after skiing, flying down more than 22,000 miles of groomed snowmobile trails, or hiking in the silence of the woods. A funny thing happens. The coldest months of the year have a way of bringing about the warmest moments in life. Find your true north only in Minnesota. Visit exploreminnesota.com.
Hey football fans, it's Coach Fleck. If you love watches and timepieces like I do, you have to take a trip to Wixon Jewelers in Bloomington. Take my word for it, Wixon has by far the best selection of luxury watches in the entire Midwest, and nobody knows watches like Wixon. You'll discover an incredible selection of new and pre-owned watches, and their highly trained staff will provide the expertise and personalized service you simply cannot find anywhere else. Find your next watch with the help of the watch experts at Wixon Jewelers. Row the boat.
Fall has blown into the Twin Cities, and now is the perfect time to upgrade to a new Honda. Honda's award-winning lineup of versatile and dependable SUVs offer the ideal mix of comfort, convenience, and sophistication. And with available all-wheel drive, you can make the most out of every journey with the 3-row Pilot, which I drive, the versatile HR-V, or the adventure-ready CR-V, now available in hybrid. View offers across Honda's entire award-winning lineup online at GreaterTwinCitiesHondaDealers.com or visit your local Honda dealer today.
You're listening to Gopher Football on The Fan.
Show is presented by Cub. I'm Justin Gard from TCF Bank Stadium. It is Celebrate Ag and Food Day. In the business, we call it Ag Day here on the Gopher Radio Network. And to help us talk about farming, to help us talk about agriculture, is one of our great friends from CHS.
Thanks, Justin. Commodity prices continue to strengthen, and Jamie Kohaki with Paragon Investment says $12 soybeans are definitely a possibility.
This time of the year, the ag markets are seasonally bullish, but of course,
All right, that is the Ag Minute, and it's brought to you by CHS, a leading farmer-owned cooperative that creates connections to empower agriculture for farmers and businesses around the world. You can learn more at chsinc.com. That was today's Ag Minute with Brownfield Ag reporter Mark Dorenkamp. A little bit later, we're going to hear from Brittany Voss, who works with CHS. She's going to tell us a little bit more about Ag Day. But when we come back, we will get a Big Ten preview because, as Corbu told you last week on a Friday night, there's nothing going on. So Corbu's going to give you a good preview, and maybe we'll go around the country too. Who knows? But that's all coming up. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
Today's Gopher game against Purdue marks the 8th annual Celebrate Ag and Food Day at TCF Bank Stadium. Both the game broadcast and Gopher Gameday live stream are full of references to sustainability and the exciting career opportunities the agriculture and food industries offer. A big thank you to our partners that contributed to the success of Celebrate Ag and Food Day: Compure Financial, Land O'Lakes, DeKalb Brand Corn, and CHS.
This is for those who are full-time mix-it-uppers. Those who work hard at making work feel less like work. The innovators who start new trends like casual Mondays. If you're one who puts in a 40-hour play week, the Minnesota Lottery is for you. So the next time someone asks if you're game for a little excitement, just say, I'm in. Minnesota Lottery. Must be 18 or older to play.
It can happen fast. The game changes and you need a new strategy. It's like your original insurance policy. It worked fine at the start, but now that you've bought a home, added a car, or expanded your business, you can't keep running the same old play. You need Western National Insurance for coverage that fits your growing needs. Western National, Minnesota's source for great-fitting auto, home, and business protection since 1901. Ask your independent agent today for Western National, and go Gophers.
Get that great fit feeling, Western National Insurance.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then SiriusXM Big Ten Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like John Jansen, Anthony Herron, and Ben Hartsock, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football and do it for free. Listen on your phone, online, and at home with the free SiriusXM trial. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten SXM. You're listening to Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
This is Mike Grimm for Washburn McCreevy Funeral Chapels and Cremation Services, serving families in the community now for over 160 years. Everyone at Washburn McCreevy wishes head coach P.J. Fleck and the Golden Gophers the best of luck this football season. Family owned and family operated, Washburn McCreevy provides loving, respectful, generous service to help you remember your loved ones in your time of great need. Visit washburnmccreevy.com.
It's fun to watch kids act out their dreams, even if it's just in the backyard.
Hey, Mom, watch this.
Imagining themselves as champions, winning it all. They're on top of the world, and you're right there with them. Securian Financial offers insurance, investment, and retirement solutions that give you the confidence to enjoy your here and now, so you can make every moment count. Find out more at Securian.com. Insurance issued by affiliated company. Securian Financial Services. Member FINRA SIPC.
At Just Bear Chicken, we believe that you have to put the good in to get the good out. Our fresh products feature chicken that is raised with no antibiotic ever and are humanely raised on family farms, and we're American Humane certified to prove it. Just Bear Chicken is a proud sponsor of Golden Gopher Football. Stop by the meat section of your local Cub food store and pick up some fresh Just Bear Chicken on your way home from the game or as part of your weekly grocery trip. Chicken used in Just Bear Chicken products is raised with no antibiotics ever.
When it comes to home renovation or project cleanup, Waste Management's Bagster Bag is one strong receiver. The Bagster Dumpster in a Bag can hold up to 3,300 pounds of debris. That's about the weight of the entire Golden Gophers first team offense plus 3 cheerleaders. The Bagster Bag is just the right size for kitchen and bathroom remodels or basement and garage cleanups. And it can cost 50% less than renting a full-size dumpster, making it the perfect solution for your next project. To make the Bagster Bag part of your cleanup playbook, visit thebagster.com.
Gopher Football on the Fan.
Purdue and the Gophers tonight at TCF Bank Stadium. It's a Friday night. It's time for your Big Ten preview, and it's brought to you by Federated Insurance. You are our local businesses, our community partners, our neighbors, families, and friends. When you need us, we're here to help. At Federated Mutual Insurance Company, it's our business to protect yours. A big weekend, a big Saturday in the Big Ten, and let's start by going around the Big Ten and Ohio State.
Around the Big Ten, Ohio State.
Ohio
Ohio State and Indiana meet in Columbus Saturday at noon. The first ever top 10 showdown between the third-ranked Buckeyes and ninth-ranked Hoosiers. Ohio State is coming off a weekend of rest after their game versus Maryland was canceled last weekend. The Hoosiers pitched a shutout last Saturday and a win in East Lansing over Michigan State. Ohio State enters today's game ranked 13th nationally in total offense, averaging 511 yards per game. Quarterback Justin Fields has 11 touchdown passes and 11 incompletions on the season. The Buckeyes have won 24 straight in the series over the Hoosiers. With Ohio State, I'm Matt Andrews.
Around the Big Ten, Illinois.
The Illini ended a 6-game losing streak with a win on the road at Rutgers last week, and they're back on the road Saturday to take on Nebraska. Redshirt freshman quarterback Isaiah Williams was the star in the win over Rutgers with 192 yards rushing, setting an Illini record for single-game rushing yards by a quarterback. Will he get a second straight start? That's the question. Brandon Peters is eligible to return this week after missing 3 games. Covering the Fighting Illini, I'm Steve Kelly.
Around the Big Ten, Nebraska.
The Huskers are carrying momentum into their Saturday matchup with Fighting Illini in Lincoln. In last week's hard-fought 30-23 win over Penn State, redshirt freshman quarterback Luke McCaffrey got the win in his first career start and accounted for 219 yards of total offense. NU has won 4 straight against the Illini, with the last 2 meetings being high-scoring affairs, with the teams combining for 89 points in 2018 and 80 points in Nebraska's come-from-behind win in Champaign a year ago. With the Huskers at Memorial Stadium in Lincoln, I'm Matt Coatney.
Around the Big Ten, Wisconsin.
Granted, it's only been 2 games, and after an impressive showing at Michigan, but the Wisconsin football team leads the nation in scoring defense and total defense, allowing only 9 points and 218 yards per game. Now, the 10th-ranked Badgers are 2-0. They'll visit unbeaten and 4-0 Northwestern today at 2:30 Central in a battle for the Big Ten West lead. And it does sound like cornerback Rashad Wildgoose, defensive end Garrett Rand, running back Garrett Groshek, and guard Josh Seltzner have cleared COVID protocol and will be available. With the Badgers, I'm John Audius.
Around the Big Ten, Northwestern.
It's the biggest test yet for Northwestern, which survived one last week at Purdue, but it's also the biggest for Wisconsin after lopsided wins over Illinois and Michigan. It figures to be a defensive struggle. The 2 teams allow a combined 23 points a game. Both rank high in total defense. They're both in the top 10 nationally against the run. Northwestern is 5-1 against the Badgers in their last 6 meetings in Evanston. Covering Northwestern, I'm Dave Ennett.
Around the Big Ten, Iowa.
The Hawkeyes try to keep their momentum of 2 victories in a row when they play on the road for the 2nd week in a row at Penn State on Saturday afternoon. 2 of the main reasons for the success have been defense and special teams. The D, led by Davion Nixon and Zach Van Valkenburg, ranks 4th or higher in the top 4 defensive categories. They have 2 of the country's top returners in junior Charlie Jones and senior Amir Smith-Marset, and freshman punter Torrey Taylor ranks 2nd in the Big Ten, averaging 46 yards per punt. The Hawks are 7-7 all-time in games played in University Park. The Nittany Lions have won the last 6 contests. A win would be number 100 in the Big Ten for head coach Kirk Ferentz. With the Hawkeyes in State College, I'm John Swisher.
That game will kick off at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Penn State, by the way, 0-4. The evening game, I should say, Michigan taking on Rutgers, both teams at 1-3. That'll kick off at 6:30. Boy, whoever signed up for that night game has to be really excited about that. Michigan State at Maryland, by the way, canceled due to COVID. Gopher hockey, they're 2-0 to start the season. They won this afternoon, defeating Penn State 3-2. Gopher women's hockey drops the puck tomorrow night at home against Ohio State. Tomorrow afternoon, that is, at 3 o'clock. Stay with us. Some call him Phil, some call him Philip. Philip Howard will join us on the Minnesota Student Athlete, Minnesota-made athletes segment of our pregame. This is the Gopher Football Tailgate Show presented by Cub from Learfield IMG College.
Today's horoscope brought to you by Geico.
People will take note of your sunny disposition, Sagittarius. That's because you just switched to Geico and discovered you could save hundreds of dollars a year on car insurance. However, your newfound inner glow may prompt unfounded rumors. Did you get a promotion? Or you want a juice cleanse? Did they give you too much anesthesia at your dentist appointment? Your secret is safe with us, Sagittarius.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
At Courtyard, everything we do
From our redesigned bistro experience to our expanded fitness centers is fueled by the same passion to help you follow yours wherever it takes you. Visit them at courtyardminneapolis.com/gophersports. At Courtyard, they have everything you need to move forward.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every QB needs a great team, and UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Gopher Athletics.
Together with Dove and Cub, Gopher Athletics is proud to introduce the Gopher Women in Leadership Series. This video series, meant to complement the Dove Self-Esteem Project, takes viewers into the minds of women leaders with a connection to the University of Minnesota. President Joan Gable, head basketball coach Lindsay Whalen, and many more impressive women lean into leadership. Check back regularly for new content added weekly at gophersports.com/women-in-leadership. Dove and Cub, proud sponsors of Gopher Athletics.
You're listening to Minnesota Football from Learfield IMG College.
There's nothing like the taste of Thomas's English Muffins in the morning. With its nooks and crannies goodness, you can top it any way you want and know it'll be delicious. And with so many flavors to try, Thomas's English Muffins are the perfect start to your day. Stop by your local grocer for a pack of Thomas's English Muffins today.
Introducing Onward for Business by loyal Gopher supporters, Sunbelt Business Advisors. Whether you're a small business owner thinking about selling, someone thinking about buying a business, or a business owner who needs help with payroll, insurance, bookkeeping, equipment financing, or simply growing your business, Onward for Business is the one-stop shop. Alumni owned and based in Minneapolis, we serve the entire upper Midwest, and we're here to onward your business. Brought to you by Onward for Business. Onward!
Does your bank work hard for you, or is it just a place to store your money? Switch to TrueStone, and you'll enjoy free perks like coin counting, financial education, contactless pay, debit and credit card rewards, and more. Plus, earn rates of up to 2.02% APY with a $2,000 minimum balance in a True Rate checking account. Visit TrueStoneFinancial.org or your nearest branch and switch today. TrueStone Financial is your neighborhood credit union.
Annual percentage yield. Membership open to Twin Cities and St. Club residents. Balances over $20,000 and a 0.10% APY. Conditions and restrictions apply.
As generations of Gopher sports fans know, seasons change and years move by quickly. But for Old Dutch, one thing is constant: a commitment to providing taste sensations for many generations of hometown fans. As it has since its start, the Old Dutch iconic windmill rotates on, and with every turn, new favorites are discovered, like the new spicy dill pickle potato chips, bursting with flavor and perfect for every big game. Old Dutch is proud to say, quality lives here.
Start your day with the soft and chewy taste of Thomas's Bagels. With a flavor for everyone and quality you can count on, Thomas's Bagels lets you feel good about giving the ones you love the taste you love. Stop by your local grocer today and give your family Thomas's Bagels.
You're listening to Gopher Football on The Fan.
Time now for our Minnesota-made athlete. It's brought to you tonight by Northern Tool and Equipment, quality tools for serious work. And the guest is Philip Howard, redshirt senior from Robbinsdale Cooper, now getting some opportunities as a punt returner as well as a cornerback. He replaced Benjamin St. Just last week. Had a nice breakup or a nice defense on an attempted Iowa flea flicker. Didn't fall for the fake. Broke up one pass, made 3 tackles in a start against the Hawkeyes last week. And he is with the voice of the Gophers, Mike Grimm.
Thank you, Guards. You are here with defensive back Phil Howard, who made his first start as a defensive back last week. He had started previously in his career as a wide receiver and, of course, made that transition over the last couple of years. And first of all, how did it feel to get out in the field, start from the start, get in a rhythm, Phil, and make some plays?
There's some nerves that went into it. There's always some nerves anytime you go into your first start. There's always some nerves anytime you go into a game, really. But it all came down just to the preparation and playing football. You know, our coaches do a great job of preparing us up and through the event. So I was pretty prepared. I felt prepared, and Felt good.
I want to ask you, too, just take me all the way back. You're a receiver, and I distinctly remember at Purdue, as long as we're playing Purdue this week, at Purdue, you took a hard shot early in a game, early in your career, and got knocked out. And I remember thinking, man, what are the Gophers going to do? They just lost Phil Howard. And then all of a sudden, Rashad Bateman shows up on campus, and you decide, hey, look, I think I'm going to, to stay on the field, I'm going to do switch positions. Take me through the transition. How hard was that? Obviously, you're a great athlete, but it comes with work, I would think, and now you're seeing some of the fruits of that transition pay off.
Yeah, definitely. It's funny you brought up the hit at Purdue. Guys still tease me about that till this day. They're like, hey, I've never went to sleep on the field, but you did. I was just like, it comes with football. The switch, pretty much, I pride myself on being a selfless individual. Coach Fleck pulled me into his office one day, and he was like, hey, look, I know you're not playing much at receiver, but I want to transition you to DB. How do you feel about that? And I was like, basically, I'm all for it, Coach. Whatever the team needs. And I think it's always good to pretty much be able to adapt. The transition was hard, but like I said, the preparation is key, and our coaches do a great job of it. And we're a developmental program. Development is what we do. And I've continued to develop myself. Watching guys like Coney, guys like that, older guys older than me, guys before me, giving me some tips and things like that. So I think preparing and the work outside of, just practice and things like that plays a key role. And, guys coaching like Paul Haynes, great coach and great developmental teacher. So I think a lot of those factors play a key role in, developing as a corner in the Big Ten.
And it hasn't been without a bump or two, to the point where even you entered the transfer portal here in the summer. Take us through how you decided that wasn't going to be your route here, and you stayed with the team.
Like I said, that was definitely a bump in the road. I couldn't, like I said, I couldn't just leave. I couldn't leave the guys, I love these guys too much to just, up and leave on them. I had some talks with some of the older guys, while I was in the portal, and I was just like, I don't think I can do it, I had plenty of conversations with those guys. Me and Coach Fleck have many man-to-man conversations, and I love him for that because he'll shoot it to you straight. And, I pride that. I pride myself on man-to-man conversations, and so does he. It's always good when you can have those tough conversations and things like that. But personally, I couldn't quit on my guys because I love them way too much, and I'll go to bat for them always.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That once the name got put in there, and all of a sudden, like, I can't go, I'm staying, and now all of a sudden here you are, and you're contributing, you're having an impact, you're returning punts. What's that been like? Is that at least at the college level something new for you?
Yeah, it's definitely new. I think I did it probably like once or twice in high school. So it's pretty new, but like I said, Coach Simon does a great job of teaching the ins and outs of those. Coach Fleck helps out as well. Knowing pretty much the wind, your alignment, and the call, and all things like that, the flight of the ball, that all plays a key role. Like end-over-end punts, spiral punts, nose down, nose up, things like that. That all plays a role of standing back there, and most people don't even know that.
Well, tell us about Purdue this year. What do you see from the Boilermakers?
Purdue is a great team. Quarterback's great. They always have great quarterbacks. They have great wideouts. They develop those guys really well. Whether those guys are getting the ball or not, they play extremely hard. And it shows on film. They're a great group of guys. They're a great talent. They go get the ball. They make plays. It'll be a tough challenge for us, but like I said, we will continue to prepare up and through the event. We'll continue to be us, and we'll continue to change our best.
You're a Minnesota kid, Robbinsdale Cooper. What has it meant to you to play in your home state, to play in your hometown, to play with kids who I know you came in with that class that had, there's some of those kids now making a name for themselves in the NFL. I mean, you think about Coughlin and Winfield, who was, we're going to count him a Minnesota guy, and Tyler and Kamal, and then Thomas Barber, who's not in the NFL, but one of the career leaders in tackles. I mean, that was a pretty impressive recruiting class you were part of.
Yeah, definitely. I hope Tweez hears this because he's definitely from Minnesota. But no, growing up here, Minnesota is, a place where guys who are, growing up playing football, they look at TCF Bank Stadium, they drive through downtown, look at the stadium, and they're like, I want to play there, I want to play on those Saturday nights, Saturday afternoons, and things like that. And for me, it was basically like a dream come true to play for the home state. And coming from Robbinsdale Cooper, you want to give kids hope that they can go anywhere they want to go, whether that's Minnesota, whether that's anywhere, It's just giving hope that you can be that great player. You can be that role model who people look up to. It's been great for me because I still go back to Cooper, watch games. I still talk to some of the guys there, talk to some of the kids there, talk to the team. I'm still in contact with all my coaches there. So, it's Cooper pride, Hawk pride.
No doubt about it. And that's awesome that you do that and you can offer inspiration and be a role model for kids now coming up through that program. Well, hey, best of luck against the Boilermakers. It's been fun watching and have another good game.
Thank you.
All right. Guardsy, he's Phil Howard, Gopher defensive back.
Thank you, Grimmer. And he's expected to start again tonight because Benjamin St. Juste not expected to play again for a second straight week. We'll get you more on the injury front and the COVID-19 related front in our on-field report here in a little while. But when we come back, we're going to pick the outcomes of a handful of games in our Pick'em segment. We'll also get to our Ag Day interview with Brittany Voss from CHS. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
On the field or in the field, winning is a mindset, growing and evolving throughout the season. That's why farmers pushing themselves to be the best plant DeKalb brand corn, offering exclusive genetics and whole farm solutions for consistent yield potential season after season. Wherever you compete, winning has roots. Perform at your best with DeKalb brand corn. Always read and follow grain marketing and all other stewardship practices and pesticide label directions.
Welcome back, Gopher fans. It's Guardsy for Affinity Plus Federal Credit Union, proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics. When you bank here, we're on the same team and you're golden. Affinity Plus wants to ensure you're getting the same excellent member service that you would experience in the branch from the comfort of wherever you are. Video banking is now live with your Affinity Plus team. From new memberships to new loans or even general questions, Affinity Plus employees are eager to help you through this new channel. To try this out, visit affinityplus.org and select Contact Us. Affinity Plus Federal Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
To celebrate State Farm's surprisingly great race, we gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
I saved a lot this year because I called the pro. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call. We got that coverage here. Protect your car and home. I am calling State Farm. I gotta make a phone call.
Heard somebody said I wasn't poppin'. Well, they been misinformed. I got 100K in my pocket. I be outside, told Carbon.
Gopher fans, we are 1 hour from Golden Gopher Football.
Up to 75% off great gifts like power tools, pressure washers, welders, jacks, shop equipment, you name it. Shop in store or buy online. Pick it up curbside and boom, you're done. You make your own rules. So do we. Black Friday is on now at Northern Tool and Equipment. Quality tools for serious work.
Today's Celebrate Ag and Food Day is brought to you by DeKalb brand corn. This is Minnesota Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
This is Mike Grimm for Washburn McCreevy Funeral Chapels and Cremation Services, serving families in the community now for over 160 years. Everyone at Washburn McCreevy wishes head coach P.J. Fleck and the Golden Gophers the best of luck this football season. Family owned and family operated, Washburn McCreevy provides loving, respectful, generous service to help you remember your loved ones in your time of great need. Visit washburnmccreevy.com.
Get ready to glow and follow the lights to Mystic Lake Casino Hotel. From bright lights and big wins with 24/7 gaming to our distinctive restaurants and bars, guaranteed to light up your night and your taste buds. Book a spontaneous escape in one of our luxurious hotel rooms with plenty of room to glow. And don't forget to join Club M so you can prize and shine. Follow the lights to Mystic Lake Casino Hotel, where safety and fun shine brighter together.
Thrivent and the Minnesota Gophers are teaming up once again this year to support Union Gospel Mission's initiative to provide 60,000 meals this Thanksgiving. Since we can't be in the stadium this year, Gopher fans are being encouraged to go to gophersports.com/heartforhunger to find out how they can help. While there, register to win fantastic prizes from the Gophers, including tailgate parties for 20, limited edition Sky Yuma flags, and 2021 Gopher football season tickets. Go to gophersports.com/heartforhunger to learn more.
A funny thing happens in Minnesota in the winter, whether you like cozy nights in a cabin, meeting friends for burgers after skiing, flying down more than 22,000 miles of groomed snowmobile trails, or hiking in the silence of the woods. A funny thing happens. The coldest months of the year have a way of bringing about the warmest moments in life. Find your true north only in Minnesota. Visit exploreminnesota.com.
You are listening to Gopher Football on FM 100.3, The Fan.
Welcome back to the Gopher Tailgate Show. It's presented by Northland Ford. It's the Gophers and Purdue Boilermakers under the lights at TCF Bank Stadium about an hour from now. And you may have heard if you were with us during this commercial break, it's Celebrate Ag and Food Day around here at the campus of the University of Minnesota. And to help with that is one of our good friends from CHS. Joining us today is Brittany Voss from CHS. Brittany is an alumnus of the College of Food, Agriculture, and Natural Resource Sciences, a member of the CFANS Alumni Board, works in marketing communications at CHS, and grew up on a farm in southwestern Minnesota. She lives now in South Minneapolis, where airplanes fly overhead. I can't imagine in southwestern Minnesota, Brittany, there were a lot of airplanes.
No, not too many of those.
That's good. Now you're used to it. But we all know about CHS. We see CHS all over town. Can you give us a little background on what exactly CHS does?
Yeah, absolutely. At CHS, our purpose is to create connections to empower agriculture. As a global farmer-owned cooperative, we connect farmers and ranchers to consumers around the world. Our teams work together to provide the products, services, and expertise to farmers and local cooperatives that are really needed to feed a growing population.
And Ag Day is always one of our favorite days on the Gopher Radio Network. We hear from so many great people in the agricultural community, and because it plays a huge role in Minnesota's economy, I don't have to tell you that. In what other ways does CHS try to impact or support local communities and businesses?
CHS is committed to supporting rural and local communities in which our farmer owners and our employees live and work. So, for example, we provide cooperatives with matching grants for local initiatives, we provide funding for safety training, and we really encourage our employees to volunteer their time and resources to help those local communities thrive. And in the past 5 years, CHS Community Giving and the CHS Foundation have donated over $12 million to Minnesota communities alone.
And one of the other topics, Brittany, that comes up a lot, especially here in the Midwest, is the future of agriculture, right? And there's always concern about it. There's been concern about it the last couple of years. What does CHS do to support that future of the agricultural industry and obviously its leaders in that field?
Yeah, CHS is committed to making a lasting impact in rural America, by investing in those university partnerships, ag leadership programs, and cooperative and ag education that really helps develop that next generation of ag leaders. So, specifically, we have awarded 160 scholarships to Minnesota students who are pursuing ag majors just in the last 5 years. And we award more than 225 scholarships annually to students enrolled in ag-related programs at both 2- and 4-year colleges and universities across the country. And we also provide a grant to the University of Minnesota to help transform ag education curriculum and training to really create more ag educators in greater Minnesota, which is definitely needed.
I believe that. And I'd like you to educate me right now, because I grew up about as far from a farm as you possibly could up here in the Twin Cities. And no farmer would ever want me, Brittany, to be working on their farm. But you grew up on a farm. What's that like? Tell us a little bit about what it was like growing up on a farm.
Yeah, growing up on a farm was amazing. It was, such a great experience to learn and live off the land and, learn so much about hard work and caring for animals and kind of, really being hands first and seeing how the food is grown and, kind of how it can help feed the world. So definitely, something that I treasure, and my family still farms in southwestern Minnesota, and hopefully they're listening and will be watching the Gophers.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time on Ag Day, Brittany. Thanks for making the time, and best of luck the rest of the football season and with everything at CHS. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is Brittany Voss from CHS. I want to remind you that CHS is always looking for people eager to apply their skills, whether in a small town or big city, in sales or transportation, agriculture or energy. They invite you to learn more about careers at CHS at chsinc.com. We thank Brittany for joining us, and we thank CHS for helping us celebrate Ag and Food Day. Yes, it is Ag and Food Day, and no farmer would want me within 100 miles of their farm, but that's why we brought Brittany Voss in from CHS. It's time now to bring in Daryl Thompson and Corbu State. It's time for our Pick'em segment. Thanks to Mystic Lake. Gentlemen, how we doing?
Outstanding. I believe you would be great on a farm, and I think you're selling yourself short.
No. I'm 9-3. DT 7-5, Corbury 7-5 as well. A big weekend with ranked games. We're going to get right to it and go quickly. Number 9, Indiana at number 3, Ohio State. This is the Big Ten East semifinals. What do you say, Corbu?
I would love for this. I would love to be able to pick Indiana in this one, but I just can't. I can't, and I hope that they can cover the spread.
I'm with you on both. I think they will cover the spread. They won't win. Daryl, what do you think?
Man, I would love for Indiana to do it too, but I don't think they can do it. I think Ohio State's too strong.
All right, so we all like Indiana, but they're not going to win. Number 10, Wisconsin at number 19, Northwestern. The Big Ten West semifinals. DT, we'll start with you.
Hey, you know what? I feel like Northwestern's going to do it, tomorrow afternoon. So, I'm going to go with them.
Corbu?
I have picked wrong on Wisconsin every week, I think. So I'm going to pick Wisconsin.
Yeah, well, that's good. Reverse psychology.
Yeah.
Wisconsin is going to win. They crushed Michigan. They're going to maybe not crush Northwestern, but they're going to win. Oklahoma State, number 14 at number 18, Oklahoma. I know DT has plenty of former teammates from both of these schools. So we're going to let you lead it off, Daryl.
Oh, man, I wish, this is my Billy Sims, I am hip, all kinds of guys. But I'll tell you what, I'm going with Oklahoma at home, and really not an upset, but a close game.
That's what I'm going with as well. Corbu?
Okay.
You're good?
Oklahoma.
Got it. I see what you did there.
Yeah, come on. Keep up.
All right, stay warm, guys. Good to talk with both of you, and look forward to doing this broadcast with you.
Right on.
That is today's Pick'em segment. It's been brought to you by Mystic Lake. Follow the lights to Mystic Lake, where safety and fun shine brighter together. Open 24/7. Details are at mysticlake.com. We'll hear from Tanner Morgan when we come back to the Gopher Tailgate Show, presented by Northland Ford. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
There is a land where anything is possible, where soul, soil, and science work wonders every day. A land that values bravery and curiosity, where the truth is the official language. And here, we put our all into feeding human progress, to making a positive impact. This is a land of honesty, of optimism, of possibilities. This is Land O'Lakes, proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics.
The pandemic of 2020 hasn't shaken our belief that every child, no matter their grade, color, or zip code, deserves a safe, welcoming school that prepares students to pursue their dreams. The educators of Education Minnesota stand prepared to ensure that all learning, no matter how it's delivered, remains safe for all students, families, and staff. Education Minnesota, the voice for professional educators and students. Learn more at believeandwemn.com.
It's time to get fresh at Holiday. Fresh coffee, that is. Now at Holiday, every single cup of coffee is made with fresh ground beans and brewed just for you. And starting at just 99 cents, it's priced for everybody. Fresh brewed iced or hot coffee, sweet cappuccino, or hot chocolate. It all starts at 99 cents. Stop in today and get fresh. Fresh ground coffee, hot or iced. Starting at 99 cents. Here for you at your participating Holiday.
When it comes to individual and family health insurance, make sure you call the right play and go with Preferred One. You'll score big with top doctors and clinics, flexible coverage plans, and premier customer service. Achieve your best health with 100% covered preventive care, online fitness classes, and for your convenience, 24/7 virtual care. Get an online quote today at preferredone.com or talk to your broker. Preferred One is a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics.
The Golden Gophers play here from Learfield IMG College.
Football has brought me around the country. In all my travels, I've never experienced a store like Wixon Jewelers. With such a large collection of big diamonds, rare gemstones, and luxury watches, I know I can walk into Wixon at any time and walk out with a gift that is guaranteed to amaze. So if you're looking for an engagement ring, a special piece of jewelry, or a nice watch, go to the only jeweler that I trust, Wixon Jewelers. I know you'll be impressed with their incredible selection, but you will be blown away by their personalized service.
Fall has blown into the Twin Cities, and now is the perfect time to upgrade to a new Honda. Honda's award-winning lineup of versatile and dependable SUVs offer the ideal mix of comfort, convenience, and sophistication. And with available all-wheel drive, you can make the most out of every journey with the 3-row Pilot, which I drive, the versatile HRV, or the adventure-ready CRV, now available in hybrid. View offers across Honda's entire award-winning lineup online at GreaterTwinCitiesHondaDealers.com or visit your local Honda dealer today.
It's game day, Gophers, and TCF Bank is excited to cheer on Minnesota football for another week of dominating the competition. As your hometown bank, our commitment and care for the community runs deep, just like our support for the Gophers. And we know the whole community is safest and at its strongest when every individual member of the Gopher community does their part, because that's how we all win this season. So although we won't see you at TCF Bank Stadium, keep cheering for the maroon and gold, and we'll do the same, just like we've been doing for the past 25 years. Good luck, Gophers. TCF, what's in it for we?
At Just Bear Chicken, we believe that you have to put the good in to get the good out. Our fresh products feature chicken that is raised with no antibiotic ever and are humanely raised on family farms, and we're American Humane certified to prove it. Just Bear Chicken is a proud sponsor of Golden Gopher Football. Stop by the meat section of your local Cub food store and pick up some fresh Just Bear Chicken on your way home from the game or as part of your weekly grocery trip. Chicken used in Just Bear Chicken products is raised with no antibiotics ever.
You're listening to Gopher Football on The Fan.
We are here at TCF Bank Stadium, the TCF Bank broadcast booth. It is the Gopher Tailgate Show presented by Northland Ford. I'm Justin Guard. 46 minutes and 43 seconds away from the Gophers and Boilermakers here at TCF Bank Stadium. It's time now for our final player profile of the evening, and it's Tanner Morgan, QB1. Kind of his breakout game a year ago was in West Lafayette at Ross-Ade Stadium against these Purdue Boilermakers. Basically 396 yards, 21 of 22, a bunch of touchdown passes. It was an explosive day for the Gopher offense. He caught up this week with the voice of the Gophers, Mike Grimm.
Thank you, Guardsy. We are here with the Golden Gopher quarterback, Tanner Morgan. And first of all, as we record this on Zoom, good to see you, Tanner.
Yeah, always good to see you, Grimmy.
Well, let's talk about, before we talk about tonight, let's talk about last week and the game with Iowa. And what do you take from that game? Obviously, that wasn't one that you probably will hang up on the refrigerator, the box score. So what do you take from that, and what do you bring from that into this evening?
Yeah, a lot of opportunities to grow for us as a team, and obviously individually as well. Being able to take it and learn from it, learn from our mistakes, and continue to keep our oars in the water and keep rowing and find ways to change our best on a daily basis.
What kind of things, as you look back at the film specifically, did you see that, okay, here's something that not just you personally, but maybe the offense overall can be better at?
Yeah, I think, again, the offense runs through me, and I have to be better, clearly. And, turning the ball over 2 times is just completely unacceptable. So that's obviously the first thing that really jumps out to my mind. And, I have to be better for this team, and I will.
All right, let's talk about Purdue. This was kind of last year, I thought, was the flipping point of the season, where it was some hard-fought non-conference wins right down to the wire, and then you have the 20 for 21, and all of a sudden you're seeing nickel defenses and able to hand off to Rodney Smith, and then the boxes get stacked, and then you're able to throw, and really it was kind of a pick-your-poison deal against Purdue. Not necessarily that you can repeat that performance, who knows, right? But what do you remember from that game a year ago, and how that might have changed the trajectory of that season?
Yeah, I remember a team who, played really hard for each other, and a lot of guys who made a lot of plays on the outside, and, we still had adversity in that game. It's not like it all went perfect. I think the final score was 38-31. If I'm not mistaken. So, there were still things we had to improve on. But, again, it definitely, helped change, I think, the trajectory, because, we continued to get better each and every week. And that's, again, what we have to do right now, is continue to get better each and every day.
What do you see from Purdue this year when you watch them on film?
Yeah, defensively, man, they're extremely well coached. Got a lot of really good players that can fly around and make plays, all over the field, from number 5 to 55. They have a really good secondary. They have a phenomenal defense coordinator. They're very well coached. So we're really excited for the challenge to play against a really good defense.
What is the fine line for you as a quarterback when you know you've got a target and a receiver like Rashad Bateman? I ask this because I think generally fans were, after the Maryland game, like, they got to find that guy. He's a first-round draft pick. And then after Friday's game last week against Iowa, it's like, I think Tanner might be zeroing in too much on his best receiver. So what is that fine line between knowing when to go to him and knowing when not to go to him? Because obviously he is a stud.
Yeah, again, it comes down to offense, so we just have to execute. execute our plays. And, we have to do what the defense is giving us. And, obviously you want to get the ball into one of the best players in the country's hands as much as you can. And, that's not to say that, we know we have a lot of guys in that receiver group that can make plays. And whoever's on the field, we trust to make plays 100%. So we know whoever the play's called for, whoever gets open, whoever's open in the progression, they're going to get the ball regardless of who they are.
Coach Fleck this week talked on his radio show about wanting you guys at the end of that Iowa game to drive down the field, just because you had those 2 long drives that you got no points. And he even said, look, he doesn't believe in momentum, but he did want that to happen, just to finish a drive. Do you think that can help? Did that give you a little good? I mean, obviously nobody wants to lose like that, but just to get a touchdown, just to come out of there knowing you finished a drive?
Yeah, I think it definitely helped us because, we finished the game. We didn't, we're not going to quit. We're not going to quit on ourselves or this team. So being able to finish is definitely important. And I think our guys did a great job of executing and doing the details right and really finishing the game with that drive.
All right, last one for you. He also talked about leadership and the amount of leadership that he's getting from you for this team. And I want to ask you about what it's like from a year ago when you're leading a team, that's winning some games, and now leading a team that it maybe needs to, get up off the mat, so to speak here. How does that change, or does it change from your spot?
Yeah, each year is different. Each team is different. This team is completely different than last year with different personalities, different kinds of things, all kinds of different things. We've gone through a lot more together. So I think, obviously a huge part is just being able to lead with positivity each and every day and do everything I can to help the team win, help the team be successful, whether that's in the locker room, on the field, whatever it takes. And we have a lot of guys that are willing to do, whatever it takes for us to be successful, for us to win football games and to come closer as a team. And it's something that we're really grateful to have.
All right, well, let's get it back on track tonight, and it'll be fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Grimmy.
All right, there he is, Guardsy, the quarterback of the Golden Gophers. Tanner Morgan, back to you.
Thank you, Grimmy. That is Tanner Morgan, QB1, delivered by UPS, the official logistics company of Golden Gopher Athletics. When we come back, we'll give you a game day weather forecast and give you some of the names we know will not play tonight. It's a lengthy list. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with the starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every QB needs a great team, and UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Gopher Athletics.
100 years ago, Baldwin Supply started out in a one-room storefront, serving the needs of the flour mills in Minneapolis. Today, family-owned Baldwin offers a wide variety of products and services to an incredibly diverse list of industries, supported by our 10 locations with local inventories across the upper Midwest. At Baldwin Supply, we're not out to reinvent the sprocket or the conveyor belt. We just want to provide products and services to our customers so that they can succeed in doing what they do best. Visit baldwinsupply.com to find out how we've been creating value for our customers for over 100 years.
Compeer Financial has always been there for our clients and communities in any situation, and our support continues today. Whether it's providing financial services to our local farmers or responding to the funding needs of our community partners, we're here to help. To learn more, give us a call at 844-426-6733 or visit Compeer.com today. Compeer Financial ACA is an equal credit opportunity lender and provider. Copyright 2020. All rights reserved.
At Humana, we believe in living life on your terms begins with your health. We're committed to helping you choose the Medicare benefits that you need to help achieve your best health and desired lifestyle. That's Human Care, the Humana experience we want you to have. Call Humana at 952-253-3540, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. That's 952-253-3540. Call today.
The Gophers play here on the Gophers Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
It's fun to watch kids act out their dreams, even if it's just in the backyard.
Hey, Mom, watch this.
Imagining themselves as champions, winning it all. They're on top of the world, and you're right there with them. Securian Financial offers insurance, investment, and retirement solutions that give you the confidence to enjoy your here and now, so you can make every moment count. Find out more at Securian.com. Insurance issued by affiliated company. Securian Financial Services. Member FINRA SIPC.
Over the years, Boston Scientific has been a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics and proud supporter and medical research partner with the University of Minnesota. This award has been recognized for over a decade for Gopher football, men's and women's basketball, and men's hockey, recognizing a Gopher athlete who plays with the most heart. In honor of these efforts, Boston Scientific makes donations each academic year to the University of Minnesota Masonic Children's Hospital to advance pediatric heart research. Please join the University of Minnesota and the U of M Masonic Children's Hospital in thanking Boston Scientific for their partnership.
You want your favorite football team to be hard and tough, not your candy. Wiley Wallaby Soft and Chewy Licorice brings hard-hitting, great-tasting flavor every snap. It's packed full of juicy, chewy goodness that has the competition scrambling. So if you like your licorice flavorless and tougher than an old cleat, pick the other guys. But if you want to pick a winner every time, get on the side of Minnesota-made Wiley Wallaby Soft and Chewy Licorice. Sack bland candy and taste the Wiley difference. Pick up a pouch at your favorite store today.
Are you looking to save money while also saving the planet? Well, you can do just that with Everlight Solar, a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics. With our zero out-of-pocket program, any homeowner can win with solar energy by simply shifting what you already pay for power to pay for solar panels instead. Visit everlightsolar.com today to schedule your no-cost consultation. With zero out-of-pocket costs, along with generous tax incentives and rebates, it's a no-brainer for any home-owning Gopher fan. Everlight Solar, a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics.
Gopher Football on the Fan.
Going to be calm and cold tonight at TCF Bank Stadium. Mostly clear skies with a low around 23. That is today's weather update. It's brought to you by Bayer. Wherever you compete, winning has roots. That's why farmers pushing themselves to be the best plant the DeKalb brand corn. But you're listening right now because you've heard us talk about the fact that the Gophers will be without 20 players tonight. It's a combination of COVID-19 and injuries, and it's not just from the last 24 to 36 hours. This is a culmination of the last couple of weeks. But I'll tell you who we know is out tonight: Keontae Schad, Benjamin St. Juste, Rashad Cheney, Brevin Spanford, Clay Geary, Michael Dixon, Michael Lance, and Trey Potts. Again, a combination of COVID-19 and injuries. We'll have to see as the weeks go on which is which there. On the Purdue side, Aiden O'Connell not expected to start. In fact, he won't start. Jack Plummer will get his first start of the season. He started 6 games a year ago. Actually played against the Gophers last year because Elijah Sindelar was injured in that game, if you remember. Went 23 of 41 with 245 yards, a couple of touchdowns, and 2 picks. And Rondale Moore has warmed up in full. They expect him to go and make his first appearance of the season. George Karlaftis, their best, probably pass rush specialist, best defensive player. He's expected to play perhaps in third down situations. So that is your sideline and injury report. Lengthy, brought to you by Baldwin Supply, serving industry since 1920. Up next, it's the We All Belong feature, a celebration of diversity and inclusion. It's hosted by our guy DT and Corbu Status. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
The wait for the holidays is over, America. It's time to make some joy. And we're here to help with the Ford Built for the Holidays sales event. We're offering the best deals of the season across the Ford lineup, so you can road trip with the whole family comfortably in a Ford Expedition. Bring home a tree that's bigger than you ever have with a built Ford Tough F-150. And find new ways to make the holidays bright this year when you visit your local Ford dealer. The joy is up to you, America, so let's get to it. Ford, built for the holidays.
Ugh, I have to do laundry when I get home. I have to lug all my clothes over to the washing machine. Then I get to put them in the dryer and accidentally shrink my cashmere sweater again.
Motorcycles make everything exciting. And when Geico makes it easy to switch and save on motorcycle insurance, it's even more exciting.
I'm gonna fold all my socks into little balls. Yeah!
Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
This is for those who are full-time mix-it-uppers. Those who work hard at making work feel less like work. The innovators who start new trends like casual Mondays. If you're one who puts in a 40-hour play week, the Minnesota Lottery is for you. So the next time someone asks if you're game for a little excitement, just say, I'm in. Minnesota Lottery. Must be 18 or older to play.
The best teams are led by people with experience in the field. Case IH equipment, from combines and tractors to hay and forage tools, is built by farmers who use it every day. Make the right call and go with the team that wins in any field. Visit your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Gophers. For commercial use only, customer participation subject to credit qualification and CNH Industrial Capital America LLC approval. Standard terms, conditions, and other restrictions apply. Down payment may be required.
Minnesota football lives here all season long from Learfield IMG College.
Everyone needs a little something to get going in the morning. So wake up to a warm, toasty Thomas's Bagel. With a soft and chewy inside that makes every topping taste better, Thomas's Bagels brings goodness back to breakfast. And with so many flavors and varieties, Thomas's Bagels give each morning a delicious start.
Getting older but have no plans of slowing down? Located just east of the University of Minnesota campus, the Pillars of Prospect Park Senior Living offers a maintenance-free lifestyle that gives you your time and energy back, so you can push for the next 10 yards in life. Need care for a loved one? This urban oasis features a mix of independent living, assisted living, and memory care apartment homes with premium features and amenities, and healthcare services from Ebenezer. Visit pillarsseniorliving.com to learn more. The Pillars of Prospect Park, a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics. Introducing Onward for Business by loyal Gopher supporters, Sunbelt Business Advisors. Whether you're a small business owner thinking about selling, someone thinking about buying a business, or a business owner who needs help with payroll, insurance, bookkeeping, equipment financing, or simply growing your business, Onward for Business is the one-stop shop. Alumni owned and based in Minneapolis, we serve the entire upper Midwest, and we're here to onward your business. Brought to you by Onward for Business. Onward!
It's game day, Gophers, and TCF Bank is excited to cheer on Minnesota football for another week of dominating the competition. As your hometown bank, our commitment and care for the community runs deep, just like our support for the Gophers. And we know the whole community is safest and at its strongest when every individual member of the Gopher community does their part, because that's how we all win this season. So although we won't see you at TCF Bank Stadium, keep cheering for the maroon and gold, and we'll do the same, just like we've been doing for the past 25 years. Good luck, Gophers. TCF, what's in it for we?
There's nothing like the taste of Thomas's English Muffins in the morning. With its nooks and crannies goodness, you can top it any way you want and know it'll be delicious. And with so many flavors to try, Thomas's English Muffins are the perfect start to your day. Stop by your local grocer for a pack of Thomas's English Muffins today.
You're listening to Gopher Football on The Fan.
Welcome back to TCF Bank Stadium. Corbu Status back with you for this week's edition of We All Belong. Today, Daryl Thompson talks to Leah B. Olson, current sports broadcaster and former Gopher women's basketball player.
You know, one of the questions I had for you, and I know you're, grew up in South Minneapolis and played basketball there. Can you just tell me a little bit about your path to the University of Minnesota?
Yeah, I had a different path than most Division I players because I didn't play basketball in my younger years. I actually went to a school that didn't have sports for the majority of my youth years. And so, but I was 6'1" by the time I was 13. So my brothers were encouraging me to go play basketball somewhere. So I transferred into South High and played basketball there, but only played one full season of basketball. So after graduating South High, I had been identified as a player that could make it to the Division I level. So I went to play 2 seasons at Minneapolis Community College, and then had enough success there that I was able to walk on over at the University of Minnesota and was there for 3 seasons.
Wow. No, I didn't know you were a walk-on. That's awesome. And then you majored in journalism. So you had an idea that you wanted to do a little bit like what you're doing right now.
Yeah. What I called it back then was I was really nosy and I liked knowing everyone's stories and their background stories. And so finally someone identified that maybe I could be a reporter or journalist. And so, yeah, I was a journalism, mass communication major, and really was able to kind of jump into that pretty quick after college. There wasn't a direct route back then to get into sports broadcasting like there is now. But my goal was just to start working in sports. And then if I got into sports, I thought I could finesse my way into media. And that's basically what happened.
It's interesting because I think about the same thing. I didn't study mass communications or journalism, but I was, I would do interviews and I'd kind of do those things. And I was wondering what inspired you to do it, because you and I don't look like the majority of the people that we see in the press box and in the, you know, in the news media. So what drove you, or what persuaded you to do this?
Well, it is interesting because I definitely did not have any role models for people that I was seeing, or because there just wasn't a lot of people of color, especially women, in sports broadcasting at the time. And so I think that's one of the things that instead of kind of being a straight path, I kind of had to zigzag my way to get to where I was going, because I didn't know people who were in the field and people, and I didn't have a direct mentor. And so that's one thing that's been really important to me now, to help young women who are trying to come through in that field, because it is difficult when there isn't really someone to follow. But I did have enough people who were willing to help me kind of find my way. So as soon as I started working for the Timberwolves and the Lynx, I started kind of getting little side gigs, and I started doing some stuff for the Gophers and high school sports. And then eventually the Timberwolves allowed me to start doing some broadcasting for them. And then when the Minnesota Lynx came into town, I believe that was 1999, then I was able to be the broadcast analyst for them. And then that kind of opened the door for me.
You just kind of, as I was getting ready for this, I was looking, is it a book you wrote, Rethink the Win?
It's actually a nonprofit that I started, Rethink the Win. And it might be a book, Daryl. So I'm glad that you've thrown that out there. But I started Rethink the Win because when my kids came through sports, I have Jada and Will, a daughter and a son. They played sports in Minneapolis, and a lot of the youth sports stuff was just so negative, and there was so much, parents arguing with each other and officials not wanting to show up at games because they were being berated by parents, and that whole piece really shifted so much. And I just thought there was so much negativity around that I started a nonprofit called Rethink the Win. And it was just to kind of get everyone to see, like, there's so much more in sports than just winning, but you have to kind of see that when you put your kids into it. And so if you don't win the 5th grade softball tournament, it doesn't mean that you're a bad parent and your life isn't going to be awful. And so trying to kind of tamper that down a little bit. So I do a lot of speaking to associations and to schools, and then I also speak to elite athletes about trying to have a clearer path in their head when they're done playing sports.
So there's been a lot of kind of social unrest in the last year, and I have 4 kids, and 2 boys in particular, and I was just curious how that affected you and your family, and did you partake in any of the marches or the protest?
Yeah. So, it was hard for our family as well. I have a son and a daughter, and they were both home from college because of COVID. And so that was probably the good thing, is that we were kind of all together for it because there was so much going on at the time. And so, it was, I will say that there was a lot of difficult conversations in our households. We have a blended family, and so there's a lot of hard conversations that people, hopefully all across the country, have had. But I will say that I'm still very hopeful that through all of the George Floyd stuff, that I feel like the conversations are still happening. I feel like people are still trying to be different and make a difference. And I hadn't really seen that in the past. And so I'm hopeful that kind of this country is on a path to healing. And, but yeah, I will say that period, and as well as going through COVID, was extremely difficult.
Yeah, it is and was, and we're still there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You are also part of this anti-hate commission with the Big Ten, and I am as well. And I know we have our kind of fits and starts, but how have you enjoyed that process so far?
Well, I really appreciate Kevin Warren and the work that he does, and his willingness to put that together on top of everything else that he has going on. So I think it's important to start those conversations. I think the Big Ten can do better. I think we are stronger united rather than each individual school. I think it's a lot, so I think there's...
Hi, Gopher fans, and welcome back to Gopher Gameday Live. Your Golden Gophers play host to the Purdue Boilermakers, and we're so excited to bring you all the Gopher football action and traditions right here through Gopher Gameday Live, presented by Cub. My name is Jen Halverson, and I will be your host all season long. We're coming to you live from the indoor club above the field at TCF Bank Stadium. Kickoff against Purdue is just moments away, so let's send it over to public address announcer Jamie Verbrugge to get the pregame show started.
Welcome those in attendance and those tuning in on Gopher Gameday Live to TCF Bank Stadium here on the campus of the University of Minnesota. Tonight's Big Ten matchup is brought to you by Celebrate Ag and Food Day and features our guests from West Lafayette, the Purdue Boilermakers. And representing the state of Minnesota, your University of Minnesota Golden Gophers. The Big Ten Conference, University of Minnesota, and the Golden Gophers encourage good sportsmanship towards officials, opposing teams, and fans for tonight's game. Row the boat and Sky-U-Ma. Gopher fans, it's game time, and we need you to row the boat with us.
I think that a lot of people want to return to normalcy, but a lot of people need to realize that that normalcy wasn't really a good thing.
We've came a long way, to say the least, but there's a lot of work to be done, and know that the fight and the push should never stop or let up.
I think the best way to create change is to educate others as well as educating yourself.
Being a great listener will give you way more insight than just looking at it from the outside. So put yourself in their shoes.
Everybody's different, and that's the goal of this, is to realize we're all different but equal.
It's not there yet. We got a long way to go, but the progress has been great still.
It's really important that we use this platform to create change in our world.
Whether that's to inspire change in people or to help educate other people, just doing your part to make sure that the progress continues and finding different ways that work for everybody.
We still have a lot of work to do as a nation to come together as one. Let's not divide, but let's come together. So that's important, and let's move forward.
And now let's meet the projected starting lineup for your University of Minnesota Golden Gophers. Brought to you by Northland Ford. On defense for the Gophers, at lineman, junior from Indianapolis, Indiana, number 9, Aseze Otomowu. Graduate from Bolingbrook, Illinois, number 18, Micah Dutredbay. Freshman from Leesburg, Georgia, number 99, D'Angelo Carter. Junior from Golden Valley, number 34, Boye Mafe. At linebacker, junior from McKinney, Illinois, number 55, Mariano Sori-Marin. Sophomore from Plant City, Florida, number 13, James Gordon. Holding down the secondary, senior from Roswell, Georgia, number 21, Justice Harris. Senior from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, number 16, Coney Durr. Senior from Minneapolis, Minnesota, number 2, Philip Howard. Sophomore from St. Charles, Illinois, number 27, Tyler Newman. Junior from Las Vegas, Nevada, number 23, Jordan Howden. And now the Gopher offense, anchoring the offensive line, senior from Victoria, Minnesota, number 70, Sam Schluter. Junior from Hutchinson, number 65, Axel Rushmeyer. Junior from Flossmoor, Illinois, number 60, John Michael Schmitz. Senior from Monticello, number 64, Connor Olson. Junior from Marshall, number 77, Blaze Andrews. At wide receiver, a junior from Kankakee, Illinois, number 7, Chris Ottman-Bell. Junior from Tifton, Georgia, number 0, Rashad Bateman. At tight end, a senior from Sioux Center, Iowa, number 42, Cole Kieft. Senior from Grand Rapids, Michigan, number 85, Bryce Witham. At running back, a junior from Baltimore, Maryland, number 24, Mohammed Ibrahim. And under center, a junior from Union, Kentucky, number 2, Tanner Morgan. The head coach of your University of Minnesota Golden Gophers in his 4th season, P.J. Fleck.
which starts with the Cascade sequence. Thank you for joining us for our pandemic pregame show. Be sure to view the gold section of the band performing at halftime. Row the boat, Skywalk, and go Gophers!
At this time, we ask that everyone please rise and remove your caps as we honor America with the playing of the national anthem, performed virtually by the Pride of Minnesota Marching Band.
I'll be pushing on till my dying day. I won't give it all away. I'll be pushing on. I'll be pushing on. I'll be pushing on. I'll be pushing on. I'll be pushing on.
Crowd is going nuts right now. Talking defense here. Sideline going crazy. On 3rd down and 23. Has time. Waiting. Pressure comes. Firing toward the end zone. Intercepted. Gophers got it. Lehman's out there. One-handed grab. Touchdown. Down the sideline they go. 30, 20, 10. The place is going nuclear. Touchdown.
Your University of Minnesota Golden Gophers! Rock. Let's welcome the Purdue Boilermakers.
Captains come in and greet each other. For the coin toss, the visitor called the tail. This is the head. The Big Ten logo is the tail. What's your call? It's called tails. We'll let it hit the ground. It is a head. Minnesota's won the toss. Minnesota says they want to receive. Which goal you want to kick from? Put your backs to your goal. To start the game, Minnesota will receive at the east goal. Good luck, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready? Get ready, dog.
Get ready. I've never been around a team more connected and together than you. And a connected team is a dangerous team. Get ready.
Give me the green light, go.
That green up the middle and touchdown.
No, it makes Possum Dave win. Still here, still in your ear with a style so hot, no see where all the sun.
You've earned the right to play big games. You've earned that right.
Meaning credentials. Best of both worlds when we rocking over pearls and the instrumental.
Stutter steps hit in the backfield. Boye Mafe.
Rhythm as hard as you can go. Keep steady, let it rock. Turn it up, we giving the show. But can you rock it like rocket? What you talking about? Space out your mind. But can you
To the one toward the goal line. Yes, sir. Touchdown.
I'm a disc jockey.
Except if you're parents of the players, and just a handful of small scattering on the Purdue side and a small scattering here on the Minnesota side as well. And of course, that's a bummer of the season, but we understand we're in the middle of a pandemic here, and we're in a hot spot. So you need to keep things under control.
What I like here that Coach Fleck did that he doesn't normally do is we're going to receive the ball. We've typically been kicking off and start every game, putting the defense out there. Let's put the offense out there. Right now, it's our most potent weapon. So if we can put together a drive, take some time off the clock, let that defense chill for a second on the sideline, regroup, and figure out what they want to do. And if we get some points on this first drive, then we can get that momentum back that we have not had.
Indeed. It's time for our opening kickoff, sponsored by Federated Insurance. You are our local businesses, our community partners, our neighbors, families, and friends. When you need us, we're here to help. That's Federated Mutual Insurance Company. It's our business to protect yours. The opening kickoff, sponsored by Minnesota's own Federated Insurance. For Purdue, kicking off has been their long kickoff man the last couple of weeks, Chris Van Eken. And he's ready to go left to right. Cam Wiley and Bryce Williams now getting his first action deep. The kick is in the air. It's a short sidewinder at the 9-yard line by Wiley at the 10 to the 20. Breaks free, and he was coughed up the football. It's on the deck. And let's see who has the football. It looks like Minnesota has come away with it. He was a shoelace away from maybe popping it for a big run, and then that caused him to tumble hard to the deck, and the ball popped out. He may have been down anyway. They ruled it a fumble. It'll be Minnesota ball at the 35-yard line.
Yeah, I'm going to say that the ground caused that fumble, and that was as Cam gets a chance to look
rolling on the field was a fumble forward, recovered by the receiving team. First down, Minnesota.
Well, it was his own man that tripped him up, too. And, yeah, that was absolutely caused by the ground. That was certainly not a fumble, but his own man tripped him, Darrell. He was off to the races.
Absolutely. That's a little bit of awareness that he's growing and learning, being more aggressive, returning kicks, and that's not a bad return. I'll take starting on 35-yard line.
It's the opening drive brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. For more info on your favorite Toyota models, visit Toyota.com. Our opening drive presented by Toyota, and I think they are going to look upstairs because the fumble moved forward, and it gave Minnesota about 4 yards. So I think Purdue's has requested that they look at this so that the start of this drive will be 3 or 4 yards back from where Wiley was down. But, man, watching that replay, he had a seam, and a Purdue blocker or a Purdue coverage man pushed the Minnesota blocker kind of into the lane and just tripped up Wiley, who had a seam. Let's listen here to Ron Snodgrass. A slow start already here with this one.
Previous plays under review of the fumble or the runner down.
All right.
right, so just like that, here we go with a review before we have our first offensive play. Hey, Gopher fans, need an answer to what's for dinner? Try Cub Pickup. Shop online or on the Cub app and pick up groceries on the way home. They even bring it right to your car. Now that's my Cub, my way. Just underway here, and it's an official review for the fumble or not fumble. We think this will come back to, what, about the 31-yard line.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Sam Schluter will be a starter for Minnesota at left tackle. Blaze Andrews at right tackle. Olsen and Rushmeyer the guards. John Michael Schmitz the center. Jackson, Ottman, Bell, and Bateman a 3-receiver set. Tanner Morgan is the quarterback. And Mo Ibrahim, the running back. The tight end to start tonight was, we think, Keith. Brevin Spanford not in.
After review, the runner was down at the 31-yard line. Game clock to 14:50.
All right, we have rough microphone issues again, but I think we caught the gist of it from the 31. So it was about a 4-yard gain after the fumble, and it is Bryce Witham who is the starter at tight end for Minnesota. George Karloftis, we were told, would be a third down guy. Daryl, he's starting. They're going to go in a 3-4. They've alternated with Bob Diaco, their new defensive coordinator this year, the former Hawkeye, the former UConn head coach. He's spent time at Nebraska and Notre Dame. He's been alternating between a 4-3 and a 3-4, and he's going 3-4 to start the game with Karloftis at one of the ends. That's a factor tonight.
Sure will be, especially in the run game.
Morgan on the first play of the game gives to Ibrahim, and he barrels his way forward for a nice gain out across the 35 to the 37. A pickup of 6 on first down. Jalen Alexander, outside linebacker in this 3-4, makes the tackle. Barnes and Graham are the other linebackers. It's Mitchell and Karloftis the ends, and Lorenzo Neal is the big man in the middle. Branson Dean also the man in the middle. Now they're back to their 4 down linemen. Thieneman and Cam Allen are the safeties. Trice, who's really good, an all-conference player, one of the corners, and Dedrick Mackey, the other corner. 2nd down and 4 for Minnesota. We're under a minute into this game, and it is play action for Morgan. Rolling left, lobs it out. It's caught by Witham on the run at the 35. Turns it up at the 40. Short of the first by about a yard. It'll be 3rd and short. A pickup of 4. Derek Barnes, the big middle linebacker. He's huge. 6'1", 245, and he made some big plays in that loss last week to Northwestern. He was all over the field.
He certainly did, and he really closed some ground there. It looked like Witham had an opportunity to pick up the first down that Barnes, the linebacker, tracked him down there on the sideline.
Gophers go to a 6 now offensive line set. Nathan Bowe out of Lakeville is in. Up front with the other 5. On 3rd and short, 3rd and 1. Gophers still really good on 3rd down at 54% on the season. Morgan waiting for the snap out of the pistol. It's a handoff to Ibrahim, and he slithers forward. Bounces off of a tackle, 45. Plenty for the first. And down to the 49. That's a gain of 9 on 3rd and 1. Alexander on the stop, and a good push by those 6 guys up front.
A very, very good push by the guys up front. That's what we're going to have this afternoon. I would be surprised if Purdue goes back to that 3-4. We really moved them on first down. They went to the 4-3. We didn't have as much success, but that 3-4 is not a good thing against a running team, especially a team that has the leading running back in the Big Ten in Mohamed Ibrahim.
Yep, Karloftis goes out down. They stay with 4 down linemen. First down Gophers from their own 49. No score early on. We are 2 minutes into this football game. Gophers on their opening drive, presented by Toyota. Waiting now, Morgan wants to set up that bubble screen. Caught by Alvin Bell on the run midfield. Has a seam to the 40. Makes a move to the 30, and he's tackled to the 27. Brought down by Jalen Alexander, and a nice first down. That is a Securian moment that counts. Securian Financial, offering insurance, investment, and retirement solutions that can help make every moment count. Find out more at Securian.com. 24 yards on the pickup to Chris Ottman-Bell.
Very good. You see 3 people looking at Bateman. He comes back to the side to Ottman-Bell. A lot of room for him to operate. That will help us throughout the rest of this game.
First down, Minnesota from the 32. Seth Green now in at a receiver, wide left. Wide right is Bateman. No, make that Ottman-Bell wide right. In motion comes Green. Hand off to Ibrahim. Nice hole inside the 25, down to the 21. That's a gain of 6 on first down. Gophers approaching the Case IH red zone. Brennan Thieneman, the safety, on the tackle for Purdue.
Yeah, and Thieneman's hasn't made very many tackles this season, but anytime you can have your back get to that 2nd and 3rd level, you know things things are going well. This is the type of start that we need to see out of the Gopher offense.
Indeed. So far, so good from the 21, 2nd and 3. The Gophers certainly want to gobble up some time as well with a double tight end set to the left. Bateman alone that way against Trice in single coverage. Ottman-Bell wide to the right. That's the wide side of the field. 2nd and 3 from the 21. It's Ibrahim. Has first down yardage, pushing the stack inside the 15 and down to the 14-yard line. First down, Minnesota. And another good push by the guys up front. First down, number 3 for the maroon and gold.
Well, that offensive line's got to be feeling really good about themselves. And along with Muhammad Ibrahim, looks like Cam Wiley's going to come in the game and maybe get a carry here. But that's a great start by the offensive line.
Gophers in the Case IH red zone. The best teams are led by people in the field. Case IH equipment built by farmers who use it every day. Learn more at caseih.com/Gophers. Wide side to the right, 2 receivers that way, 1 to the left. It's Ottman-Bell in single coverage left. And as Darryl mentioned, it's Cam Wiley out of Las Vegas, the running back to the right. It's play action. Morgan to throw on the slant. It's caught by Daniel Jackson at the 5-yard line. We'll call it the 6. It's a gain of 8 on first down. Dedrick Mackey on the stop. It'll be 2nd and short. 2nd and 2 from the 6. The Gophers now hustling up. 3 receivers set again. They're trying to hustle to the line of scrimmage. It's a quick handoff. This is Cam Wiley, and he sprints into the end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota Golden Gophers.
Connor Olson, John Michael Smits, and also Blaze Andrews on the right-hand side of that line of scrimmage and paving the way for Cam Wiley to get his first touchdown of the season.
Indeed, Wiley from 6 out. He's in the end zone. If you're game for a little excitement, you say I'm in as well. Play the Minnesota Lottery. They sponsor the first touchdown of the game. Brock Walker on to attempt the extra point. He is kicking tonight. Now, he's been off and on this year. Michael Lance is out, unavailable tonight. Walker on the season, 8 of 9 on extra points. Snap is back, spot is down, the extra point kick is up, and it is good. Timeout on the field, 10:52 to go first quarter. Minnesota 7, Purdue nothing. An 8-play, 69-yard drive. It took 4:04, and our drive summary presented by Affinity Plus Federal.
Fans, today we are celebrating our annual Egg and Food Day, and tonight's Big Ten matchup is brought to you by Compeer Financial, DeKalb Brand Corn, CHS, and Land O'Lakes. And the Gophers are off to a great start. They're up 7-0 after a run-in touchdown by Cam Wiley. And fans, to make your game day just more enjoyable, here are some simple instructions on how to sync your second screen experience with your TV broadcast. Simply mute your TV and pause the game on your DVR at the opening kickoff or any other specific play. Wait for the audio of Gopher Gameday Live to catch up to the play in which your DVR was paused. When the 2 moments line up, resume play on your DVR and you're good to go. And if your second screen experience is ahead of the TV broadcast, simply pause the second screen at a specific play or time and wait for the game to catch up before you resume playing your Gopher Gameday live stream. It's that easy, Gopher fans, but if you still have questions or need assistance, check out our information on the Gopher Gameday Live website.
Oh, you better move. Oh, you better move. Oh, you better move. 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 Louis my shoes. Pull out my whip on 22s. I live my life like a cartoon. Reality. It's not my move.
To pay for solar panels instead. Visit everlightsolar.com today to schedule your no-cost consultation. With 0 out-of-pocket costs, along with generous tax incentives and rebates, it's a no-brainer for any home-owning Gopher fan. Everlight Solar, a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics.
7-0 Minnesota. Just a beautiful drive for the Gophers. 8 plays, 69 yards. It took 4:04. And a good mix, Daryl, of run, pass, and the offensive line. Wow.
Well, the offensive line did a great job. Tanner Morgan 3 for 3 on that series. And notice he hasn't thrown the ball to Rashad Bateman yet.
Yeah.
Just getting the other receivers involved early, make the defense pay attention to someone else, makes a big difference.
Drag on. Kesich will kick. 7 kickoffs, 4 touchbacks. And he will kick right to left. Marcellus Moore is deep. He has not returned to kick. He's a speedster. High kick into that wind. This is going to give Moore a chance from the 3-yard line. He bobbled it. The ball hits the deck at the 5. Gophers approach him as he scooped it back up, and he's down at the 9. Good special teams play by Minnesota after Marcellus Moore, the speedster, bobbled it. Donald Willis was the first Gopher there. Daryl, how about this for a stat? The Golden Gophers under P.J. Fleck, when they score first, 20 wins and 3 losses. So let's hope that stays.
I certainly hope that we ride that momentum. And I tell you, it just rides that first drive. You go down, you score, the quarterback's hot, you get other people involved, you go down, you have a big play on offense, and now the defense has got to step up.
Jack Plummer will get the start. The sophomore, 6'5", 210 out of Gilbert, Arizona. Last year, he played 7 games. His first main action came against the Gophers. He threw for 1,603 yards. He wants to throw to Rondale Moore on the first play of the game for them, and he's hit right there by Coney Durr, a loss of 1. Good job for Coney Durr in coverage, and you knew they were going to target Rondale Moore. His first grab, his stat line, 1 catch, -1 yard so far.
Well, he'll change that. He's a heck of a receiver, but Coney's going to be locked up with him a lot today.
Here's a snap to the quarterback. The handoff to Horvath, and he is a load. He carries a couple of Gophers out to the 14, a gain of 6. It'll bring up 3rd down and 5 for Purdue. Purdue, this is interesting. On offense, they're 15 of 44 on 3rd down. On defense, they allow 15 of 44 on 3rd down. I've never seen that before this far into the season. So they're 34% both allowing and converting. Gophers are hoping to hold here on 3rd down. Gophers defensively allowing it about a 36% clip. Plummer with Horvath next to him. Horvath to his left, the former walk-on linebacker, now becoming a stud running back. He goes in motion. He's a pass-catching threat. To throw is Plummer. Flush from the pocket. He can run. He pumps. He got his man in the air. That was Rush, and because of that, he got the first down at the 20. Good play there by Plummer. He just kind of pump faked it. Got Thomas Rush, who was bearing in on him, to leave his feet, and then that allowed him to run right by him.
Yeah, just a really heads-up play by him. You know, and Thomas Rush was, you know, and you can't say you're right or wrong when you're jumping to knock a pass down, because if he passes it, he does knock that ball down. But a lot of times you really got to kind of maintain your balance and see if you can wrap him up and bring him down.
7-0 Minnesota. Here's that little toss ahead for Rondale Moore, spinning forward, and he's into the free. 35-40, high-stepping to midfield, cutting back, and Thomas Rush brings him down from behind. And again, just monster running gaps, Daryl. The Gophers this year allowing 7.17 yards per rush. Now, technically, that's a pass because it was a shovel ahead, but that is now, in essence, a handoff, and the Gophers just cannot find gaps. It's remarkable.
Well, it sure is. I'll tell you, that just shows you how dynamic Rondale Moore is, and you see why he was one of the people that was considering going to NFL, decided to come back, has had a hamstring injury, and right now against the Gophers in his first game, it's off to a good start.
And P.J. Fleck wants to take a timeout here. That was a 33-yard pickup. We'll
Charge timeout, Minnesota, they're first. This will be a what?
Now that microphone's messed up again. We'll take the timeout as well. Gopher fans, turn to the experts at Center Point Energy.
Gopher fans, we are so excited to introduce you to today's Goldie's Hero. Let's give a huge Gopher welcome to the Speckle family and tonight's Goldie's Hero, Gabe Speckle. Gabe from Mankato was born in Minneapolis and spent 3 weeks at the NICU at Masonic Children's Hospital as he was born with stage 3 liver failure. Gabe had a kidney transplant at Masonic and would like to thank the doctors, nurses, and support staff at Masonic, particularly Dr. Jane Lewis, who treated the Speckle family as if it were her own. Over the past 10 years, Masonic has become a home away from home for the family, and they are super excited to be ambassadors for the hospital and to be recognized tonight. Please give a warm welcome to tonight's Goldie's Hero and super sports fan, Gabe Speckle.
Well, welcome, Gabe. I'm Jen. How are you doing today?
Good.
Good. So we're going to start off with a fun game that I like to call This or That. Maroon or gold?
Maroon. Or gold.
Okay. Summer or winter?
Winter.
Football or hockey?
Football.
Snow fort or snowball fight?
Snowball fight.
Turkey or mashed potatoes?
Mashed potatoes.
Minnesota or Indiana?
Minnesota.
You had to think about that. Come on. They're playing Purdue tonight. They're in Indiana. What is your favorite class in school, Gabe?
Reading.
Reading? Do you have a favorite book?
Like any book based on Greek gods.
Cool. How are you going to be watching the game today?
On an Apple TV.
So, are you wearing that Gopher gear? Do you got anything else you're going to add on, like a foam finger? Oh, cool socks. Are they fuzzy? They look fuzzy.
Yeah.
Do you have anyone you want to thank or shout out to that you worked with there, that worked with you?
The nurses. They took care of me.
Go Gophers!
Go Gophers.
Nice. Awesome. Well, hopefully they get the win tonight. You were awesome.
Gopher Game Day Live is brought to you by Cub. Join us in showing our appreciation for some special community frontline workers from our partners at Cub.
To each and every one of our 10,000 Cub associates, thank you so much for what you do every single day. We're working day in and day out, helping customers put food on the table. We're lending a helping hand, greeting with a smile, and going the extra mile, and making the toughest of days a little easier. Thank you for stepping up and being on the forefront, always ready to help. Your drive and your courage in the face of these challenging times are truly appreciated. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for being the helpers and heroes we all look to.
Some other assistants helping with the line down here.
Here's the give on 1st and 10 after the big 33-yard gain by Moore. It's a give to Horvath, and he barrels his way inside the 45 to about the 43, a pickup of 4 on 1st down. It'll be 2nd down and 4. Mariano Sori-Marin on the stop. What do you think? Time out there, DT. I think the coach was trying to deliver a message to this defense.
Maybe just to remember to hustle to the ball. Everyone, that Moore cutback, there was a few people, if they're hustling on the backside, they closed that play down.
Here's Horvath, hit right at the point of attack and tackled. First man there was Asezi Atomewo, the pregame guest of Justin Guard. And pretty soon, if they keep performing like that, they'll all want to talk to Guardsy for the pregame show. He's continuing to progress, isn't he, as an every down player?
Yeah, he certainly is. And James Gordon was in on the last 2 tackles, too. He had a nice hit on Horvath at the end of that last play. And he's out here. Josh Ayuna, it looks like the nickel package is in here.
3rd down and 6 for the Boilermakers. Horvath in the backfield to the left of Plummer. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Moore in the slot right. Back to throw Plummer. Blitz comes, throws. It's caught. Horvath out of the backfield. Plenty of room to the 30. And he's literally carried out of bounds by Tyler Newbin. But a big gain there for the Purdue Boilermakers on a 3rd and 6. And Horvath, who a week ago was at 80 yards out of the backfield receiving, 20 there.
Yeah, the kind of converted linebacker, defensive end, but he's turned into a heck of a running back, showing some athleticism there at the end of that play.
Jalen Logan Redding has getting some time. We might also see Logan Richter tonight some with the lack of depth up front with everybody being out. Horvath, 3 carries, 10 yards, and a catch for 16 officially on that one. 1st and 10 from the 27. Plummer to throw. Quick hitter out to David Bell. His first catch, steps out of a tackle inside the 20 to the 14. Coney Durr had him right at the line of scrimmage, and then a good job by David Bell, who's also a future NFL player. Justice Harris finally brought him down, but not before a pickup of 15 on 1st down, and all of a sudden Purdue has found its way to the 13-yard line.
And David Bell's probably the only guy that wasn't too excited about Rondell Moore coming back. He's got 30 catches coming into this game. He's like, I want to be the target all the time. I don't want to share the ball with Rondell Moore.
With that catch, he now has 32 on the season, tied with Rashad Bateman for most in the Big Ten. Here's Plummer on play action, whips it out far side. It's caught by Wright, spinning, and a good tackle at the 8. Keeping behind him was Coney Durr. That time not a missed tackle, but a nice pickup. That's a long, hard throw, and it's a gain of about 6. It'll be 2nd and 4 from the 8-yard line.
It's a long, hard throw. It's also a risky throw. Coney Durr is a pretty good press receiver, so you don't probably want to throw that ball too often, but in that situation, it worked out well for Purdue.
Purdue now hustling up. Under center now is Plummer. He brings a man in motion. That's right. From left to right, Horvath, the man in the backfield. Now they look to the sideline to get some more plays, but under center here, which they don't do very often. On 2nd and 4 from the 8, Minnesota leads at 7-0. In motion again comes Moore, and it is a give to Moore right side. Stutter stepping, gets inside the 5, and he just races. He's just too fast. It's a touchdown. Just too fast. They had the angle, and he just outran the angle as he went around Ani and into the end zone, and it's 7-6.
Absolutely, and that's one of the dangers of having somebody like Rondell Moore. We had it at Spillman at Nebraska, and here he just outruns Ani to the corner right there, and that's a no contest. He'll win that every single time.
7-6, a 10-play, 91-yard drive and an 8-yard run by Moore. His first touchdown of the season. That is on a rushing attempt. He got one block, and then he just sprinted to the corner and one little stutter step, and that was it. On to attempt the extra point is J.D. Dellinger, 9 of 9 this year on PATs. Snap right on target. Spot is down. The kick is up, and it is good. And a timeout on the field with 5:37 to play first quarter. It's Minnesota 7, Purdue 7. This is Golden Gopher football from Learfield IMG College.
Gopher fans, we have a great opportunity for you to win a staycation right here in the Twin Cities, courtesy of Courtyard Minneapolis downtown. Today we are looking to reward one lucky Gopher fan. All you need to do is visit gophersports.com/courtyard by the end of the third quarter. We will announce the winner during the fourth quarter, so make sure you stick around to see if you're tonight's winner. One more time, Gopher fans, that's gophersports.com/courtyard for your chance to win. And fans, this year has been a unique challenge for all of us. And as part of the 2020 season's new protocol, the Pride of Minnesota Marching Band isn't able to be in stadium just yet. However, they have recorded all of our fan favorites to continue to bring the spirit and tradition of game day to Gopher fans wherever they are tuning in from.
To play in the first quarter. Each team marched right down the field. Minnesota went 69 yards. Purdue went 91 yards. Rondell Moore has made his presence felt here early. A 33-yard run and then a touchdown run. One catch in that drive, 2 catches in that drive as well.
Well, absolutely. And anytime you're playing against Rondell Moore, number one, you got to hustle. So you can squeeze the field, and you got to use your leverage. If you have a chance to squeeze the ball and force him back to your friends, you've got to do that with him.
Here's Wiley on the kickoff. Has it at the 10 of the 15-20. He's sandwiched there. Flag comes out late behind the play, and Minnesota may be backed up in the kitchen here. While they sort that out, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. 10 seconds on the Gopher Radio Network.
You're listening to the radio home of Gopher Football. KFXN, Minneapolis, St. Paul. The Fan.
Receiving team number 5. Half the distance from the goal. The spot of the foul. First down.
So it was an illegal blindside block on the kickoff. Trent Guthrie, the guilty party. Our affiliate salute sponsored by Holiday Station Stores. Holiday, a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics and happy to serve our Minnesota communities and beyond. So the Gophers marched at 69 yards on the first drive. They'll need to go 97 yards here. 93 yards here, I should say, as they are at their own 7. They go double tights with Witham and O'Keefe. Ibrahim the back in the backfield. One receiver right and one receiver left. Spot of the ball on the right hash. Purdue now back in a 3-down lineman set. Graham's the outside linebacker almost as a defensive end there. Snap to Morgan. Handoff Ibrahim. Stutter steps through one tackle and backpedaling forward to about the 13, and a nice pickup of 6 on first down. Barnes and Mackey combine on the stop, and Mo Ibrahim just a workhorse now. 5 carries already and 34 yards.
Absolutely a workhorse with 715 yards coming in this game. And if you're backed up in the kitchen, as you would say, Mike, you want to get that ball to your back, especially if he's averaging 5.5 yards per carry.
Yeah, they've moved out to the living room now, Daryl, and we're wanting to get him to the penthouse here soon. 2nd and 5, we'll call it. We'll say that was a gain of 5. Double Tice to the right. Purdue showing blitz on the right side. We'll give you some impressive stats on Ibrahim here in a moment. Minnesota with 8 to snap. Morgan changing the play, and now Purdue changes defense. It's again Ibrahim, a nice hole, and he breaks forward for the first down out to about the 18. A gain of 5. Barnes again on the stop. Daryl Thompson, how about this for a stat? Since 2000, so basically since the turn of the century, through 4 games in Big Ten play, Mohamed Ibrahim's 715 yards rushing is the most any back has ever had through 4 games since 2000 in the Big Ten. Michael Bennett is next. Then it's, remember, Javon Ringer, I should say, Michigan State, and then Lawrence Maroney.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 2 Gophers in there. First down, Minnesota from the 18, and in that time, only 2 guys have had more through 4 games in the country. Bryce Love in 2017 and Cedric Benson for Texas in 04. Oh, and here's a pass dropped by Chris Altman-Bell. PJ Fleck said this week they had 8 drop passes last week. That might be a little high, but they count them different than what most people would, but that's a flat-out drop there. Altman-Bell had one last week.
No, I remember there were some drops last week, and I think that's one of the things, especially when you're struggling a little bit. You just got to focus. You got to look the ball in. I know it's cold, it's a little bit uncomfortable, it's at night, but that's the type of ball, you're going to be second down. Probably would have been a first down.
I agree.
If he would have caught that ball, it wouldn't have been second down. It would have been a first down.
Well, it's 2nd and 10 instead. They're still inside the 20 at their own 18-yard line. Morgan looking to the sideline. 4 receivers set now, including Ko Keefe is one of those receivers, wide to the left. He's up against the linebacker Graham. Morgan on a straight drop out of the pistol. Waits, wants to go deep. Far sideline. Altman-Bell there. He's got it at the 40 and tackled at the 39. A huge gain for Chris Altman-Bell, beating Cam Allen, the strong safety. 43-yard hookup, and there's a Securian first down. That's a key one. It's sponsored by Securian Financial, offering insurance, investment, and retirement solutions. Find out more at Securian.com.
So, Mike, this is the Tanner Morgan that we saw last year. Accurate, moving people with his eyes, throwing balls, and he dropped that ball right in on Chris Altman-Bell.
They spotted at the 40. Couldn't have been better. He's 4 of 5 now on the night, Tanner Morgan. That play, as we mentioned, or he's 5 of 6 now. Here's a pass, a little tall that time, also intended for Altman-Bell. So 3 straight targets of him, 1 a drop, 1 right on the money, and that one a little tall.
Yeah, and that was the first pass that was really off, for Tanner Morgan so far today. But that last one was a big time play.
Gophers now 2nd and 10 from the 40. Morgan now 4 of 6, 76 yards. Altman-Bell 2 grabs, 66 yards. 3 receivers set, 2 to the left, 1 to the right. The tight end is with him. He's right. Wide side to the left. 7-7, 3:33 to play first quarter. Gophers in Purdue territory at the 40. Handoff Ibrahim. Not much that time. Maybe 2 to the 38 as they push the stack back. Bryce Williams now will come in. Fakasiecki, the outside defensive end, the backup in on that play to make the stop. It'll be 3rd down and 8, and Bryce Williams comes in. Mo Ibrahim will get a breather here, and this is the first play from scrimmage this year for Bryce Williams out of Sarasota, Florida.
Well, that and Seth Green is also in the game. Wouldn't be surprised to see him get the ball in this situation.
4 receivers set now for Minnesota. 3 to the left, that's the wide side, 1 to the right on a key 3rd down. Gophers tonight 1 for 1 on 3rd down. Morgan looking to the sideline, waiting to get the signs. 5 to snap, barks some instruction to the line mates, and waits for the snap. It's a straight drop. Looking, waits, fires underneath. It's caught by Bateman on the run. Plenty of room to the 30, 25, hop steps to the 20 and inside of the 18-yard line. They're in the Case IH red zone. Giovanni Howard on the stop and a 20-yard pitch and catch there. Morgan to his best buddy, Rashad Bateman.
Well, they did everything they could to get the ball to Rashad Bateman on that play. They had everybody kind of come back across across the top and him scrape underneath from the offensive line and everyone else. He did a nice job with the run after the catch, even hitting the seam at the end of that to pick up an extra 6 or 7 yards.
Back in the Case IH red zone of the Gophers. Learn more at caseih.com/Gophers. First down and 10 from the 17. Ibrahim back in. 3 receivers right to the white. That includes the tight end Bryce Witham out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. He now comes in motion. He sets up a block. The handoff to Ibrahim, who pirouettes forward. A flag comes out. The tackle made at the 15, a gain of 3. The umpire throws a flag, though, and let's see what we have here. Maybe in the area of a hold.
It's either a hold or potentially a face mask or something like that. The way the head.
Yeah, it might be a face mask. You're right, DT. I think you're right on the money here.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 58. Half the distance to the goal from the end of the run. First down.
That's Branson Dean, the sophomore defensive tackle, 6'2", 275 out of Indianapolis, and he got a piece of Ibrahim's face mask. So that gives Minnesota another first down. In fact, it'll be first and goal. The center judge will spot it at the just outside the 7-yard line. So good field position here for the Golden Gophers. Wide side to the right, Jackson, Bateman, and Mike Brown-Stevens now in the game for Minnesota. He is alone on the right side. Flank to the right of Morgan, the running back Ibrahim, who has 10 touchdowns this year. Tops in the conference. Bateman comes in motion. He'll line up now on the right side of the formation. Waiting for the snap is Morgan. He wants to throw. Waits, throws into traffic and incomplete. Oof, man. A couple of guys there tried to find Mike Brown-Stevens. Jalen Alexander got a hand on it. That was danger zone there to throw into that coverage.
Yeah, it was. And it looked like Chris Ottman-Bell might have been open at the bottom of the screen if he had come all the way back over there. But sometimes you kind of get locked in on whatever you feel like that priority is. And it looked like Tanner got a little bit locked in on that play.
Bateman now wide to the left. That's the narrow side of the field. He's against Corey Trice. He's their best cover corner. Wide to the right is Seth Green. Ibrahim the back in the backfield. 7-7 the score. But Minnesota with 1:33 to go in the first, trying to get into the end zone again here. Changing the play with 4 to snap. PJ Fleck working his way to the official. Does not call the timeout. Snap at 1. Handoff Ibrahim. Big hole left side. 5 and down to the 1. Good job on that outside zone, and that blocking up front has been really good tonight. It's 3rd and goal from the 1. Alexander again on the stop. Gophers now in their NASCAR mode. They want to hustle it up, and they are right up to the line of scrimmage. 6 linemen now in this formation. Snap to Morgan. Handoff Ibrahim. Barrels his way in. Touchdown. Minnesota Golden Gophers. 11 touchdowns on the year now for Mo Ibrahim, and the Gophers back out front. Back-to-back scoring drives put together for the maroon and gold.
Great job by the offensive line. And then I got to point out, O'Keefe had a couple really, really nice blocks on that drive, and looks like the defender got a little bit tangled up there at the end of that play. The defender didn't like it, but Muhammad Ibrahim and that offensive line got to be really happy with the success they've had so far in this game.
Well, we said they'd have to go 93 yards to score, and they did that. 93 yards, 11 plays. It took 4:21. Brock Walker, now the extra point kick is up, and it is good. Our drive summary presented by Affinity Plus Federal Credit Union. With every scoring drive this season, Affinity Plus donates $150 to help support Special Olympics of Minnesota.
Former Gopher linebacker Jonathan Celestine achieved many honors during his time at the University of Minnesota. His outstanding academic and athletic ability led to him receiving Gopher Football's Carl Eller Award, a Big Ten Sportsmanship Award, and all Big Ten academic honors in both 2015 and 2016. Earlier today, I had the opportunity to catch up with one of the all-time Gopher greats. Here's some of the conversation I had with former Gopher linebacker Jonathan Celestine.
Welcome. We're happy to have you. What have you been doing since leaving Gopher Nation?
Thank you for having me. But since leaving Gopher Nation, I've bounced around on a couple of NFL practice squad teams. So I had experience with the Atlanta Falcons, Chargers, Jets, and the Carolina Panthers. And then after the Carolina Panthers, the XFL started up, and I was drafted by the DC Defenders, and I was with them all the way until mid-March when COVID-19 hit. I ended up picking up a coaching gig at Eden Prairie High School, and that's where I'm at right now.
How special was it for you? You played in high school with Rodney Smith. To see him play in his first NFL game this last weekend, Panthers and the Bucks.
It was very special. You know, me and him have not only high school, we played together in middle school and played against each other in 5th grade. So just to see him finally get his first carry in the NFL was like exciting. I texted him. We always talk those are days we always work for, and I'm just happy to see him succeed.
During your time as a Gopher, what do you remember the most about playing the Purdue Boilermakers?
It was always a good game. It's always going to be a fight because they're not too far down, and they're on their division game as well. So
great. Well, you were the outstanding defensive player of the year for the Gophers, that they awarded you the Carl Eller Award. What would your defensive strategy be going into tonight's game against Purdue?
Well, I know going into this game, Purdue likes to pass the ball. They have a nice freshman receiver, and I'm not sure if Rondell Moore is playing or not. So it would be to make them run the ball and not give that quarterback a lot of time in the pocket, get as much pressure on them as we could.
Old Dutch is proud to say quality lives here.
Now back to Gopher Football on The Fan.
Mo Ibrahim, the touchdown for Minnesota. They lead at 14-7, 1:09 to play here in this first quarter. Kesich to kick into the win. TJ Sheffield now, who had been their normal return man. Remember, it was Marcellus Moore who bobbled the ball on the first attempt. Low lining, angling kick to the far side. Bounces and angles out of bounds at the 3. And that wind played a few tricks with it. Certainly that wasn't the design, but that wind really did push it down.
Kickoff out. Kicking team replaced at first down.
And we got about a little of that. It's going to be a kick out of bounds. 35-yard line is where it will start. That touchdown, by the way, for Ibrahim, his 11th, moves him into the top 10 now with touchdowns for a season, tied at 9th, and we're just 4 games and 1 quarter into that season, DT.
Yeah, exactly.
Noah Hickok's now in, Rockford, Illinois native defensive tackle. He's played a couple of different positions in his time. At one point was a Western Illinois commit, and he's now in at one of the defensive tackle spots. Gophers thin up there. Here's Plummer on first down, rolling right on play action, feels some pressure, steps out of it, wants to go deep to David Bell over the middle. It's incomplete. Good coverage by Coney Durr, and I think the next words out of Darrell Thompson's mouth are going to be, that wasn't good coverage, Mike. That was great coverage.
It was. It really was. And you want to hang it up there where you feel like your guy has an opportunity, and all he could really do on that play is the Bell. The right thing to do is try to slow down and make the defense back run through him. But Coney in great position goes up and kind of high points it, blocking it down. But very, very nice play.
Tomewa was the man pressuring as well on that to force maybe the short throw. Horvath, the back of the backfield, has a handoff, trying the right side, angles through a tiny hole, and Tomewa was the first man there, along with Hickox and Sori Marin. 3 Gophers combined after a 2-yard pickup. It'll bring up 3rd down and 8 as we're winding away this first quarter. 45 seconds and counting.
I'll tell you, a nice play by Sori Marin. That was, he's been kind of struggling to kind of find his place in there, and you want to kind of take your time and not allow a running back to find a seam, and his lineman get in there, make a play. He does a nice job of getting there and doing that cleanup work we got so used to seeing Thomas Barber do for the last 3 or 4 years.
Now let's see. Rondell Moore is in the slot right. That's a guy here on 3rd and 8 you got to pay attention to. The throw is Plummer. He throws 2 more. He is short of the sticks and tried to slither out. He has a gain of only 1. 4 Gophers surrounding Rondell Moore, including Justice Harris, who was the primary coverage man. It's 4th down, and that's how the first quarter, I should say, will end. They will force a punt. The first play of the 4th quarter will be a punt. 14-7 Minnesota. Let's go to Corbu Status. He is standing by in Scoreboard Central. The official Golden Gopher fan shop is here. Grab the latest apparel, accessories, and more at shop.gophersports.com. A Fanatics experience.
Gopher fans, be sure to check out the new Golden Gophers fan shop brought to you by Fanatics. This is the best place to grab all of your Gopher gear, including all of 2020's top styles for every Gopher fan on your team. This Fanatics experience provides the best prices and daily discounts, all at the click of a button. Gear up for game day at shop.gophers.com. And fans, our Goldie's Kids Club program has returned for 2020-21. If your family loves Goldie the Gopher, then be sure to join our exclusive Kids Club program. For only $25, members will receive an exclusive member t-shirt, pillowcase, and a locker room nameplate. In addition to this, they will receive access to monthly contests, exclusive content, and 15% off at all new Fanatics Gopher fan shop. For more information and to sign up, visit gophersports.com today.
Rashad Bateman had him do something with his knee. I think there was some blood there, and Philip Howard just jumped out of there as well. So it's kind of or Terrell Smith, I should say, kind of a, I guess, open door policy at the end of that first quarter. There, a lot of Gophers went in there, and I know for a fact it was not bathroom related, which can be a thing sometimes.
Yes, in that tent for sure. I've seen you sneak in there once when you had.
That's why I'm up in row 1 or row 2. It has nothing to do with the pandemic.
Into the wind now is the punter, and that is Collins, and it's a short punt. Phil Howard deep. It takes a great Purdue roll, though. That hit at the 40, and it's going to roll inside the 15. That's become popular, those low-lining punts that you just can't return. Remember, eventually Iowa last week put a second safety back there to try to stop just that. Zach Collins, his 5th punt of the season. We will take a break after that 52-yard punt that might have gone about.
Today's Goldie's Family of the Game, presented by RBC Wealth Management in support of Ronald McDonald House, is the Sands family. Layla Sands is a courageous young girl who has been battling a rare medical condition with the loving support of her family. She has been spending time receiving care here in Minnesota this fall and is excited to cheer on the Gophers this season. Gopher Athletics was proud to host Layla and her mother Jennifer at the start of the season for a behind-the-scenes tour of our football facility, as shown in these photos. Wherever you are watching from, Gopher fans, let's give a warm welcome to today's Goldie's Family of the Game, the Sands family. Brought to you by our friends at RBC Wealth Management in support of Ronald McDonald House. It's a Gopher football fan favorite for every game day in TCF Bank Stadium, and we're bringing it to you this season. Of course, I'm talking about the Little Gopher Cam. It's going to happen during the last media break of the second quarter, and you can be featured on Gopher Gameday Live with your little Gopher by posting your photos or videos on Twitter and using the hashtag Gopher Gameday. You've got most of the second quarter to get those photos and videos posted, and remember to use the hashtag Gophers, and you might be featured on Gopher Gameday Live.
Humane certified to prove it. Just Bear Chicken is a proud sponsor of Golden Gopher Football. Stop by the meat section of your local Cub Food store and pick up some fresh Just Bear Chicken on your way home from the game or as part of your weekly grocery trip. Chicken used in Just Bear Chicken products is raised with no antibiotics ever.
You're listening to Gopher Football on The Fan.
Welcome back. We're in the second quarter. Minnesota 14, Purdue 7. The Gophers on first down. A handoff to Ibrahim. Works his way out to the 18. Pickup of about 7. It'll be 2nd and 3. Marvin Grant, the backup safety on the stop. Gophers lead it here by a touchdown. They have scored now on 3 straight possessions going back to last Friday night when they scored finally on that last possession. Tonight they've gone 91 yards and 69 yards. Second play of this drive on 2nd and 3. 3 to snap. Morgan has it. Handoff to Ibrahim. He lowers the shoulder, and second effort gets him the first down out to the 22-yard line, so they'll move the sticks. Good job there by Ibrahim. Now 11 carries, 59 yards. We rattled off some big names there. You're talking Cedric Benson. You're talking Bryce Love. You're talking, who else was on that list? Javon Ringer, Lawrence Moreau.
No, you're talking NFL caliber, and I do think that Mohamed Ibrahim is an NFL caliber running back. So yeah, he is in some elite category right there.
He's number 1 in the country yards per game with minimum 3 games played. Here is Ibrahim again trying to find the corner. Good job that time. Purdue containment. Jalen Alexander and a gain of maybe a half yard out to about the 23. That play looked like it had maybe a little more promise, but Purdue really had good leverage at the end of the day.
Well, they showed some speed. I think they also know that Mohamed's a cutback guy. So if you play him inside out, he's not really trying to get to the edge. He's trying to look for that cutback, and they were patient, set in there, and only allowed him to pick up 1 yard.
Yeah, Marvin Grant, the safety, did a good job of forcing him back into the linebacker. Bryce Williams now in at running back for Minnesota, lined up to the left of the quarterback, Tanner Morgan, on 2nd and 9 from the 23-yard line. Gophers with 4 receivers in this formation. It is play action. Morgan to throw. Lost one out, and it's tipped and nearly intercepted. It was too high for Bateman, who was in between coverage there. Mackey was the closest man there. Bateman skied to get it. It tipped off his fingertips. It kept the ball airborne enough. It scared me for a minute as Purdue was diving to try to pick.
Yeah, they did, and they also, almost all the time, and I saw Sanford talk about it in the press conference earlier this week, that almost always have bracket coverage in him, and that outside coverage is the one that almost caught that ball when he tipped it in the air.
Third down. Gophers are 3 for 3 tonight on third down. On the year, 54%. 3rd and 9 here. 3 receivers right, 1 left. No tight ends in this formation. Morgan on a straight drop, waiting, pumps, throws, and it is incomplete. The intended target was Bateman, and Morgan needed to throw that right away, right? Just off the cut, and then he waited just for a second. I think one of those defensive linemen got up there and forced him to pump fake, and the first punt of the night will be here for Minnesota. Corey Trice was in coverage, and a good job there.
Yeah, it was, and it looked like Bateman was pretty well covered, actually, on that play, too.
4th and 9 here. Ball floated a little bit, and then Trice got there maybe a tick early. Here's Crawford, his first punt of the night. The Australian kicker gets an end-over-end kick. It bounces and now takes a nice Minnesota roll. Those Aussies, as Collins was, and a good job. It rolls inside the 30 to the 29-yard line. They get that overspin on that end-over-end kick, and it's a 48-yard punt when it's all said and done with 12:25 to play here in this second quarter. Minnesota 14, Purdue 7. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
Game day action has returned, and we're curious how Gopher fans are celebrating outside of TCF Bank Stadium today. Let's send it over to our friend Tommy Olson for our new series, Tommy's Gopher Takes, brought to you by Cubs.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Hey, it's Tommy, and we're just watching the game here tonight. First thing that pops out to me watching this game is the jerseys. So cool. I love the helmets. The helmets are awesome. I wish I could have worn those when I was playing. And then the end race is a really cool thing, especially with everything going on in our climate. I think that's an awesome thing that we're doing. And I love the fast start that we got out to. I mean, scoring on the first drive and we're looking good. Just keep this energy going. And always, all we have to do is just stop their run game, and we should be okay. But I'm so excited. The boys are running around fast. They look good. And thank you for Cub and Cub Wine and Spirits for everything tonight. And we'll be cooking up some wings later. So I'll let you guys know. See that in the second half.
first time this year starting. In for Aiden O'Connell with a bad foot. Here is a play action pass. They throw it underneath. That's the tight end Durham, and he's got all kinds of green space to midfield, cutting it across to the 42, and a big-time play on first down. They fake that little end-around pass to Rondell Moore. They got the flow going that way, and 29 yards later, the tight end's rumbling down the sideline.
Very nice call by Brian Brome. You know how much attention gets paid to Brian Brome, and then the tight end sneaks out on the weak side. He's able to rumble down the sideline to flip-flop the field.
Davion Harris is now in, the St. Louis product, at one of the right defensive ends for Minnesota after the 29-yard pickup. Here is play action. Plummer wings it right side, caught by Moore, puts on a move, gets by Coney Durr, high stepping again inside the 30, and a gain of 13 to the 29-yard line. Twice now he's kind of pulled out the Deion Sanders high step to put a move on.
I'll tell you, it's working. I mean, it's not just, it's a pause, it's a hesitation, and then he's gone. You know, so all he wants to do is get someone to stand still for a second, and he's going to move the other direction. So he's a dynamic player.
It looks, the way he kind of pitter-patters with those feet, he's waiting for you to make the move, and the second you commit, he's gone the other way, right?
It's nice to be able to have that ability.
That's the old Tony Dorsett style of move. Just pitter those feet, and the next thing you know, he's by you. Here's Moore, sweeping left, getting some blocks, cuts it outside. Oh, there's a bad hold. The flag comes out. Ani was held. 2 flags come out. The gain is inside the 15 to the 13, but this will clearly come back. Doru, the running back, Daru, I should say, the running back, and he held Josh Ani.
King Daru. You know, and I think that's one of the tough things when you have someone like
holding offense, number 22, 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul, first down.
That wipes out a 16-yard pickup.
So Moore gets someone to commit. So he goes inside, then he comes back outside, and Dewar got just kind of caught up. He just ended up kind of holding him because he had him blocked to go inside. He goes to the outside, then he holds him. And probably should let him go, but, you know, hindsight's always 20/20.
Yes, it is. Or as Jerry Kill used to say, hindsight's 50-50. We always loved that when Jerry would say that one. He'd say hindsight's 50-50. 1st and 15 after the penalty for Purdue tonight. That is penalty number 2. 2 penalties, 13 yards. Spot of the ball now back at the 33. Back to throw is Plummer. Plenty of time, fires, and he, in between that zone, has a man inside the 25 to the 22-yard line. That is David Bell, the kid out of Indianapolis, a pickup of about 10. It'll bring up a 2nd down and 5 now. In fact, we'll call it a gain of 11. It'll be 2nd and 4 from the 23.
And we are doing a better job of tackling and assignment. You know, so far in this game, we had the punt in the first quarter, and here on this drive, when you do get a chance to tackle in space, you need to bring him down.
Daru, the back of the backfield, along with a tight end now. And it's a straight handoff to King Daru, and he accelerates into the secondary and a first down to the 14. The stop made by Jordan Howden.
And there again was, I talked about tackling. We had someone miss a tackle, you know, right in the hole. So, I mean, that's one of the times that you just need to be able to meet him at that point of attack and be able to bring him down to force Purdue off the field, not allow them to pick up first downs.
14-7 Minnesota, but Purdue right knocking on the door here from the 14, 1st and 10 from there, trying to tie this game up. King Daru, the running back out of Amarillo, Texas, had 101 yards last year against Minnesota. Just his 2nd game this year. He has the handoff, and Noah Hickox is waiting for him and wraps him up. A bear hug right at the line of scrimmage. No gain. It'll be 2nd down and 10.
Yeah, Noah Hickox has he's improved. He played a little bit last year, and this year does a nice job of getting off that block. You got to shed blocks at the line of scrimmage, cause penetration in the backfield, and backs do not like seeing a defensive lineman in the backfield. That means you got linebackers and still another level coming. So anytime you can have someone else back there, it's a good thing.
Ball goes through the hands of Plummer and lands in Daru's hands, and he's hit in the backfield back at the 21-yard line. Wow, what a mistake for the Boilermakers. That's a loss of 7 back to the 21. The snap came earlier than I think he was ready. It went through his hands. They were lucky it landed right in the lap of the running back Daru. Thomas Rush brought Daru down after the confusion, and it's 3rd down now and 17 from the 21.
And you got to be ready for some gadgetry right here. They're going to do something that's a little bit unique. Brian Brome is a very, very good offensive coordinator.
Indeed. They will run run a flea flicker as a normal part of the offense. Like they'll run it 2 or 3 times a game. Moore comes in motion. They fake it to him to throw Plummer. Now he gets it out to Moore on the right side on the wing, cuts it up toward the center of the field, and a good job of leverage there by Durr to force it back into the 15, and a stop is made. The ball may have popped out. Let's see here. No, 4th down. Still some confusion. The Gophers are barking as if they forced a fumble there. The official rules him down. And it'll be 4th down.
And you said a good thing, Murray.
Number 4 must hit lead the game for 1 play.
Somebody's helmet popped off. And this will be a field goal attempt now for J.D. Dellinger. And now they're going to stop play here to see if, that ball was loose. The question is who has it.
The runner was down.
And it looks like on the replay, Mariano Sori-Marin may have scooped up what could be a fumble. I thought the Gophers were barking as if they had the football. And then after they signaled 4th down, they kind of came off without much of a chirp. But this will be reviewed. The replay official is Tom Kissinger. He was the same guy who was here last week. And we'll see what the rule is here and what the ruling is. I think we may be on the verge of a chance,
Mike.
Here,
and
right?
you said one really important thing that the Gophers are starting to realize in this game is leverage. And Coney Durr does force them back inside to his help. And then when the ball pops out there, it looks like Mariano Sori-Marin might come up with this ball. It looks like he's the one that stripped it before it hits the ground.
Yeah, it's clearly a fumble. Then the question becomes, was it an immediate recovery by Moore between his legs? No, it was still popping out there. And then Sori-Marin comes in and gets his mitts on it. I think the only argument you would have is that Moore secured it with both hands between his legs before Sori-Marin was able to get a hand on it here.
I don't know. I think that we got a chance at.
See, no, it's still
not
loose.
Secured.
Yeah, I think this is going to be Minnesota's football. Do you agree?
I do. But I'm a little bit on partial.
Yeah, occasionally we here in the Ray Christensen radio booth might look through some maroon and gold glasses, but I believe it's clearly a fumble. The question is, it has to be an immediate recovery, and is it simultaneous? Did he quickly have it? And I think that might be what they could end up ruling here, is if Moore had his hands on it and Sori-Marin had his hands on it, then that stays with Purdue. My hunch is that might be where they're leaning, but let's see here. Ron Snodgrass.
After review, they're going on the field. Stand.
Yeah.
4th down.
Yeah, I think Moore just got it too quickly there. I mean, he was just in the mix a little bit too quickly there to give it to the Gophers.
Yeah, well, he lost it a second time, but it was before Sori-Marin got it. And then I think where they've decided is after it broke out a second time, there were 4 hands on it, and that ends up being, you're right, Guardsy, it ends up being the Purdue ball. So Dellinger will try a 32-yard attempt after all of that with 8:18 to go in this second quarter. Gophers by 7. Dellinger on the year 4 for 4. He's been a really good kicker. Snap back, spot down. The kick is up, and it is good. A 32-yard field goal completes the scoring drive for Purdue, and they've cut the lead to 4. It's Minnesota 14 and Purdue 10 with 8:05 to go second quarter.
Gopher fans, don't forget to tune in to Gopher Football Weekly with PJ Fleck every Tuesday afternoon at 12 p.m. on KFAN 100.3 FM. This season, the 1-hour show will originate virtually over Zoom and is hosted by the Gophers' Mike Grimm and Gopher sideline analyst Justin Gard. Watch a video replay each week on the Minnesota Gophers YouTube channel and gophersports.com. Gopher Football Weekly with PJ Fleck is presented by Onward for Business and Sunbelt Business Advisors. Gopher fans, don't forget to keep posting your photos, videos, and reactions to social media using the hashtag Gophers, and you can be featured on tonight's Tag Board photo wall, brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
lives in meaningful ways. Always advancing, always progressing. From curiosity to clarity to results. That's WIPFLY. To learn more, visit WIPFLI.com.
You're listening to Gopher Football on The Fan.
Minnesota 14, Purdue 10. Welcome back to the TCF Bank broadcast booth at TCF Bank Stadium. J.D. Sellinger now on to kickoff. They have kind of alternated between him and another guy on kickoffs. Cam Wiley deep, standing at his own 4-yard line on the near hash. 14-10. The Boilers went on a 9-play drive. A shotgun snap through the hands of the quarterback Plummer helped thwart the drive and help the Gophers. Here's the approach, the kick. It's a low end-over-end kick into the wind, but still strong enough to carry into the end zone, and Minnesota will take it from its own 25-yard line. Each team has punted just once and twice have scored. Gophers 2 touchdowns and Purdue a touchdown and a field goal, DT. A pretty entertaining game here at the ballpark.
It's been entertaining, and it's also means right now we're due for a long drive here and to put some points up on the board and make this. We're starting to feel like, Mike, that there's some growth and some confidence in this team on both sides of the ball. Tanner Morgan, the receivers, running backs, and obviously defense as well.
1st and 10, Gophers. Cam Wiley, the back in the backfield. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right, and a 3 receiver set, and a tight end also to the right is Ko Keefe. Here is a handoff to Wiley. Tried to cut it back and nothing doing. Maybe a yard on the right side. That play started left. He angled back. Lorenzo Neal Jr., senior, Houston, Texas, missed all of last year for Purdue. The big defensive tackle. He had an injury, and his presence has been felt this year. Just 7 tackles, but Darryl, there was a portion of that Northwestern game last week late that he just took over up front.
Yeah, Lorenzo is, obviously it's a great football name anyways, but he's also a great player. And I think actually Cam just gave him a little bit too much time. You got to be decisive and run away from those big cats. Don't get engaged with those linemen at the line of scrimmage.
He stays in, and now PJ Fleck calls a timeout just at the snap. That was going to be play action.
Timeout, Minnesota. Their second.
This will be a full timeout, so we'll take it as well. Hey, Gopher fans, learn how you can take your business to the top with UPS. Visit ups.com/pivot to learn more about tools built to help.
The BCB out-of-town scores are approaching. We're approaching halftime with a score of 14-10. The Gophers are winning. Let's see how some of the other games are shaping up across the country. All right, we got Louisville and Syracuse. They're at halftime, and Louisville is up by 20. Blowout there. And we got UMass and Florida Atlantic. Florida Atlantic is up 7-0 with 5 minutes left in the first quarter. And we're looking forward to the New Mexico Air Force game, which will be at 8:30 p.m. tonight. The out-of-town scores are brought to you by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Minnesota, #1 in Medicare in the state. Okay, fans, it's time for the moment you've all been waiting for. Are you ready to see your little Gopher submissions as part of tonight's Little Gopher Cam?
Cintas.com. Cintas, ready for the workday.
Now back to Gopher Football on The Fan.
We have a good one at TCF Bank Stadium. Mike Grimm and Daryl Thompson with you. Justin Guard on the Gophers sideline. Corbu Status in Scoreboard Central. Dan Robotham is our engineer. David Jordan is our producer. David Leatherman is our spotter. And Dan Riesig is our statistician. 2nd and 9, Minnesota with the ball in the lead. 14-10, 7:29 to go second quarter. Bryce Williams now the running back. A 3-receiver set, including a tight end. And it is a play action. Morgan to throw, and he fires near side. It is caught, but was he inbounds? He was at the 45. The catch made by Daniel Jackson, tight roping the sideline. Gophers, I think, are going to want to hurry here and get this play done before a potential Tom Kissinger review up here.
Yeah, I think they'd absolutely want to get another look at that, but we're right back up on the scrimmage. Look like they're already going to pull it back.
On the field was a completed catch. The play's under further review.
Yeah, Tom Kissinger wasn't going to mess around. He buzzed it before he even saw the replay here as the Gophers hustled up to the line of scrimmage. We'll get a chance to look. He definitely made a good catch. The question was a foot in, and the left foot was right on that sideline. And then did he keep control of the ball throughout? It looks like he kept control. I guess the only question is, was that toe on the white on that sideline? And Tom Kissinger will have to have indisputable evidence. Watch that left toe. Was it? Looks like it's touching with a little separation at first and then slides out of bounds. I think that's too much to overturn, don't you? Just enough? What do you think, DT?
Well, I do, but I've been wrong on just about every one of these. But I think that was awfully close. It could be reversed. It's close. But he did catch the ball. I mean, he did demonstrate control. So it all is going to come down to the foot. It looks like there's some green in there, so I think we got a shot at it.
And initially, it looks like his toe is down with some separate.
Well, what about his back foot? See, his back foot's dragging. No, it's not. That's the other defensive back.
That's the Purdue.
On the field stands, completely catch.
Yeah, I think there was just a sliver of green, and then he slid, continuing out of bounds. Yeah, the Purdue guy's foot there was dragging. It was in bounds.
His foot's in bounds, too.
The Purdue defender's foot was definitely in bounds, but it is a completion of 19 yards. Really good catch for the freshman, Daryl.
An excellent catch for the freshman. Give him another shot of confidence as well.
Indeed, for Jackson, his second catch tonight, his 5th of the year. First down, Minnesota from its own 45. Bryce Williams now in. The Gophers trying to get Ibrahim a little bit of a break here, as he has been the workhorse for sure. He's on the sideline watching. Williams to the right of Morgan. His first carry of the season, and he barrels his way forward out close to midfield. They say a knee down at the 49, a gain of 4. And it'll be 2nd down and 6. Corey Trice, a cornerback in run support on the stop. Good job, Williams. His first carry of the year. And now Mo Ibrahim is back in.
And not only does Trice do a nice job in playing defensive back, but he also is one of the leading tacklers on our team, coming into this game with 14 or 15 tackles.
Jake Paulson now in at tight end along with Keefe. They go double tights right. No receivers that way. 2 receivers to the left. Purdue comes back with now their 4 down linemen. And it's a quick hitting pass far side. Bateman. He steps. Oh, I thought he stepped out of a tackle. He had a lot of room, but he just got tripped up there by DJ Johnson. It's a gain of 2 to the 50. It'll bring up 3rd and 5. DJ Johnson is a transfer from Iowa, out of Indianapolis. Went to Iowa, didn't like it, and transferred to Purdue. And he was lucky there that Bateman just couldn't quite get that foot planted to keep his balance.
Yeah, sometimes you think you're past someone, you kind of just don't really relax, but you just kind of move on in your head. And right there, that was one time that if he would have picked his feet up a little bit better, he would have been out the other side and most likely picked up the first down.
Just enough. 3rd down, we'll call it 6 here. Morgan out of the pistol with Ibrahim next to him, a 3-receiver set and a tight end. Morgan to throw. Steps up in the pocket, throws underneath, caught by Ottman Bell. Has the first down inside the 45, and he's ushered out of bounds at the 41-yard line by Derek Barnes, the middle linebacker. Gophers now 4 of 5 on 3rd down. Move the sticks. Minnesota leading 14-10. 5.5 minutes to go here in the first half.
Yeah, and you see Keefe and Paulson come in the game, most likely a running situation with both big blocking tight ends coming in the game and Seth Green coming out of the game.
2 receivers right, 2 tight ends left. Wide side to the right. Ibrahim flank to the right of the quarterback, Morgan. Gophers by 7. 5:10 to play here in the second quarter. Morgan looking to the sideline a second time, waiting with a check with them. He wants to throw on play action. Rolling right, has his tight end. It's Paulson on the run. His first catch of the year inside the 30, rumbling to the 22. Jake Paulson, a nice gain. Derek Barnes tackles him from behind. It's a pickup of 19 for Jake Paulson out of Louisville. He was recruited from Louisville by Jeff Brom, who was the coach at Western Kentucky at that time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, one thing that Mike Sanford Jr. has done in this game is really open up the playbook, get the ball out of the receivers, and I think Purdue is paying the price for it right now.
Here's Ibrahim, a good stutter step, got him a couple to the 20, a gain of 2, 4:40 to go. Lawrence Johnson on the stop, a reserve defensive tackle. That was a Securian first down on that Paulson catch, his first of the year. Good to see him coming back from off-season surgery too, finally getting into where he can be a factor.
No, absolutely. Anytime the young man has surgery in off-season, you just want him to be back and be healthy and be part of the team again.
Now it's Seth Green lined up solo to the left. Tanner Morgan throws a towel back behind the line of scrimmage before this snap. Ibrahim is the running back. 10 to snap, so plenty of time. Double Tice to the right. Kieft and Paulson staying in. Bateman is the receiver wide to the right. Now it's down to 3 to snap, and they may need a timeout here with 1. They do get the snap, and it's Ibrahim on the outside zone. Turns it up inside the 15, lumbering forward, first down to the 11. Another Securian Financial first down. Cam Allen, the safety, on the tackle for Purdue, but Minnesota with another impressive drive moving now. This will be the 9th play of the drive coming up. They're in the Case IH red zone.
A nice drive, an impressive job by the offensive line. And again, we see the patience of Muhammad Ibrahim pressing the ball the outside, waiting for that cutback lane, getting upfield, lowering his pad level, and picking up a first down.
Gophers 14, Purdue 10. Gophers knocking on the door again here. Would love to punch it in. 3 receivers left, including the tight end Paulson. Kieft, the tight end right. Ibrahim flanked to the right. 3.5 minutes to go in the second. Here's Ibrahim stepping out of 1, but not another. He'll lose a yard back to the 12, and a good job there by Purdue to sniff that play out. Amongst those on the stop, Corey Trice again. Kieft will come out. Bryce Witham will come in. Wholesale substitutions. Jackson and Altman Bell back in. Green comes out. It's like a hockey line change here.
Yeah,
it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 12.
Plenty of time on the play clock, though.
Witham and Williams now in. Ibrahim comes out. Ibrahim, who has a touchdown tonight. A bunch formation left. That's the wide side of the field. Gophers leading 14-10. 2:50 to go here in the first half. Approaching the student section in. And man, would we love to see students there, but not here in the short term. Morgan waiting, gets the snap, wants to throw, waiting, fires underneath. Bryce Williams at the 10, stutter steps at the 5, works his way forward to about the 3-yard line, and a nice concept there to flood everything deep left and come underneath. Mackey and Thieneman, that is, on the stop. It'll be 3rd down and 2. Bryce Williams' first catch of the year.
Well, a nice move, a nice play call by our offense coordinator Sanford, and then that move right there into play, get him to settle his feet and get around him, and almost got to the first down marker.
Timeout. Purdue takes the timeout. Their first. It'll be 3rd down and 2 from the 3, so the Gophers can get a first down before they get a touchdown. Gopher fans, put your money to work for you with a high-yield True Rate checking account from TrueStone Financial. Visit truestone.org today. Membership open to Twin Cities and St. Cloud residents. Conditions and restrictions apply. Gophers by 4 here, 14-10, 2:16 to play here in this first half. Minnesota 238 yards total offense, 152 through the air, 86 on the ground. Morgan 10 of 15 for 152. Let's go to Justin Gardy as a Baldwin Supply sideline report. JG?
Well, and I was just trying to count in my head here, and you have the stats, I hope, up there. I'm just thinking about the balance of this offense. DT mentioned it, throwing it to different guys. Paulson with the reception there, Bryce Williams with the reception there, Daniel Jackson with a nice catch. Obviously, Bateman and Chris Ottman-Bell are going to be your 2 high target guys, but I just love the pace of the offense right now, and more important, I love the balance and Tanner looking for different guys. It's so important right now.
Seven different receivers to answer your question. Green now in the Wildcat look. 3rd down and 2 from the 3. Williams next to him. It is a keeper by Green, and he hops into the end zone right behind the 6 men up front, including Nathan Bowe, and a good job to open a big hole up front.
I was certainly hoping that we were going to see the green line in this situation. 3rd down and 2. It might be 4-down territory. Probably not, but you know that you want to get in the end zone there, and I think Seth Green is your best option on that play. So great call, great series by the Gophers. And think about this, Mike, no penalties so far this half. We have one. I believe we have one.
Yeah, on the kick. Cranking it out, 11 plays, 75-yard drive. It took 5:53. Brock Walker on to attempt the extra point. Snap back, spot down, kick is up, and it is good. 2 minutes, 12 seconds to go in the second quarter. Minnesota 21 and Purdue 10. Our drive summary presented by Affinity Plus Federal Credit Union. With every scoring drive this season, Affinity Plus donates $150 to Special Olympics of Minnesota. Let's go down the hallway to auxiliary radio booth number 1. Corbu will give us a preview of what's coming up on the halftime show, sponsored by Toyota.
All right, thank you, Mike. It is Celebrate Ag and Food Day, so we're going to chat with John Monson, the Chief Mission and Marketing Officer for Compeer Financial. We'll get you up to date on what's happening at the 3M Arena, Mariucci Arena. Gopher hockey is underway. We'll also get you plenty of first half highlights from this one. Boy, it feels good to say that, doesn't it?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Minnesota by 11, 21-10. Daryl, we had that stat earlier. When scoring first, PJ had a big-time record. When leading at the half under PJ Fleck, Minnesota's 23-2.
I like it. I like it a lot. You know, there says something to be momentum, confidence, feeling good, and then everything just starts, and that's what we have so far in this game. The offense started off, they got in the end zone. The defense came out and played well, although they got scored against, but we also had the punt, and the offense has done their job, scored almost every single time they've had the ball.
Yeah, how about that offensive line?
Doing an outstanding job.
Here's the approach by Kesich. The lefty has a high end-over-end kick. Sheffield will take it at the 5, left hash. Angling outside the numbers to the 15, out to the 18, and tackled at about the 19. A ball-hawking group of Gophers now who are playing with a little extra energy. Jalen Glaze and Donald Willis on the stop for the Golden Gophers, and a good job there. Hey, help the Salvation Army fight for good by ringing bells at a red kettle. The money you raise will change lives. Register now at salvationarmynorth.org. 2:06 to go in this first half. Minnesota leading 21-10, and the defense forced a field goal last time out. Love to see a stop here.
Absolutely would love to see a stop here, especially with 2 minutes to go in the half.
Jack Plummer is 11 of 12 tonight, 128 yards, a lot of short passes. Horvath is the running back. He has 4 carries is all. Here's a little sweet pitch. That's a pass to Moore, and he gets it out to about the 20. Josh Ani forces him out. You know, Josh went to school on the touchdown, didn't he? He used leverage that time, and it was going to be either I'm going to force you back in or force you out of bounds, and he got him out of bounds after a 1-yard gain.
Either use the boundary or use your friends, but don't get hung up to dry. And he did a much better job there.
Second down and 9, 150 and counting. Moore again comes in motion, this time behind the quarterback. Plummer to throw. Waits, fires. It is caught by Bell, just short of the first down. And they're going to give him progress all the way out to the 29. Coney Durr on the stop. Are they going to say first down? It's awfully close to the sticks. It'll be 3rd and short. 3rd and about half a yard on a friendly spot there with 1:30 to go in this half. Moore comes out to the slot left along with Wright. Bell is wide to the right. Horvath the back in the backfield on 3rd and a yard. He's got the handoff, hit right at the point of attack, but he only needed a half yard and he got about a yard, so it'll be a first down. They'll stop the clock momentarily, and once the sticks and the ball are set, the clock will start again, and they'll wind it now with 1:15 and ticking. 21-10 Minnesota. Purdue the ball from its own 30. Back to throw is Plummer. Has time, now flush from the pocket. Waits, throws back across his body, and it's caught by the tight end, and an immediate hit by Phil Howard. A gain of 1. The tackle or the catch made by Durham. What a job by Phil Howard, our pregame interview guest, on that coverage, and he had it read perfectly, DT.
Well, it was more than a good, it was a great job by him, but also a good job by the entire defense. Saw Plummer go left to the middle, and then he says, this is the guy that I got there at the end of the play. And then Howard does his job by staying on his man, makes a big hit at the end of the play to force a 2nd down and 8 with 1 minute and 4 seconds to go in the half. Great play by the entire defense.
Yeah, and that was Horvath, not the tight end Durham. Horvath made the catch. I'm telling you what, a defensive back, Phil Howard, at 5'11", 195 to tackle that guy that hard one-on-one. It's probably the hardest shot Horvath has taken all year.
Yeah, I don't know. That might be a little bit of exaggeration, but it was a great open field tackle.
He hit him. It's by the way, Purdue takes a timeout here to stop the clock with 1:04 to go. It'll be 2nd and 8. And Howard, a good job of anticipation as well. with his back, with Horvath's back to him, waiting for the football.
Well, just that's his responsibility is whatever the contained man is on that backside. He stayed home, not leaving somebody like that wide open when the quarterback looks to his first option, his second option over the middle, then bails out to Horvath at the end of that play. Howard staying home is a big deal.
Gophers got to keep an eye on Moore here. It's his territory. 2nd down and 8 from their own 31. The Boilermakers. Plummer with Horvath next to him. Moore is slotted to the right. Horvath goes in motion. Bobbling the snap again is the quarterback Plummer. He throws to Moore. It's short, and a good tackle there. Inbounds made by Philip Howard again, a gain of 2. And with 50 seconds to go, Purdue now will take its time on 3rd down and 6. Back-to-back excellent plays, or as P.J. Fleck would say, elite plays by Phil Howard.
Well, he had a little help from Donald Willis on that play, too, but Philip Howard was the instigator.
Plummer to throw, stepping, flushing from the pocket, on the run, throws deep, and he's got a man all alone right at the 30, and he puts on a move to the 26. Coney Durr lost his sight of where his man was, and after all that scrambling, Plummer threw it deep downfield for a big gain of 39 yards, and now they're in field goal range. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. You always got to make sure you stay with your man, especially in those scramble situations.
Here's Plummer on 1st down from the 27. Throws over the middle, caught by Horvath. He's inside the 20, rumbles through a tackle to the 15, and now down to the 10. And now Purdue, with 15 seconds left, they'll stop the clock to move the sticks after a 16-yard pickup. They can try to fire one into the end zone here if they want. The ball kind of bobbled out of there, so they won't start it until it's set and ready for play. They'll likely spike this one, and they do with 10 seconds now. And they might add a second or two here. That seemed to have an extra second or two tick off. They won't. It'll be 2nd down and goal from the 10. 10 seconds to go. You can probably get a couple of plays here. Purdue has a timeout should they need it. And they have a good field goal kicker in Dellinger if it comes to that. At this moment, after the long 39-yard pickup when the quarterback was literally running for his life, actually figuratively running for his life, they found the receiver right. Plummer to throw. Lobs one for the corner of the end zone, and Moore has it. Is he in? Yes, touchdown. Back corner of the end zone, and that's a killer. The Gophers had them all but wrapped up, and just like that, it's a touchdown on an 8-play, 71-yard drive in no time.
Yeah,
the big killer was that 39-yard play.
Yeah, that 39 play was a killer, and then Plummer, that was a beautiful ball that Plummer threw there.
He may have juggled that where they're hurrying up to try to kick the field goal, but every play is reviewed, and especially a scoring play here. And Tom Kissinger is going to look at this again. We'll get a good view here in the radio booth.
On the field
More over the shoulder.
Plays under further review.
Was bobbling the ball on the way out of bounds. Did he have it secured enough, Darryl, before he stepped out of bounds? He's got it there, but he's bobbling, still bobbling. Now he's out of bounds, still.
I don't think that's enough to overturn.
You don't think? You think it's a touchdown?
Yeah, I do, unfortunately. I do think that's a touchdown. Plus, it didn't hit the ground. So I think they're going to give him the ball. I think they're going to have
He's bobbling in the back still. Now the foot's down there. Does he have control of the football when the foot's down? That's going to be the question. And
by Justice Harris getting his hand in there, too.
Yeah, he got his hand in there. It looks like it's still bobbling when the second step comes down.
I'd be surprised if they overturn it.
Yeah, I think it's a coin toss at this stage as to whether they're going. And the interesting thing now, if they overturn it, there's just 3 seconds left. So Jeff Brom will have to decide one play for a touchdown or kick the field goal. They don't put, obviously, the time back on the clock. We're continuing to look at the replay. Nothing has changed. I think it's a coin toss at this play.
They're writing things down.
Yeah.
So we got a shot at it.
I think with the bobble, it's very dicey as to whether by rule it's a catch.
Yeah, I think we got a shot at the ball coming back.
Let's see. They just told P.J. Fleck what it was.
He doesn't look happy.
Yeah, I agree. His reaction wasn't pro-Gopher here, I don't think, but let's see.
We need one more camera angle, guy. The one we didn't have was from kind of the Purdue corner of the end zone where we could see. We're looking at this one right here on the big screen, the Gopher sideline of it, but the ball's on the other side.
Yeah, we had a couple angles, and I think it's dicey up here. it's one of those plays that was called incomplete on the field. It certainly wouldn't be ruled a touchdown. Let's see what Ron.
After review, it's an incomplete pass.
Right.
Wow.
It's third down at the 10-yard line.
You can't read PJ's face with the mask on.
Yeah.
You'd be a good poker player.
Thank you.
So now Purdue has a decision to make. Do they kick the field goal? Oh, because of the incomplete, they're going to add a couple of seconds. No. It'll be they're going to leave it at, they're going to add a couple of seconds, 3 seconds, which is weird. You'd think that it would stop either whether it was complete or incomplete, but Dellinger is loosening the leg up there on the sideline, so I think they're going to send the field goal unit on. So the bobble was enough.
Well, we got to be ready for a fake kick here.
Too, yeah,
wouldn't be not a bad time, and they're getting the ball coming in after the half.
Correct, right. So it's 21-10, not 21-17 potentially, and we'll see what the field goal is here. This will be an attempt of 28 yards. Out of the hold of Brooks Cormier, the punter. Snap back, spot down. Dellinger's kick is blocked. The kick is blocked, and Minnesota has held. 1 second left in the half, but the Gophers, somebody got a hand on it. Maybe Thomas Rush, looking at the replay. He jumped from the back, and the Gophers have blocked the field goal. They had a blocked punt in game 1 and a blocked field goal tonight. And after all that, it's now 21-10. This will be certainly a quick kneel down. And the Gophers are going to the locker room, leading it by 11. Good pressure right on the center. The kick was low to start with, like really low.
It's a lot of penetration there.
I think it was Sori Marin maybe that got a... I mean, there were all kinds of guys in there. That kick hit at about the shoulder height. There is Morgan. He takes the knee.
It's the end of the first half.
And that ends the half. Timeout. Minnesota at halftime, leading Purdue 21.
Let's be revolutionary. We could be so much more. Let's be more than ordinary. What are we Let's be revolutionary. What are we
They say hindsight is 20/20, so using our 20/20 vision, we look back fondly on the pride of Minnesota's recent highlights. In 2017, we welcomed PJ Fleck with a viral hit formation that rode the boat down the field. Today, we row to Eye of the Tiger. including a stormy night that featured a rain-soaked grand piano for Rhapsody in Blue. We recreate that moment to Van Morrison's Brown-Eyed Girl. In recent years, we have represented our university beyond Minnesota, traveling from coast to coast and to our first away game in 21 years at Nebraska. Our view travels back with the Who's I Can See for Miles. Minnesota joined Justin Timberlake on the field for the Super Bowl 52 halftime show. We reprise one of JT's hits from that performance with Mirrors. we turn the lens of our camera toward the future, we look forward to making many more memories together. We close with the Beatles, and I saw her standing there.
Welcome back to Gopher Gameday Live Set, located inside TCF Bank Stadium Indoor Club Room. It's halftime and the Gophers are up 21-10. The offense has been connecting with touchdowns from Cam Wiley, Mo Ibrahim, and Seth Green. An impressive end to the first half when the Gophers stopped the Boilermakers, even blocking the kick with 1 second left. Now during tonight's game with the team will be honoring their HERE initiative. Let's take a look at what the football team is doing to help end racism through education. Tonight's game against the Boilermakers is about a lot more than a Big Ten matchup on the national stage. This year's Gopher football team has come together in more ways than just as teammates. They have built an influential unity in using their voices to speak out about racial injustice. Through listening and learning, the young men have grown together to understand each other's differences and develop new perspectives. As we approach the 6-month anniversary of George Floyd's death here in Minneapolis, the student athletes of Gopher Football are using their platform to promote change as we continue to move forward and grow as a nation. This summer, head coach PJ Fleck and his football program launched the HERE initiative. The letters of HERE forming an acronym for Helping End Racism Through Education. Opportunities from this initiative include guest speakers and educators who share their stories of social injustice in America and the impact it has on our communities. Team meetings have shifted into the occasional lecture or classroom as student athletes have the opportunity to converse their experiences and concerns to teammates and staff members. The goal of the initiative is to provide growth opportunities for the young men who haven't experienced the injustices firsthand. By allowing everyone to share their story, it's easier to understand their perspective and help when able. You can see the HERE initiative logo on tonight's helmets, the lapel pins of every football student athlete as they enter the stadium and during warm-ups pregame. This isn't just something for this team to do and move on. This is a life-changing process that won't stop on the final snap of the season. Tonight's uniforms feature a unique alteration that all student athletes will showcase. Rather than each uniform showing the last name of the athlete on the back nameplate, it will simply read End Racism in white letters on a maroon nameplate. These custom nameplates stand out on the gold jerseys to make sure their message isn't hidden or misinterpreted. This wasn't the first uniform modification to come from the change this program and culture have promoted. Early in the summer, all Big Ten receiver Rashad Bateman returned to the Gopher football program after opting out over concerns of COVID-19. His return to the program reinvigorated the Gopher football fan base, but how he returned is what made headlines. Bateman changed his jersey number from the number 13 to 0. Rashad represents this team's commitment to having zero tolerance for racism, a move that his head coach and teammates welcomed and the nation supported. The Gophers show a 2-minute-long video dedicated to the HERE initiative in TCF Bank Stadium prior to each home game. The entire roster and staff line the home sideline, arms locked in solidarity as they watch their fellow teammates and staff speak out against social injustice and promote change in the community. The mission of the HERE initiative is to listen, learn, and change the world for the better. Tonight, we want to recognize the remarkable efforts of the entire Gopher football program in pursuing a means for growth in our society.
Coming home. So, Jordan, I want you to talk a little bit about coming back and playing for the Wild. And then, Paul, I want you to talk about how did it feel when you came back to Mariucci, but as a coach?
My wife was very desperate for me to come home because when I got traded out of St. Louis, we moved our 4 kids at the time to Minneapolis to be with family, friends, people that could help assist with the kids while I was off in Columbus in a small apartment. And then my daughter was feeling bad one day and wrote a letter in one of her classes how she wants Daddy to come home, and wrote this persuasive essay to the Minnesota Wild general manager about how she wanted her dad home, and it ended up getting leaked to Paul Allen, one of her family friends, and took it off on KFan and went wild with it. And I ended up, by coincidence, getting traded to the Minnesota Wild that day. But to be able to come home and have that ovation and be able to end my career at home, pretty darn cool.
I love that. That's a good story. I love that story.
Hey, thanks, Paul. That's really nice of you.
And with everything going on after I retired, I talked to Coach Motzko, you know, how just if he needed somebody, and he said, yeah, we'd love to have you. And like, for me now, it's like, I don't really know what I'm going to do. The last year have been kind of a transition phase to kind of get in touch with myself and figure out, like, you know, who I am, what direction do I want to go in moving forward. And I'd love to see if coaching's something for me. And so just to come back, and we talked about the experience I had at the U earlier, and hopefully just to come in and get to know the guys and provide a similar experience like the coaches did for me. And so especially to come back and be with the Gophers and where I have so many great memories, it's been pretty cool and special. So
it's weird for basketball players because we can't get drafted and then play in college. To both of y'all get drafted, was it any different? Did it take some pressure off knowing that kind of like you're in college and you kind of made it because you've already got drafted?
At the time, Gopher hockey was just off the charts popular. North Stars left. All Paulie and I probably wanted to do, I mean, I'm not going to speak for him, but I know for myself, all I wanted to do is I wanted to be a Gopher hockey player. I never thought about the NHL. I never thought about playing for Stanley Cups. I mean, you watch the Gretzkys, you watch the Paul Coffeys, all that, but in our own backyard, we had the Larry Olams, we had, the Brian Bonnets, the Mike Crowleys, all those types of players, and we wanted to be them. So to be able to come to the University of Minnesota was a bucket list type stuff. So after that, for me, the rest was somewhat icing on the cake.
Yeah, you probably had that mullet going your first year pro, so you probably got me.
Well, it looks like you grew it out right now for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, same what Jordan said. Like, I grew up watching the Gophers, you know, and wanting to be a Gopher. And after my junior year, I really wanted to stay and play out with, you know, the guys, my Gopher class. The whole Gopher experience was one that was my priority. And then once you do kind of leave, it's a different world, you know, and you know, Q, like it's not college ball. It's you know, more of a business, you know, once there's money involved, and it's kind of next man up, and you kind of lose a little bit of that team that you have kind of at the college feel. So.
The Abbott Fund and M Health Fairview are proud to support Gopher Athletics Magic program, Maroon and Gold impacting the community. Magic is specifically aimed to provide student athletes with engaging and meaningful community service opportunities. The program gives student athletes the chance to develop personal, professional, and leadership skills through outreach and serving the community. Thank you to the Abbott Fund and M Health Fairview for your support of Magic and Gopher Athletics. This is Cam Wiley, and he sprints into the end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota. Wants to go deep, far sideline. Ottman Bell there. He's got it at the 40. A huge gain. Snap to Morgan. Handoff Ibrahim. Barrels his way in. Touchdown. A keeper by Green, and he hops into the end zone. Snap back, spot down. Dellinger's kick is blocked. The kick is blocked, and Minnesota has held.
championship game. You got to apply all of it, man. No matter what happens, you respond all night with our character and our culture that we brought.
Halftime snack tonight, Wiley Wallaby licorice. Wiley Wallaby is real soft, real chewy, and really delicious. It's made here in Minnesota by Gopher fans just like you. Thanks to our friends at Wiley Wallaby providing today's featured halftime snack. Life is short, make it sweet with real soft, real chewy, and really delicious Wiley Wallaby licorice. TJ Sheffield deep. Purdue will get the ball to start here this second half. Drag on Kesich with his left foot. The spot of the ball on the far hash as we look at it. Minnesota 21, Purdue 10, and we are underway in the third quarter. There's the kick. And a high end over end kick. Pushes Sheffield to the 2 on the far side. Centering the football to the 10, 15, crossing the way. Hit and tackled, and a good job down there by Minnesota on that stop.
Well, that's exactly what you want to do, Mike. You want to get a return man running east-west, not north and south. They got him running east and west, and he's able to wrap him up and bring him down before he could get upfield. And that's not ideal field position for the Boilermakers.
Antonio Stevens on the stop for Minnesota in special teams. So Minnesota with an 11-point lead. They got the blocked field goal right before halftime. And now the defense back on the field here with Jack Plummer, the quarterback. Xander Horvath, the running back. It is play action. Rolling left is Plummer. Waiting. Now the pressure comes, and he's tackled right at the line of scrimmage. Good read there by Jordan Howden as it was a run-pass option, and Howden just stuck with it, Darrell, and committed to making the play.
Well, Jordan Howden stuck with it, and Coney Doerr stuck with his man on the deep route. They thought, I was following the play action. I was like, stumbling down like a lot of people following the ball, but everybody else was not following the ball. The defense is playing much, much more discipline this afternoon.
Gophers back with 3 linebackers. James Gordon now the middle linebacker. Auni and Soriano Marin are the outside linebackers. Here's a reverse pitch to Rondell Moore, and he quickly has 12 yards and a first down. The flow of the play went right. The pitch to Moore coming left, and the speedster has a 12-yard pickup. Sori Marin, the closest man there, angling him out.
Yeah, and you saw that wall building over there. Good thing the Gopher team speed was able to rally and come back. Big first down for Purdue to get them out of jail.
From the 27-yard line, Horvath in the backfield. He's standing in a true pistol right behind the quarterback, Plummer. Double tights to the left, handoff to Horvath. Stutter steps, working left, has a seam into the secondary to the 40. And Newman forces him out with a little forearm shiver, but not before it's a big gain of 22 by Horvath. And I have a feeling that Jeff Brom in that first half threw 18 times, and they rushed the ball just a couple, said, we're going to start running the football here.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea, especially with Horvath. He's averaging almost 5 yards every time he gets his hands on it. Didn't get very many touches in the first half, and with the success he's had right there, I'd imagine we'll see more of it.
Yeah, he only had 5 carries. He has it again. This time he runs right into Micah Dew Treadway, and he bear hugs him and tackles him. Maybe a half-yard gain. Good job there by the senior from Bolingbrook. Atomewo comes out, and coming in now is M.J. Anderson, the defensive end out of St. Louis. Gophers have a couple of ends from St. Louis. Harris and Anderson. It's Anderson now. Noah Hickox in there at one of the defensive tackle spots. Thomas Rush the end. 2nd and 9 from the 47. It's play action. Plummer to throw. Waits. Lofts it deep for David Bell behind the defense. Touchdown. They got behind the safety and behind Durr. It was Newman and Durr, and they got beat to the center of the field, and David Bell has a 47-yard touchdown.
Yeah, that's what happens. Sometimes you get your eyes in the backfield. There was a fake one way, a fake the other way, and sometimes Young and sometimes the not real experienced defensive backs get caught looking in the backfield, and that's one of the times it happened, and Bell caught that ball over the top.
What a throw, huh? Plummer put it on the money.
Well, he was pretty open, Mike. When you got 2 steps on a guy, especially at the college level, that's more than enough. All the quarterbacks got to do is put it up there, but it was a nice throw by Plummer. Dellinger for the extra point
to make it a 4-point game. Snap back, spot down, the kick is up, and it is good. It was a 5-play, 84-yard drive. It took 158 and a 47-yard pass from Plummer to Bell. And just like that, it's 21-17. Feel good about your health plan with Preferred One. Preferred One insures Minnesota's best employers and proudly supports Gopher Athletics. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
We are back to you live from the TCF Bank Stadium, where hundreds of Gopher fans made it into the stands with a Gopher fan cutout. Let's take a look and see if you can spot yourself in the crowd this evening.
And acupuncture coverage. Some include perks such as silver sneakers, dental, and more.
Although the deadline has passed for football, there will still be plenty of opportunities to purchase a cutout for both men's and women's hockey and basketball. For only $50 per fan or $25 per U of M student, you can support the Gophers in a unique way this season. Check out gophersports.com for more details. And fans, it's now time to announce the winner of tonight's Land O'Lakes Student Fan of the Game. Congratulations to Emma Morseth. You are tonight's winner, and we're sending you a Gopher Fan Shop gift card your way so you can make sure you are in your Gopher Game Day best every day. Congratulations, Emma, and thank you, Land O'Lakes.
Have struggled all year. You look at how you want to recommit to the run game. It seems like a perfect match, so hopefully they didn't discover something there at halftime.
Indeed, thanks JG. Baldwin Supply, serving industry since 1920. 21-17 here, 12:54 to go, third quarter, high kick, and sailing into the end zone. It'll be a touchback, and Minnesota will have it from its own 25, and a chance here to answer. Offensive line did a really good job in that first half, Darryl.
They did an exceptional job in the first half. Hopefully they can continue that and let that defense regroup a little bit over on the sideline and allow Mohamed Ibrahim and the rest of the running backs to pick up yards, and really the balanced attack too, Mike, in the first half that we saw. We saw all the receivers involved with it, including Rashad Bateman, Chris Ottman Bell, and so hopefully we continue that, then can maybe come out here with a victory.
Gophers from their own 25-yard line. They now are behind in the total yards, 315 to 239 after that long drive. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Ibrahim the back in the backfield. He's got the handoff. He spins out of a tackle into the secondary, crossing over to the 40 and tackled at the 41-yard line. A 16-yard pickup and a Securian Financial first down. The stop made by Trice. Grant is the man that he spun off of.
That was a pretty good hit that Mohammed Ibrahim took out. He's going to come out for a second. Wonderful run, but his pad level is low, and he spins and picks up another big first down for the Gophers. Hopefully he's all right on the sideline.
Bryce Williams is in for the Golden Gophers. The sophomore from Sarasota. He had a catch and a rush in that first half. Morgan looks to the sideline. Tanner was 10 of 15 in the first half, 152 yards. He has a touchdown pass in 18 straight games, second longest streak in college football. It's a handoff to Williams, and he tried right, pressed it, and then turned up and got a yard, maybe a yard and a half. A host of Boilermakers there, including Lorenzo Neal and Robert McWilliams, a defensive tackle and a defensive end.
Yeah, and that's the same cut that we see Mohammed Ibrahim make almost all the time. It looked like he had the ability to bounce that one to the outside either. So, you have that option every once in a while as running back. Sometimes the things get bunched up and there's no contain out there. You got to bounce it and see if you can pick up some yards.
Paulson and with him now, double tights, one on each side. Bryce Williams stays in at running back. It was a 2-yard pickup, so 2nd and 8 here. The line of scrimmage at the 44. John Michael Schmitz hovers over the football, waits for the snap, and he snaps it to Morgan, who wants to throw. Has plenty of time, rifles it over the middle, caught, and then dropped right in the hands of Bateman. You will not see that maybe again this year. That would have been a pickup of at least 15. Cam Allen was the closest man there, and it's now 3rd down.
Yeah, 2 critical drops in this game so far, and that's another one hit him right in the hands and the chest. Just kind of let it get in on him, forcing a big 3rd down and 7 right here. I don't want to give Purdue the ball back right now. They've got some momentum with that offense.
Gophers 5 of 6 on 3rd down. 3rd and 7, make it 3rd and 8 here. Altman, Bell, Jackson, and Bateman on the field. Wide, 3 left and 1 to the right. Seth Green also in there in a 4-receiver set. Back to pass, Morgan. Plenty of time. Rifles on the slant. Seth Green took a big hit but made a big catch at the 38. What a way to have your first catch of the season. Cam Allen delivered the lumber. Green is injured, but he has the first down. He took a hard pop just as the ball got there. But wow, what a catch and what a route.
It was a nice route and a great concentration for Seth to look that ball in, but it did look like he took a pretty good shot to the ribs, so he's going to be down for a minute. Hopefully he'll be all right.
And he held on to the football with that hit. That was a hit that was meant to jar the ball loose, and he held on. And a first down for Minnesota all the way to the 36-yard line. We'll take a timeout as they attend to Seth Green. 11:21 to go, 3rd quarter. Minnesota 21, Purdue 17.
Gopher fans, it's been a minute since we checked in with Gopher faithful Tommy Olson. Let's send it back over to Tommy to see how his Gopher game day is going.
All right, thanks, Jen. What a first half. That was awesome. So much fun. We were running around. We were looking so fast. Our defense is looking stout and good. And what a great way to end the half with that blocked field goal. That was awesome. Great energy going into halftime. I hope we can come out and start with that in the 3rd quarter and keep the momentum rolling. We actually we made some wings earlier. I wish I could show them to you, but we ate them way too fast. So thanks for Cub and for the drink tonight too. It was having so much fun watching. I hope we can keep this momentum going, continue to stop their run, and then we can hopefully get this W. And go Gophers, roll the boat, Sky, go Gophers.
It's time for Gophers in the Pros, your weekly look at former University of Minnesota football players in the NFL. Former Golden Gopher running back Rodney Smith made his NFL debut with the Carolina Panthers during a Week 10 matchup with Tampa Bay this past Sunday. He was signed to the active roster from the practice squad earlier in the week. Smith saw action out of the backfield with 3 carries and 1 reception, becoming the 5th Gopher to see his first NFL game in 2020. That's today's Gophers in the Pros NFL Update.
Brought to you by Onward for Business. Onward!
You're listening to Gopher Football on The Fan.
Wherever you compete, winning has roots. That's why farmers push themselves to be the best. Plant DeKalb brand corn. 21-17, Minnesota the lead. Seth Green was attended to. He's up. He never even went to the medical tent. He's on the sideline now. Ibrahim back into the game for the first time here on this drive. It's 1st and 10 Minnesota. What a catch there by Seth Green. Took the hit that was supposed to jar the ball loose, Darryl, and held on.
Tremendous concentration. Anytime you know that safety's coming back over the top and you're able to not only look the ball in, concentrate, and hang on to it, it's a big deal.
20-yard pickup, second longest catch of his career. Here's Ibrahim on first down. He runs into a couple of Boilermakers after a pickup of 3 to a 33. Jalen Alexander, we've mentioned his name multiple times, the outside linebacker out of Hoffman Estates, Illinois, Chicago suburb. He's on the stop, but not before Ibrahim picks up about 3. He's at 92 yards now on 18 carries. He had a touchdown in the first half.
And we're in that zone where Coach Sanford is liable to take a shot downfield. Look at what Chris Ottman-Bell or Rashad Bateman in the slot. There's an opportunity.
And a big drive here, an important response after Purdue put a touchdown on the board to start the quarter. Morgan with 2 receivers right and 1 left. He wants to throw. Blitz comes, steps out of the blitz, still rolling, waiting, fires toward the goal line, and it's incomplete. Bateman was the closest man there. Good job avoiding the blitz there, Darryl, and then he had some room to run if he wanted to.
Yeah, I think he did have a little bit of room, and it might have been a little bit wise for him to run, see if he could pick up some yards. I don't think he would have got picked up the first down, but it would have kept the clock running and probably got it with a little bit closer to Mohamed Ibrahim or potential green line opportunity with the 3rd down and short.
I think we're looking at 4-down territory here from the 33. It's 3rd and 7. Preston Jellin now the running back for Minnesota out of Prior Lake, Minnesota. 5 to snap. It's a give to Jellin. He presses the line of scrimmage and has nowhere to go, and now it's 4th down and long. A loss of a yard. Barnes on the stop. Wow, on 3rd and 6. They did this last week. They handed it off and lost yards, and they do it again this week. And now they're out of field goal range, and they're going to have to go for it here.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a questionable call, but sometimes you try to do things to break tendency and do something the defense isn't expecting to do, and it looked like Preston was just a little indecisive on that run right there. Either, kind of cut to the inside or bounce to the outside, but there it looked like neither one of them were able to happen.
And both times, I will say this, it's 4-down territory. You're hoping to pick up 4 or 5 there, and then you've got a manageable 4th down, but here it's 4th and 8 after the loss of 1. Ibrahim now back in with 4 to snap. Straight drop by Morgan. Looks, throwing deep toward the end zone on the right side. It is caught at the 2. What a grab by Chris Ottman-Bell as he slides back toward the end zone, and it's 1st and goal. They'll spot him at the 1. He beat Howard on the play. A 33-yard pass on 4th down.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike, he really didn't beat Howard. He just outplayed him on that play. He went and got that ball. That ball was thrown on the outside where really only he could get it. He pirouettes, makes that catch, and goes down at the 1-yard line. Tremendous body control on that play.
Man, they were not messing around. 6 offensive linemen now in. Nathan Bowe lines up at one of the tackle spots right from the 1. It's a handoff to Ibrahim, hitting the backfield, but then works his way into the end zone. Touchdown. Mohamed Ibrahim, his 2nd tonight, his 12th of the season, and a monster response for the Golden Gophers after the Purdue salvo to start the quarter. 8:57 to go, 3rd quarter, and the Gophers have struck with a 9-play, 75-yard drive, a 1-yard plunge by Ibrahim. 3:57 it took off the clock. The drive summary presented by Affinity Plus Federal Credit Union. With every scoring drive this season, Affinity Plus donates $150 to Special Olympics of Minnesota. On to attempt the extra point is Brock Walker. 2 TDs tonight for Ibrahim. He's now tied for 7th in a season with touchdowns with a dozen. Ready to kick is Walker. 27-17, Minnesota by 10. Extra point is up, and it is good. The lead is 11 with 8:57 to play in the 3rd. Gophers 28, Boilermakers 17. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
Gopher Football would like to once again thank Compeer Financial, DeKalb Brand Corn, CHS, and Land O'Lakes for presenting tonight's game. Thriven and the Minnesota Gophers are teaming up once again this year to support Union Gospel Missions Initiative to provide 60,000 meals this Thanksgiving. Since we can't be in the stadium this year, Gopher fans are being encouraged to go to gophersports.com/heartforhunger to find out how they can help. While there, register to win fantastic prizes from the Gophers, including tailgate parties for 20, limited edition Sky U Moth Flags, and 2021 Gopher football season tickets. Go to gophersports.com/heartforhunger to learn more.
Kick, a fair catch called by Sheffield at the 4, and Purdue will have it at its own 25. Did you know that right now Geico is offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies? That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. So each team, as they did in the first half, Daryl, start the second half exchanging touchdown blows.
Well, it really is up to our defense right now. The defense has played better. They played better assignment football. We're still struggling a little bit maybe in that linebacker core, but they're seeming to find their sink. But to wrap them up, sink, and make some tackles and force them to punt.
Gophers in a nickel now. Mariano Marin and Josh Ani, the two linebackers. Justice Harris is the nickelback. It's play action, Plummer to throw. As time throws underneath to Horvath at the 25 to the 30, and the big man rumbles forward out to the 37 on a pickup of 12 on first down. Marin brings him down. He just can't resist, can he? Jeff Brom just wants to keep passing the football, and he finds a little underneath route to Horvath, who's a good weapon out of the backfield.
No, I mean, he's a great weapon. I mean, he's got a lot of catches coming into this game. He's one of the main weapons in their offense, but having Rondell Moore back makes a big difference for that offense.
It sure does. 3 receivers set this time. Under center Plummer. Handoff Horvath trying to get outside, and he does. To the 40, to the 45. Breaks a tackle at midfield, and he's double teamed and tackled right along the sideline at the 42-yard line. And a nice pickup, and that was a 20-yard gain, and that was simply, we're just going to get under center, we're going to hand it off and see if he can tackle.
Well, it was kind of a counter trade. He bounced it to the outside. His line did a good job, but then I think people underestimate the speed of Xander Horvath. He's not a big lumbering guy. He's actually got some pretty decent high-end speed, and he showed it there at the end of that run to pick up the last probably 10 or 12 yards.
That was the play that in 2017 they ran at Michigan for 300-plus yards against Minnesota. Here is a play action. They throw it underneath to the tight end, and good coverage. Durham the catch, but a gain of maybe 1 on the stop. Josh Ani, 41-yard line, no gain. Good job there.
Yeah, great job by Ani, and it looks like we're seeing a lot more linebackers. We're seeing Ani. We're seeing Donald Willis. We've seen just a little bit of Cody Lindenberg.
James Gordon.
Yep, and James Gordon this afternoon. And maybe that's kind of the formula. Give everybody a taste and let them come out and watch it and get back in the game.
2nd and 10, play action again from the 41. Plummer waits, looks. Now he's going to tuck and run, and he slides forward at the 35 is where the slide starts, and that's where you're officially ruled down, as he ended up clearing by the 30. But they spot him at the 35, and it's 3rd down. The Boilermakers tonight on 3rd down are 4 for 6. Minnesota's 6 of 8, so it's been an offensive performance and likely 4-down territory here for the Boilermakers from the 35. Line to gain is the 31. Horvath lined up to the right of the quarterback Plummer, and a 3-receiver set with a tight end. In motion coming near side is Anderson to throw on the slant, caught by Moore, and a 1st down to the 30, make it the 29. Donald Willis and Phil Howard combine on the stop and the coverage, but it's a 6-yard gain and a 1st down for the Boilermakers.
Yeah, 6-yard gain where it'll make it and earn them a little bit. We just need a break on defense, need an interception. You need a fumble. You need to keep playing hard, though, and make things happen and keep swarming to the ball.
1st and 10, Purdue from the 29. Horvath along with Armour. And now whistle, and P.J. Fleck takes a timeout just as the snap happened.
Prior to the snap, charge timeout. Minnesota, they're first. This will be a full timeout.
28-17, Minnesota the lead. 6.5 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. Purdue 1st and 10 when we come back. Gopher Sports, sponsored by Blue Cross and Blue Shield.
Earlier today, I had the opportunity to check in with former Gopher kicker Emmett Carpenter. Carpenter is currently ranked 2nd as an all-time leading scorer in program history with 276 career points. And in 2016, he was named Big Ten Kicker of the Year. Let's take a look at what he has been up to since graduating and what he thinks of today's matchup.
Welcome to the show, Emmett. What have you been up to since playing for the Gophers?
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. It's exciting to be on here and talking with you guys today before the game. Yeah, after I got done playing for my beloved Gophers, I gave it a shot kicking beyond college in the NFL. Spent a short time with the Chicago Bears, and unfortunately things didn't work out there and suffered a couple of little injuries. I've made the transition fully into life after football, which has been kind of a crazy and exciting journey, and just working a big boy job, a full-time job. And I got a dog. I named him Kicker.
When you played Purdue, you had 3 field goals in that game, and 2 of which were over 50 yards, making you just the 2nd player in Gopher history to have 2 field goals in a game over 50 yards. What was your mindset going into that game and being able to connect so effectively?
Yeah, that is one of the games that kind of stands out in my head of kind of those favorite games throughout my career. So that was kind of a special, monumental experience.
How did that affect your preparation playing in a night game or a really cold game or when it was really windy?
To be honest, I never really treated night games any differently than, any other game. You don't really feel that much of a difference because of how bright those lights are in the stadium. But there was certainly a ton that went into preparing for cold games and windy games. And kind of the hand that we're dealt here in Minnesota that's about half of our season. So, you kind of had to make adjustments pretty quick. And there's always challenges, always adjustments to be made. But that's kind of what makes kicking fun.
Well, thank you so much, Emmett, for joining us today. It was great talking to you and catching up with you and just hearing what you've been up to.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys so much for having me on. Let's go Gophers, and let's go get one tonight.
Minnesota, we've got a couple of developing stories. Plummer wants to throw, waits, fires on the near side. It's caught out there by Bell at the 20, close to the 1st down. Let's go to a Baldwin Supply sideline report. Here's Justin Gard.
Yeah, well, redshirt senior Kelvin Swenson right now is the 2nd safety next to Tyler Newbin. Jordan Howden came off a couple of plays ago. He's in the injury tent right now. Michael Dixon, as we mentioned pregame, is not available right now, so Swenson getting a big opportunity here.
Gain of 8. Thank you, JG. Baldwin Supply, serving industry since 1920. Second and short, Horvath in a pistol right behind the quarterback Plummer. He's got the handoff, and he hops his way inside the 20, popping to about the 17. Horvath, if there's one weakness, he has put the ball on the deck this year a handful of times, and you got to believe the Gophers know that and will probably be trying to punch it out of there here down as they get into the Case IH red zone. First down from the 16 for Purdue.
Yeah, I would imagine they're always trying to punch the ball out, but especially against someone who struggled against that a little bit.
He is lined to the left of Plummer now. Two receivers right, Bell and Moore. Maybe the best tandem in the Big Ten. Wide to the left is Wright. No, make that Anderson. Moore comes in motion and then goes back to the right side in that slot. On first down, 7 to snap. Here's Moore on that little end-around toss sweep. He's got plenty of room to the 10, and he's tackled by Swenson at the 9. It'll be 2nd and 7 after a gain of 7. That counts as a reception.
I tell you, that's a very nice tackle by Calvin Swenson. Moore is not an easy person to tackle, especially if he's getting out to the edge. So, I mean, we're getting a little bit low and thin in that secondary. Calvin's not played very much, mostly on special teams, but that was a very nice open field tackle.
That counts as a completion. Plummer's now 22 of 24 in the game here tonight. He's got about, 4 to 6 of those that count as completions, but otherwise it's been a lot of short stuff, and then the one home run ball to Bell. He's had a big night in his first start of the year. Down to 4 to snap. He gets the snap, wants to throw. He does toward the back corner of the end zone. Bell's out there. Does he have it? He does. Touchdown, Purdue. His second touchdown of the quarter as he caught it backpedaling on Coney Durr in the back right corner of the end zone.
Yeah, Bell had a really nice release, and he left himself some room to the outside, and he got his arm extended a little bit against Durr right there, but very, very nice catch by Bell.
It's a 9-play, 75-yard drive, 4:22 off the clock. Bell with his second touchdown of the night. He's had a big night. Bell 9 catches, make it 6 catches and 96 yards. I don't think this one's coming off the thing. He had both feet in bounds. The extra point kick is up, and it is good. And a timeout on the field. 4:35 to go, third quarter. Minnesota 28, Purdue now 24. The lead back to 4 as neither defense has gotten a stop here in this third quarter. Make room for a little fun at the Courtyard Minneapolis downtown, conveniently located on campus. Book your 15% off University Friends and Family right now. Courtyard Minneapolis downtown. Your Gopher weekend starts there. Purdue now 390 yards of offense. Minnesota at 314. And Jack Plummer now with another touchdown. He's now 23 of 25, 2 touchdowns and 290 yards in his first start of the year.
Well, he's doing a really good job. And you remember, he had a nice season last year and a couple nice games, but right here in this game, and you have to remember, Mike, he does throw a lot of those passes in the backfield that are basically not even 1-yard passes. They're little shuttle passes, and then the receiver or the running back makes plays on their own.
Morgan is 12 of 19 for 205. As we mentioned in the first half, he has a string of 18 straight games with at least a 1 touchdown pass. That's the second longest in the country. And he'll need one here in the second half to keep that alive. More importantly, of course, he'd like to get a win here on the home field. Minnesota has lost 3 straight here at TCF Bank Stadium. Here's the kick by Dellinger, and it goes into the end zone, and Minnesota will take it from its own 25-yard line.
Well, this is another key drive right here, Mike. We've got to put some points up on the board. Unfortunately, our defense hasn't been that successful in slowing down this Purdue offense, so the pressure squarely goes back on the offense out here to, number 1, take time off the clock, and number 2, put points on the board.
Muhammad Ibrahim into the game. He's on just to the right of the quarterback, Tanner Morgan. 1 receiver wide right, 1 receiver left, and a tight end each side. Morgan looks to the sideline. 28-24, Minnesota the lead. Handoff to Ibrahim. Slithers through a hole left side and then is tackled after a pickup of about 3 to the 28-yard line. Ibrahim now at 99 yards on 20 carries. Derek Barnes on the stop for the Boilermakers. He's a senior out of Covington, Kentucky, the suburb of Cincinnati, Ohio.
And there again, Muhammad almost came out of there on that play. Just a quick inside handoff. We run that play multiple times today, and Purdue has had a very difficult time stopping it.
2nd and 7 for the Gophers, who lead it by 4 with 4 minutes to go in the third. Going into the win here this quarter are the Golden Gophers. Morgan to change the play with 8 to snap. Waits for the snap, gets the snap, and it's again a handoff to Ibrahim, and he's got a yard, nothing more, and it'll be 3rd down and 6 with 3:45 to go. That in the third, that puts him at 100 now for the night. Barnes again on the tackle.
Yep, and looks like Seth Green is coming into the game, and a few of our a little bit bigger package. So it'll be interesting to see what we do here in this 3rd down situation, a little bit deeper in our own territory.
3rd and 7, line to gain the 35. We'll call it 3rd and 6. The line of scrimmage the 29. They're showing blitz. Let's see if they do. Morgan looks to the sideline to get the signal. Bryce Williams is the back in the backfield now on 3rd down and 6. To throw, Morgan on a straight drop. Wants to go deep again. He's got Bateman near sideline. Coming back for the ball. He has an over-the-shoulder catch and tackled at the 30. And another big gain for Minnesota. Last time it was on 4th down. This time it's on 3rd down. It's a 41-yard pickup.
Wow, that was a heck of a catch by Bateman. Actually, the ball was underthrown on that play, Mike. And he's able to throttle down, catch that ball, and concentrate to bring it in for a big 1st down for the Gophers. We needed that one.
Monster play on 3rd down. Minnesota now 7 of 9 on 3rd down. 39 yards officially. They spot it back at the 32. 1st and 10, Minnesota. 2:40 to play 3rd quarter. Gophers by 4. Cam Wiley now is the back in the backfield to the left of the quarterback, Morgan. It's a handoff to Wiley, trying the right side, has a seam inside the 25 and barrels forward to the 22. It's a gain of 9 on 1st down and a much more decisive run there, DT.
That was a nice run by Cam, and I think that's just kind of part of what he needs, or anybody, any football player needs, or any person, some confidence and a place to go right there. So he has a seam, he hits it and picks up 9 yards on 1st down.
2nd and 1 now. Thought we might see green line here, but it is a standard set with 3 receivers wide to the left, including a tight end with them. The running back is Wiley to the right of Morgan. 2nd and 1 from the 23. Under 2 minutes to go 3rd quarter. Gophers 28-24 the lead. Here is a handoff to Wiley left side, and he gets inside the 20 to the 19. 1st down yardage for Minnesota. A pickup of 4. The stop made by Robert McWilliams, a reserve defensive end for Minnesota, and that's a Securian Financial 1st down, and the Gophers get into the Case IH red zone.
Yeah, nice to see Cam Wiley get a couple carries there, pick up another 1st down, be decisive, and have some success out there and give him a little bit of a breather.
For more info, by the way, on Case IH, go to caseih.com/Gophers. Wide side to the right, Mike Brown-Stevens, one of the receivers out there on 1st and 10 from the 19. Ibrahim back in. He's at 21 carries and 100 yards. His 6th straight 100-yard game. He's got the handoff, hit in the backfield, and he no longer has a 100-yard game. He's back to 97. He lost 3. A blitzing backup linebacker, Kieran Douglas, also out of Ohio, and it'll be 2nd and 13 from the 22.
A lot of great football players coming out of Ohio, and that was a nice blitz there by the linebacker to be able to hit that seam and get Muhammad Ibrahim, which doesn't have much. He doesn't go east and west very much, Mike. He's a north-south running back, but that inside-outside pursuit right there was a big loss for the Gophers.
It was a loss of 4 officially, so he's back to 96-yard rushing, and it's 2nd and 14, more importantly. 2 receivers left, including Cole Keep. Morgan on a straight drop, looks, stands in the pocket, fires over the middle. What a grab at the 5, down to the 3. Chris Ottman-Bell, wow, he has had a big night. That's a career-high night receiving now. Marvin Grant on the stop. He went up to get that one.
He went up to get it. He was trying to get it over the 2nd level. Those receivers had to throw it high, and it wasn't really that wonderful of a throw, but Ottman-Bell certainly bailed him out there with the rebound, go up and get it type of catch.
They might let the quarter run out here, 13 seconds and counting. They'll have it 1st and goal from the 2, and that will end the 3rd quarter. We have 1 quarter left. Minnesota leading Purdue 28-24. Let's go down the hallway here at TCF Bank Stadium from the TCF broadcast booth to radio auxiliary booth number 1 in Scoreboard Central. Here's Corbu.
Thank you very much. Gophers knocking on the door because he went up high for it. Come on, Grim.
This is Ricky Rubio, and I want you to do the Gopher.
And Bryce with him is the tight end left. Green looks to the sideline to confirm what play they want. Plenty of time to snap. Gophers lead by 4. From the 3, 1st and goal. It is a handoff to Ibrahim, and he is buried at the 5. He lost 2. And a blitzing safety, Cam Allen. And at some point, you might just have to throw against that if they're going to bring the safeties in to the backfield, right, DT?
Absolutely. They pretty much brought everybody in that play, but that's what we've done, and we've had success with it, Mike. So if you've had success with it, it's hard to change what you've had success with until somebody stops it, and Purdue stopped it on that situation. We do have a couple more downs here.
Yeah, and they stay with the green line from the 5 here. 2nd and goal from the 5. Ibrahim to the left. Green, the quarterback, waits. Witham is to the right, and Morgan lined up way left. O'Keefe does the tight end tight left. In motion comes Witham. Here's a handoff to Ibrahim, trying to turn the corner at the 5. He does, and he's in. He found the corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota Golden Gophers. And a good job and a seal block by Nathan Bowe on that right side.
Well, Nathan Bowe and O'Keefe, really the entire offensive line, and Muhammad doing something he doesn't do very much, bouncing the ball to the outside, taking advantage of the fact that he does press the ball and cuts back, and inside out pursuit doesn't work when the running back outflanks it to the edge.
9 plays, 75-yard drive for Minnesota. It took 5:20. The drive summary presented by Affinity Plus Federal Credit Union. With every scoring drive this season, Affinity Plus donates $150 to Special Olympics of Minnesota. Brock Walker on to attempt the extra point to make it an 11-point game. The kick is up, and it is no good. He missed it wide right, and the lead stays at 10. 34-24, his second miss of the season.
Well, hopefully, Mike, that doesn't come back to bite us. It looked like you just kind of kicked it low and might have pulled it a little bit.
Yeah, just it was low, a low kick, and it looked like it was going to tuck in, and then just kind of it faded on him a little bit like a slice on a golf shot to the right. And that was that. So instead of an 11-point lead, it's now a 10-point lead. And even an 11-point lead is a 2-possession game, but you need a 2-point conversion with that. Here it's a 2-possession game, only needing the extra point.
More importantly, Mike, what we need here is a stop.
Yeah, no
on
doubt.
Defense, you got to kind of, settle in what your assignment is. You need to take care of that assignment, wrap somebody up and bring them down. Get home on a blitz, make that interception, get an opportunity, do whatever it is you need to do.
Gophers lead it by 10. That was a big response again. Neither team now has forced a stop here in the second half. Each team scoring a touchdown on most of the drives. Here's Kesich on the approach, a high end-over-end kick. Sheffield calls for a fair catch at the 1, and Purdue will take over from its own 25-yard line, trailing by 10. Let's go to Justin Gard with a Baldwin Supply sideline update.
Yeah, Gopher defense about to take the field again, and they will do it without Jordan Howden. I mentioned that he was in the injury tent on that last series. During the offensive series, he went back into the locker room area, or he went back up the tunnel, I should say, with Dr. Chris Jewison, who is principally in charge of the head injuries. He's the one that kind of takes you through the concussion protocol as you go. I was able to peek into the tent and see that they were doing some stuff, kind of follow the fingers and follow the hands with his eyes. Looked like he was in good spirits, looked like everything was good, but they made the decision to take him back up through the tunnel there, so we'll watch it.
Calvin Swenson, the senior, is in. King DeRue, the running back, with a handoff, trying the right side, and he brings the stack with him out to about the 28, a pickup of 3. Josh Ani has the tackle. He's been playing outside linebacker much of the night with Mariano Sori-Marin and James Gordon. They've been the primary 3. They're going to go nickel here. Gordon comes out, and Justice Harris comes in. Rondell Moore is on the wing left. That's the slot position. Swenson comes over to cover him. Now Moore comes in motion, and that's that little handoff to him. And he turns the corner to the 30. Good speed to the 35 and to the 39. And just no pursuit. He's finally angled out of bounds and a pickup of 14.
Well, there was some pursuit, Mike, but I tell you, Rondell Moore is just fast. So, sometimes people are fast. You take an angle, and they kind of bust the angle. He's kind of one of those angle buster type of guys. That speed he has is unique. I wish his hamstring would have needed one more week of rest.
With all the little shovel passes, that's 10 catches now, 84 yards. He's averaging about 8 yards a catch. 1st and 10 from the 39. Boilermakers down by 10 with the ball. Play action and now a penalty marker, and the play is blowing dead. Moore had a catch over the middle, about a 15-yard gain, but first a marker flies and was their movement first.
Offense, number 3, 5-yard penalty.
David Bell jumped the gun a little bit on that right side, so a good break for Minnesota. That's just penalty number 3 for Purdue. 3 penalties, 23 yards. Gophers just 1 penalty tonight. And for Minnesota, or for Purdue, I should say, that would have been a 15 to 20-yard pickup by Moore. They blew the play dead mid-throw, and instead it's 1st and 15.
That's interesting that that penalty against Bell. Typically, wideouts on the perimeter will work with that official and communicate with them, make sure that they're not offsides.
Yeah, I think he jumped as opposed to being too far or too back because they blew the play dead. Yeah. 1st down. Play action to throw is Plummer. Has plenty of time. Flush from the pocket. Pump fakes and has a good room out across the 40 to the 42. Awkwardly tumbles to the deck, but a gain of about 9 on the play to bring up a 2nd down and 6. Remember, there was a penalty. Micah Treadway on the tackle. Minnesota, this offensive line for Purdue has done a nice job protecting the quarterback. Gophers have not had a lot of pass rush tonight.
No, not a lot of pass rush, but good hustle there at the end of the play by Micah Treadway to bring him down. The coverage sack was there in the back end, but that meant everybody was back, and Plummer was able to pick up the yardage he needed to pick up.
2nd now and 6 for the Boilermakers. It is DeRue with the handoff. Left side, runs into a man and just keeps going, and a good run out to the 49. It'll bring up 3rd and short. Mariano Sori-Marin on the stop for the Golden Gophers. 3rd and short. Minnesota leading by 10. We're in the 4th. Under 12 minutes to play. 34-24. Mike Grimm and Daryl Thompson with you from the TCF Bank broadcast booth at TCF Bank Stadium.
Well, Mike, I certainly hope this game doesn't come down to who scores last is going to be the person that wins, but it looks like it's shaping up to be that way for the Purdue-Minnesota rivalry.
Purdue with 418 yards of offense. Here's a quick swing pass to Moore. He's got a lot of room to the 50, breaks a tackle to the 40, and a late hit on Calvin Swenson. That'll tack on another 15 as he kind of slid in toward the legs, and he was kind of off balance. Dicey call, but I think that's what it's going to be here.
Yeah, I think you're right.
After the play, personal foul, late hit out of bounds. Defense, number 1, 15-yard penalty from the end of the run, automatic first down.
So a good play there by Moore. Watching the replay here.
That's just an awareness. You got to know when you get near that, when someone's out of bounds. Just got to know. I don't think Calvin meant anything malicious at all on that play. Just got to have just a little bit more awareness.
First down from the 26 now. Gophers by 10. Plummer waits. Wants to play action. Rifles one quick. Caught by Bell at the 21. And he's wrestled down there by a couple of Gophers. Josh Ani and Phil Howard combined on the tackle. A gain of about 4, maybe 5. We'll call it 2nd and 5 from the 21.
Well, and you wonder why, Jake Plummer has such a high percentage completion. He throws short, then he pitches the ball for a half yard, and then he throws 1 or 2 bombs. So, I mean, there's a reason he has such a high completion percentage.
He is at 316 passing yards, 26 of 28. Here's Daru, hit in the backfield, and then moves forward to the 20. It's a gain of 1. McAdoo Treadway and D'Angelo Carter squash him right near the line of scrimmage. It'll be 3rd and 4 for Purdue. Down by 10, potential 4-down territory for the Boilermakers. 10.5 minutes to go in the game.
Well, and our defensive line has stepped up, Mike. They're playing better here in the second half. They're creating penetration in the backfield. They're making some tackles. We just need our linebackers to shore up things a little bit better. And here on 3rd down, we got an opportunity to hopefully, potentially force a field goal.
Daru, the back in the backfield on 3rd down and 4 from the 20. Moore comes in motion right to left. He's at the slot left. Plummer wants to throw. He does to Moore. Comes off this pick. It was a pick play. PJ wanted the pick play called. It was not called. And Moore is close to the first down. PJ in the ear of the official thinking it was a pick play and no call there. And let's see if they measure or they grant the first here. It's right near the stick. But it's on the far sideline as the official chain, and I think they're going to bring the sticks in to measure.
Timeout for a measure.
PJ's on the field, and now a referee ushers him back, the field judge, and
I don't think he's going to get that pick play. It was actually pretty subtle by Rondell to actually kind of just settle in there next to his receiver, then kind of flush out there on the edge and hope to get that one-on-one situation with Calvin Swenson.
Yeah, beautifully designed play, quite honestly, right? The way they ran that down there.
Yeah.
They're looking. They needed to get to the 21.
I wonder if he challenged the spot.
We'll wait to see what the outcome is here. If it's a first down, he could challenge the spot. If the sticks show that it's not a first down, then I would guess that they'll leave all be. They stretch the sticks out, and he looks short by about 2 inches, maybe 4 inches. So it's 4th down. And now Jeff Brom down by 10 with exactly 10 minutes to go in the game. I mean, you've got 4 inches to go. This is a go for it.
He's going for it. Yeah. There's absolutely no question. And I'd be surprised if Horvath was not getting the ball in this situation.
I mean, usually by the time the center readjusts the ball, he'll have it across the first down mark, right?
Yeah.
So the question is, can you get penetration if you're the defense here? James Gordon comes in. Justice Harris comes out. They have spotted the ball just outside the 21. The line to gain is the 21.
This is quarterback sneak.
Yeah. Noah Hickox is one of the defensive tackles. They have 3 in there now. McAdoo Treadway as well. And they bring, I guess that's Atomewo. He is not a tackle, but he is in tighter than he normally would be on this short yardage situation. Lines are down, and we're set to go. 4th and less than 6 inches. Under center is Plummer with Daru behind him. In motion comes the tight end. Plummer spins, hands off to DeRue, and he jumps forward for the first down to the 14-yard line. I was off by 5. I said the 21. It was the 16. I beg your pardon. Tyler Newman on the tackle. It's a gain of 2, and it's first down. Boilermakers down by 10, 9:40 and counting. 34-24 is the score.
Yeah, tough play to stop there. When you have third down or fourth down and short, almost nothing. The running back coming over the top is very difficult to stop.
DeRue now with 7 carries. Oh, and the snap goes by the quarterback. He picks it up, throws back toward the corner of the end zone, and it's incomplete. The tight end was there, as was Mariano Sori-Marin, Durham, the tight end, and he's now 3 times muffed a snap that's right to him.
Yeah, that's a little bit odd, you know, and it seemed like it almost came before he was ready for the ball, Mike.
And that was an under center snap. He just kind of lost it as he spun. That was going to be a pitch to the right. And quite honestly, Purdue's been pretty lucky in all 3 of those situations that hasn't been a turnover at some point somehow. 2nd and 10 after the incomplete pass. I mean, the one goes through his hands and lands right in DeRue's lap in the first half. That was in the second quarter. Here we're in the fourth. 9:21. Clock is stopped. Plummer wants to throw. He bobbled that snap. It's a slant to Moore, or make that Bell, and it's a covered well and a gain of 2 down to the 11. In fact, it'll be a 3-yard pickup to the 11. Coney Durr was there, the first man. Good coverage there, and it's third down here for the Boilermakers.
Well, nice coverage by Coney, and nice job by the secondary, having that leverage on the inside. And again, I think we're talking about here in the booth, it seems like Plummer kind of bobbles the ball almost every time he gets it when he anything like on his shotgun.
That time he caught it, wanted to flip it or something to get the laces right, and he almost lost the handle on that one. 3rd down and 7. Plummer to throw, looking right, pumps, doesn't throw, now flush from the pocket, rushes, rushing him, he's hit, and he had to throw it away. It'll be 4th down for the Golden Gopher defense. Oh, a marker down, way in the defensive secondary. Hold the phone just for a moment here. This might be a defensive hold.
And an uncatchable ball.
Pass interference. Defense, number 27. Ball be placed at the spot of the foul.
From 4th and 8.
Down.
It'll be first down. Tyler Newman, the guilty party. That flag came out late. PJ Fleck screaming at the field judge. I mean, the ball was clearly not catchable. It had to really be holding. That can't be interference because the ball's not catchable by that guy. It's not anywhere close to the receiver.
That's a bad call.
Yeah, it's either got to be holding or nothing. It cannot be pass interference or the ball's not catchable. 1st and goal from the 6. And maybe it was a hold. We didn't get a replay back there. Play action, throw into the end zone, and it's a touchdown. Oh, wait, the ball popped out. They're going to give him the touchdown, though. And now the umpire is going to come in and talk about it. It's been a mess for about a minute and a half here, and they call a touchdown. Wow. The umpire came in to talk it over, and they say touchdown. It'll be reviewed. What would you think, Dicey?
No, I think it's an incomplete ball.
Going on the field, touchdown.
We never did get a replay of the key pass interference call. Now, that's a receiver going to the ground, and you have to survive the fall. The replay official is Tom Kissinger, and they're going to review this play. A receiver going to the ground has to survive the fall all the way to the deck, and Mariano Sori-Marin punched it out. I don't know. We'll see what Tom Kissinger. They've already had one touchdown taken off the board that Rondell Moore had in the first half. And again, you got to survive the whole fall. The question is, when does the fall stop? Is he still on his way down, or did the play end there when Mariano Sori-Marin punched it down?
I think that could be that one could be overturned as well.
PJ Fleck, I think, is still wanting an explanation on the pass interference call. And now he's headed to the other side of the field here, just walking away from the play, while the official, Ron Snodgrass, is looking at his little view down there on the little monitor that they set up on a microphone stand on the field. And then up here, Tom Kissinger down the hallway will be looking it over. The back judge called it a touchdown. The umpire came in for clarification, and let's listen.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
So it stands. The elbow apparently hitting was enough to survive the fall, and it's a touchdown to make it 34-30, and an extra point can make it a field goal game. A 12-play, 75-yard drive. It took 5:54, and a key pass interference call on third down, which again we never did see a replay of. A bizarre call on a play that was over. The throw was nowhere near any receiver. And to me, you have to have a hold there, not an interference. We're ready to go for the extra point. Dellinger, snap back, spot down, and the kick is up, and it is good. And a timeout on the field. 8:31 to play. It's a 3-point game. Gophers 34, Purdue 31. This is Golden Gopher football from Learfield IMG College.
Rules, they're made to be broken, right?
Gopher Football would like to once again thank Cub for being the presenting sponsor of Gopher Gameday Live all season long.
And a key interference call on that play. PJ spent that entire time out talking to Ron Snodgrass and the back judge and did not look thrilled with the explanation he got on the interference call. Here's the approach by Dellinger, right foot into it, high end over end kick, and it goes over Cam Wiley's head into the end zone, and Minnesota will have it from its own 25-yard line. JG, did you get any idea of what PJ and the official were discussing? I mean, obviously it was about the interference call.
Yeah, I wish. This is where I miss being out on the field and miss the fact that everybody's wearing a mask right now because I've become a very expert lip reader.
Downtown are ready to give away a free staycation right here in the Twin Cities. Congratulations to Amy Choi. You are tonight's winner and are receiving a free staycation right here in downtown Minneapolis. Congratulations to our winner and to all of our participants who weren't selected. Make sure you tune in next home game for your chance to win. Thank you to Amy, and thank you Courtyard Minneapolis Downtown, proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics. Game day setups for tonight's game. All right, let's see what we got. Oh, Snuggles, they're just chilling tonight. They look cozy. Makes it kind of tired but excited, right? The little puppers got Goldie, the Gopher scarf. That's super cute. He looks like he's having a good time. Girl gang, they got all their Gopher gear. Looks like they're having fun. It was a nice sunny day, a little chilly in Minnesota. All right, fans. fans, that was it for KLN Tailgate, but Wiley Wallaby licorice is real soft, real chewy, and really delicious. It's made right here in Minnesota by Gopher fans just like you.
Unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Gopher Athletics. We are professionals. We are family and friends. We are volunteers. We are community partners. We are a team dedicated to helping you succeed. We help protect and serve America's businesses. When you need us, we're here to help. At Federated Mutual Insurance Company, it's our business to protect yours. Rated A+ Superior by AM Best Company.
There's nothing like the taste of Thomas's English muffins in the morning. With its nooks and crannies goodness, you can top it any way you want and know it'll be delicious. And with so many flavors to try, Thomas's English muffins are the perfect start to your day. Stop by your local grocer for a pack of Thomas's English muffins today.
Gopher Football on the Fan.
Welcome back, 34-31. Minnesota the lead. They've got the ball from the 25. 1st and 10. Morgan with Ibrahim next to him. And the Gophers a 3-point advantage. Minnesota scored the opening touchdown. Purdue tied it. Minnesota put up another touchdown and has not trailed since. Ibrahim with a handoff on 1st down pushes forward to the 29, a gain of 4. Cam Allen, the safety, on the stop. 8:20 in counting, and Minnesota's in an interesting time here. They could go on one of those long drives, which they have. They could seal the game, but you also don't want to get too conservative here, Darryl. It's kind of a tap dance as to how you balance this thing.
Absolutely not. I think we're going to do the same thing that we've been doing. They have not stopped us, and we've not stopped them. So we ran the exact same play we ran almost every first play of every series, a handoff inside to Muhammad Ibrahim. He picked up the 4 or 5 yards, and I continue doing the same thing.
Cam Wiley now in for Ibrahim, getting a breather. Ibrahim at 102 yards. Wiley has the handoff, stutter steps, barrels his way forward across the 30 to the 33-yard line. It'll bring up 3rd and 2. Minnesota 7 of 9 on 3rd down. George Karloftis will come in. He started the game and then hasn't been able to give it much of a go here tonight. He is in now on 3rd down. Alexander on the stop, and the Gophers go with that extra offensive lineman, including Nathan Bowe on that right side. Blaze Andrees and Slam Schluter dial up at the left tackle and left guard spot on the far left side. Ottman Bell, the receiver, wide left. A couple times in this formation, Minnesota's gone deep. Let's see what happens here with Bryce Williams now, the running back. On 3rd and 2 in a key play. It is a handoff to Williams, stepping out of one tackle, and he's not going to get the first. He got a yard. I don't know where Mo is on the sideline, but he got a yard and just did not have, right, Darryl, just didn't really have that vision.
No, it's also it was maybe a little bit vision, but also there were some battles lost at the line of scrimmage. Lorenzo Neal and a few others. Do we have a penalty or?
No, I think he's just going to let the clock wind down here and then take a timeout. It's 4th and 1. And now Tanner Morgan's going to come off the field. No, they're going to run a Wildcat set with 10 seconds to go to snap. Maybe Minnesota will go for it here on 4th and 1. 6:23 to play. 5 to snap. In motion, they are going to go for it. And Green is slammed down in the backfield. Lost 3 yards. What a gamble for P.J. Fleck on 4th and 1. And he lost 3 yards. And the Boilermakers now with 6:16 to go. The blitz came. Grant got him on the blitz. He's the guy that broke it up the last time. They were not respecting anything other than the run in the Wildcat.
Well, they blitzed, and I mean that motion came away, and he had no responsibility. So if I have no responsibility other than end man on line of scrimmage, I'm coming because all we've done is hand the ball off. So nice play by Grant. Very smart, heady play.
Yeah, well, it doesn't take a genius to think Minnesota might run there, right?
No,
Come in
exactly.
and make the play. 1st and 10 from the 31 for the Boilermakers, and a chance to take the lead here. Horvath lined up with the tight end left. Plummer, the quarterback, wants to throw, does to Moore, and it's low. It hit the ground, and it's incomplete. 2nd and 10 for the Boilermakers.
Yeah, and for Moore's first game, he's actually doing, obviously he's doing well, but I think this is one of the things that happens your first game. You kind of drop some balls like that, just drops and bobbles, but the other things he's done is more than made up for it.
Plummer now with that incomplete is 29 of 33 for 328, 3 touchdowns in this one. He wants to throw again. Does over the middle to Moore, and it's caught, and it's a first down, a gain of 11 in front of Calvin Swenson to the 20. They're in field goal range here with a potential to tie it. 6 minutes to play in the game. Minnesota leading by 3, 34-31.
Yeah, we need someone to make a play here, Mike. Someone's got to hit a seam. We got to get the quarterback. We need a bobble, a funnel, a tip ball. We got to get aggressive here.
In motion is Moore. He's got that little pitch. He turns the corner, stutter steps, and has a yard. Good job that time. Gophers strung it out. Noah Hickox forced him to bubble backwards a little bit, and that allowed the rest to catch up. Thomas Rush gets credit for the tackle. It's a gain of 1 to the 19. 2nd and 9 from there. 5:30 and counting here for the regulation time. Minnesota by 3.
Yeah, a much better job of just making him using the boundary and making him use his speed and angles to the ball. You just got to have good angles to the ball, not allow him to just take advantage of his speed.
No one in the backfield now. Plummer the only man back there. 31 of 35 after that little completion for a yard to Moore. Moore comes in motion again, and it's a fake handoff. Wanting to throw is Plummer. Plenty of time. Throws to Moore. It's too high and incomplete. It'll be 3rd down and 9 for the Boilermakers here. 5:04 to play in the game. Minnesota leading 34-31. Micah Treadway comes in. Donald Willis comes in. Logan Relling comes in at a defensive end spot. No Boye Mafe tonight. No Rashad Cheney tonight. No Keontae Shad tonight. Horvath is in on 3rd and 9. Snap to Plummer. Wants to throw. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. Now flush from the pocket. Spinning. Rolling. Finds Horvath out of the backfield at the 15. And a good open field stop by Phil Howard at the 16. And it's 4th down for Purdue.
That's a great open field tackle by Philip Howard. Again, I mean, you're wide open in space like that against a 240-pound guy that's been running and jumping over people for the last couple of weeks for highlights on ESPN. You lasso him and bring him down like a big-time defensive back. Great play by Philip Howard.
Gophers blocked a field goal to end the first half. This will be a 33-yard attempt for J.D. Dellinger. That was his first miss of the season, by the way. To tie the game. Out of the hold of Cormier. Snap is high. The spot is down. The kick is up. And it is no good. He hung it wide to the right. You could tell it was going to be close because as soon as he kicked it, he was kind of hanging his head, like leaning to get that ball to spin. And the high snap may have just thrown him off enough. So the Gophers dodge a bullet after they go for it on 4th down deep in their own territory. The defense gets a stop, and they've got the ball.
The Gophers are on the road for Week 6 as they travel to Camp Randall to take on the Wisconsin Badgers in a Saturday showdown on Big Ten Network. Be sure to tune in to watch the Gophers attempt to reclaim the Axe next Saturday at 1 p.m. And Gopher Game Day Live returns on Saturday, December 5th when your Golden Gophers host the Northwestern Wildcats right here in TCF Bank Stadium. You can catch the game on BTN, and of course, Gopher Game Day Live presented by Cub will go live for free beginning 2 hours prior to kickoff.
I said I need it. This Draco undefeated. Hit your block and then I bleed it. Go long. These bullets, he receive it. I can't see it. My wrist look like a snow cone, make her beat it. Once I see her, I give her that dope just like it's heat. Then
as champions, winning it all. They're on top of the world, and you're right there with them.
Securian Financial offers insurance, investment, and retirement solutions that give you the confidence to enjoy your here and now, so you can make every moment count. Find out more at Securian.com. Insurance issued by affiliated companies. Securian Financial Services. Member FINRA SIPC.
You're listening to Gopher Football on The Fan.
Gopher defense holds, field goal miss. Minnesota by 3, 4:08 to go. Now you're in your 4-minute offense. First down, Cam Wiley in there. Right at the line of scrimmage, no gain. Maybe a yard. We'll give him a yard out to the 21. Jalen Alexander on the stop. Clock winding. Purdue with all 3 timeouts, and they are currently selling out to stop the run. JG's on the Baldwin Supply sideline. Any word on Mohamed Ibrahim, who's not been seen now for about 4 plays?
Yeah, he's just standing basically right in front of you, right by the yardage stick there. He got the first down carry the last drive, but didn't get the second down or third down, and obviously Cam Wiley's in here, so you can assume that something's up, injury related. Something's bugging him.
2nd and 9 for Minnesota. Clock winding with 3:30 to go. 10 to snap, so plenty of time. Gophers can grind out a couple of first downs here. They could put the game away. Morgan waits, gets the snap. It's another give to Wiley, angling right, hit right there. A yard gain. It's 3rd and 8. Alexander again on the stop.
Yeah, this is when you just need and miss the veteran experience of Mohamed Ibrahim.
Purdue takes the timeout here with 3:17 to go.
Purdue for first. This will be a full timeout.
We'll take the timeout as well. Minnesota by 3, 3:17 to go, and a big 3rd and 8 coming up. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
At Humana.
Gopher Gameday Live after the game ends to watch the team participate in Hail Minnesota, our post-game wrap-up show, and hear from head coach PJ Fleck in his post-game press conference. That's all right here on Gopher Gameday Live, presented by Coke. And now it's time for the Boston Scientific Heart of the Game. Boston Scientific would like to recognize Chris Ottman-Bell as tonight's Heart of the Game award winner. Boston Scientific will make a donation in honor of tonight's winner to the University of Minnesota Masonic Children's Hospital. Thank you to Boston Scientific for your support of Gopher Football and the University of Minnesota Masonic Children's Hospital. And congratulations to Chris Ottman-Bell, tonight's Heart of the Game.
Minnesota. Key third down. Gophers are 7 of 10 on third down. It's 3rd and 8. Bryce Williams is the running back next to Tanner Morgan. 3 receivers left and 1 right. Morgan, make that Bateman is the man right. That's the narrow side of the field. Karloftis in at a defensive end spot on third down here. Morgan looking to the sideline, getting the signals with 8 to snap. So plenty of time there on third down and 8. Straight drop for Morgan. Waiting. Throws underneath. It's Bateman at the 20 and no gain. In fact, he'll lose a yard. It'll be 4th down. Purdue will take a timeout. Trice on the stop.
It's too bad. We had success with that play earlier, trying to run a couple people over the top with some natural picks and run
30-second timeout.
And run Bateman underneath and hope he can pick up the first down, but Purdue was ready for it that time, and they ran right in his hip pocket and were able to bring him down for a loss on that play, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that seemed like even a shorter pass than usual. That was right at the line of scrimmage where he caught that ball. Usually it's 4 or 5 yards as he's kind of flooding on that crossing route, but in that case it was right at the line of scrimmage and it was well covered, and just like that, the drive is thwarted. That was the first pass attempt of the 4th quarter for Minnesota at 3:08. To punt here is Mark Crawford on 4th and 9. Crawford averaging 35.9 yards a punt, 7 punts on the year, stands at his own 6. Double safeties for Purdue. This is the 2nd punt for Crawford of the night. Sheffield is one of those men. Snap is back, and he angles a high end-over-end kick. Sheffield backpedaling at the 39, and he makes the catch there, and that's where Purdue will take over. In fact, they say the 38, so a bit of a 1-yard break there for the Gophers with 3:01 to go. Hey, no one gets you closer to Big Ten sports than Sirius XM. Tune in to shows on Big Ten Radio, hosted by many experts. From the offseason through the postseason, they've got you covered. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/Big Ten SXM. That is a 41-yard punt and no return. And now you hand it over to the defense here, leading by 3 with 3:01 to go. 34-31. Minnesota the advantage. They've not trailed in this game. From the 39, Jack Plummer with Xander Horvath next to him on play action to throw. Plummer wants to go deep. Flag comes out, and I think we're going to have a Minnesota interference here. Rondell Moore a double move, and Calvin Swenson grabbed him. The pass is incomplete, and this will be 15 yards. The official is Ron Snodgrass.
Yeah, that's it's almost unfair.
That's interference. Defense, number 1, 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
He is in for Jordan Howden, who was injured.
Yeah, and Calvin has done a pretty good job on special teams, but to come in and play against one of the top receivers in the country is almost unfair for Calvin Swenson. But that's just the state that we're in right now.
Gophers now 4 penalties, 2 big pass interference calls here in the second half. One that extended a drive to lead to a touchdown. Now they're in Minnesota territory at the 46, 2:54 to play. Plummer on a quarterback draw is crunched right near the line of scrimmage. No gain. D'Angelo Carter was the first man there. Micah Treadway as well. 2nd and 10, obviously now 4 down territory the rest of the way here for the Boilermakers. They're not in a huge rush here, as the linemen now kind of get back to the line of scrimmage. 3 receivers right, including a tight end, 1 receiver left. 2:27 and counting. Plummer on play action, wants to throw, looking right, going deep, and it is intercepted. Coney Durr has it at the 24. No, it's caught by Purdue. Coney Durr had it, lost it, and somehow Purdue got it.
How did he lose it? It looked like he had it. Did he had it when he hit the ground?
Coney Durr had it in his hands, and David Bell stripped it out and brought it in at the 24. Unbelievable.
That actually is unbelievable. Was he out of bounds, or that's a
Going on the field was a completed catch. Plays under further review.
We'll get a review. It's right in Coney Durr's hands. He has it. He hits the deck. The ball pops out and lands right in David Bell's arms. This is going to be a completion.
Yeah, I think so.
Play was there to be made, and unfortunately the senior couldn't keep his mitts on it. Bell had his hand on it and then just ripped it out, and then it landed right in his lap as he's laying down.
Great play by Bell. Yeah, great hustle.
22-yard pickup. There's no doubt this will be confirmed. That put the game away if you make the interception, or close to it. Purdue with just 1 timeout left.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a oomph. That's right. 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and the ball down here, and they're going to get the ball back. So I think this defense got to regroup, figure out a way to get some penetration on the field. If I'm Purdue, I'm most likely going to try to get the ball in Rondell Moore's hands right now. So we need to prepare for that, move on from this right here, because I'm pretty certain that they're going to get the ball back.
34-31, Minnesota the lead. And Purdue will have it from the 24-yard line. Field goal would tie it. They are in field goal range for Dellinger. He's missed twice tonight, though. One was blocked, and one he did not get enough hook on it. And kicking into that end is a little trickier, that west end with the wind. They're looking at this a long time. I don't know what's taking so long here. Could it be that was Durr out of bounds potentially when but that wouldn't matter, right? Or does that count as the ball hitting out of bounds? But they're taking a long look at this.
And Durr was out of bounds when it hit him, so that could be, I don't know the rule on that, though. So I don't know if that make it a dead ball. I don't think it'd make it an incomplete pass.
They're continuing to. He was never out of bounds, but this is an awfully long time to confirm a call that we think is a catch by Purdue here. Minnesota leading 34-31. I've not seen a play quite like that before.
No, it's pretty. I don't know what happened.
I thought my eyesight was going when they signaled first down Purdue, and then I looked, and David Bell had it in his hands. All right, here's the official announcement. They're writing things down. Now they're going back for more information. So
something's happened. So we're going to learn something, Mike. Coach Fleck went in the huddle to talk to his team.
They're still looking at this. I'm not sure how long this has gone, but it's been longer than the normal standard review, especially just to our untrained eye looking at it. Now we got
review. The ball came loose and then was touched by an out of bounds player, number 1 of the defense. Ball be returned to the spot, 3rd down and 10 at the 46-yard line.
Wow, so that is what it was. Swenson was out of bounds, and he touched the ball that was in the air, so it's an incomplete pass. I was thinking that's the only thing that it could be. Is it something to do with out of bounds? Because it was clearly a Purdue catch. So he was out of bounds, and because he was out of bounds and he touched the ball, the play is dead. It's out of bounds. It's like it's hitting the ground. We've seen that in the past on kickoffs where the ball's laying there and a guy goes out of bounds and then touches it, and it's a penalty because it's a kickoff. So it's back at the 40.
Enormous break.
6-yard line
for us right here.
Yeah.
This is a break of all breaks. You got to seize this opportunity. 3rd down and 10. 4 down territory.
To 2 minutes 19 seconds.
So they'll put 2:19 on the clock, and what a technicality that is. And we were looking at Durr, whether he was out of bounds, not knowing that Swenson touched it even, and that he was out of bounds. So incomplete, and now it's 3rd down, Daryl. So it becomes a factor here. 3rd and 10 from the 46 of Minnesota. Gophers lead by 3. Plummer with Horvath behind him to throw. Plummer throws over the middle, and it's caught on the run by Vincent Wright, and he has a 1st down inside the 35 to the 33-yard line. That's Milton Wright, I beg your pardon, and a 1st down. They'll stop the clock while the sticks get moving, and from the 34 they'll wind the clock. And Purdue now is in no rush. They will not want Minnesota to have a lot of time no matter the outcome of this drive. Horvath the back in the backfield, spotted the ball, center of the field, Minnesota by 3. Throw by Plummer, it's caught. That's Durham, the tight end, inside the 30 to the 28. A gain of about 5 on 1st down. It'll be 2nd and 5. 150 now and counting. In field goal range close now. This would be about a 45-yarder from here. And Dellinger can hit from that range. Gophers need a pass rush here. They need to get to the quarterback. It's a handoff to Horvath. He works his way to the 25 and push back at that point. It'll bring up a 3rd down. 3rd down and 2. The stop made by Noah Hickox. Clock continues to wind. 125 and ticking. As again, they're on field goal range here, but if you're Brom, don't you think you want to go for the win, right?
I'm pretty sure if I'm Brom, I'm going to go for the win. I would think that they get in fourth down, they're going to go for it on fourth down, especially if it's close like it is right here.
2 receivers right, 1 left. Plummer rolling right, wants to throw. He's got Moore all alone, and a first down at the 20, and he's out of bounds at the 18. And with 58 seconds to go, the Boilers will have 1st and 10 from the 19. I don't know how you lose Moore like that, but he was...
there was a lot of traffic you had to run through to get to Moore over there. We did try to do the same thing with Rashad Bateman. They do a very good job with Moore. You got to pay attention to Horvath, too. He's part of that traffic.
That's the play that Iowa scored a touchdown on last week, just funneling traffic toward the safety. Moore now 15 catches and 116 yards. He's averaging only 7.7. A lot of those little funnels. Here's Plummer to throw. Again has time. Lost one towards the end zone. Durham has it. Flag comes out. This is incomplete. Well, now one official says incomplete and one official says touchdown. And now let's see what the flag's all about.
The flag is for pass interference.
But one official called incomplete and one official called touchdown. Very
interference offense. Number 87.
Wow.
First down.
So it's offensive pass interference. That's why he signaled incomplete. Jeff Brom is incensed.
I would imagine.
We need to turn the parabolic microphones off potentially down there. Wow, he is not thrilled at all. That's a big penalty. That's out of field goal range. That's a 15-yard penalty back to the 34 with 52 seconds left. Darryl, let's watch the tight end here. He's lined up on the slot, and they call interference. Philip Howard has him. I didn't see anything. I don't even know if there was contact, quite frankly. Wow. Horvath in motion. Plummer to throw. Over the middle on the seam. It's intercepted. Gophers got an interception. Josh Ani on a deep drop makes the INT with 44 seconds. And somehow, some way, with a little bit of help, the Golden Gophers are going to win this football game.
That's a lot of help, Mike. The 2 penalties on this drive, the killers for Purdue, and the pass interference at the end when we thought it was potentially a touchdown, then pass interference that we didn't see. I'm sure that Brom and his team got to be totally incensed, but we figured out a way to come out with a victory here tonight.
That's an unbelievable pass interference call. We got another look at the replay. I don't know if there was contact at all on that play. That is a interception. That's a turnover. That's $1,000 for Big Brothers, Big Sisters.
Second.
Gophers take a timeout here. Federated Insurance, $1,000 to Big Brother, Big Sisters, and Federated does so much for so many. One of the great charitable organizations in the country. They are award-winning each year, and that's a big $1,000 they get to send to Big Brothers, Big Sisters there. And the Gophers ready to kneel on it and get the win, 34-31. And Jeff Brom will certainly, I would think, have something to say on that pass interference call. Again, maybe there was something we didn't see to make this an offensive pass interference call. But I'm not sure what it was. We're getting a look again at it here. Yeah, they're right there at the 2-yard line. That's where the call was made. He extended the right forearm just a little bit, right?
Yeah, he did. I mean, I guess it is pass interference. It's just it doesn't get called very often.
Yeah, it's just, you're right. The Gophers will certainly take it, and no apologies. And Morgan will be under center now, waiting to kneel on the football. Purdue with 1 timeout. They will take it with 39 seconds left, and they just need 1 more snap. Gophers will move to 2-3 on the year. Purdue will fall to 2-2. Minnesota at Wisconsin to try to win back Paul Bunyan's axe on Saturday. And Purdue will host Rutgers Saturday. Jeff Brom is asking the official to come over.
Sure, you'd like to just take him out for dinner after the game.
Oof. And now I don't think that's Jeff Brum. I'm looking to see somebody is screaming over there at 3 officials standing there, one of the assistant coaches. And one more snap, and that will be it. Boy, even the players are jawing at the refs here, just incensed with that call. And Morgan under center will take a knee. All he needed to do was make sure there was no bobble. Purdue with no timeouts. And that will be your ball game. PJ Fleck gets a hug from one of the assistant coaches. And he will run over. Remember, last year it was a drive-by handshake in West Lafayette with these 2 head coaches. And it's a little more friendly, a tap on the shoulder from each guy, and there's handshakes all around. And Minnesota gets the win. 34-31. The post-game show coming up. This is Golden Gopher football from Learfield IMG College.
Score 34-31. Your University of Minnesota Golden Gophers. Please join the Gopher football team and the Pride of Minnesota marching band in the singing of Hail Minnesota.
Gopher fans, we had an elite time bringing you Gopher Gameday Live presented by Cub, and we can't wait to be back for our third show on December 5th when the Gophers take on the Northwestern Wildcats. I'm Jen Halverson, and for everyone at Gopher Athletics, we appreciate you tuning in and spending this unique game day with us. Head Coach PJ Fleck's post-game press conference is up next, but we're all done here. Until next time, Gopher fans, row the boat, sky you ma, and go Gophers.
You know, it's not Bateman. That's no surprise. I mean, he had a good night tonight, and it's not Mohamed Ibrahim or Tanner Morgan. Tonight, for the player of the game, I'm going to go with Chris Ottman-Bell. 5 catches, 129 yards, 42 of the long, and he bailed us out of some tough situations. Yeah. That little tunnel screen they like to run, and that big catch going down the sideline. So tonight, Chris Ottman-Bell is our player of the game.
All right, very good. He had that big one down near the goal line to set up that third quarter touchdown and a fourth down situation. All right, now I can tell you good job. We'll see you on the drive over to Madison.
Oh, I can't wait.
All right, very good. He's the man, Daryl Thompson. When we come back, we'll take a look across the country, previewing games tomorrow. We'll recap the game that happened across the street earlier. All that straight ahead. It's the Golden Gopher scoreboard. That's coming up from Corbu here in a moment. This postgame show is presented by Old Dutch. Gophers win at 34-31, and this is Golden Gopher football from Learfield IMG College.
There's a reason why more people choose Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Minnesota for their Medicare plan. With access to 96% of doctors and hospitals in the state, you have coverage you can trust from a partner you can count on. You also have a variety of plans to choose from, with options like $0 premiums, travel benefits, and acupuncture coverage. Some include perks such as silver sneakers, dental, and more at no extra cost. To find the plan that's right for you, visit bluecrossmn.com/gophers. With CenterPoint Energy, it's easy to save energy and money.
Thanks to CenterPoint Energy's low cost, no cost, and long-term solutions, I have an energy efficiency plan and can get rebates on high-efficiency natural gas heating systems, water heaters, programmable thermostats, washers and dryers, fireplaces, and air sealing and insulation upgrades. Even my business benefited from rebates.
See how you can save at centerpointenergy.com/gopher rebates. CenterPoint Energy. Always there. Proud partner of the Minnesota Gophers.
Day Celebrate Ag and Food Day is brought to you by Compeer Financial. This is Minnesota Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
It's fun to watch kids act out their dreams, even if it's just in the backyard.
Hey, Mom, watch this.
Imagining themselves as champions, winning it all. They're on top of the world, and you're right there with them. Securian Financial offers insurance, investment, and retirement solutions that give you the confidence to enjoy your here and now, so you can make every moment count. Find out more at Securian.com. Insurance issued by affiliated companies. Securian Financial Services. Member FINRA SIPC.
Get ready to glow and follow the lights to Mystic Lake Casino Hotel. From bright lights and big wins with 24/7 gaming to our distinctive restaurants and bars, guaranteed to light up your night and your taste buds. Book a spontaneous escape in one of our luxurious hotel rooms with plenty of room to glow. And don't forget to join Club M so you can prize and shine. Follow the lights to Mystic Lake Casino Hotel, where safety and fun shine brighter together.
You're listening to Gopher Football on The Fan.
Welcome back to the Old Dutch Foods postgame show. Mike Grimm with you here from TCF Bank Stadium on our TCF Bank broadcast booth. Gophers 34, Purdue 31 of final. It's now time for our scoreboard update. It's sponsored by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Minnesota, the #1 health plan for Medicare in the state. Let's go down the hallway. Radio Auxiliary booth number 1 in Scoreboard Central, and here's Corbu.
Thank you very much, Mike. And, of course, a lot of happy faces in Gopherland right now, not only for the Gopher football win, but also because what Gopher hockey was able to do. Opening up against Penn State yesterday and today, they were up 2-1 in the second period. And Brandon McManus said that was not enough.
Here comes McEachern trying to cut in towards the Minnesota net, but he's stopped by Sammy Walker, who now sends a stretch pass up ice and receives it right back as he crosses into the zone. Whew. Sammy handing it out to McManus. Shooting, he scores! Whoa. He looked to his right for a pass. Instead, he elected to shoot and snipes the upper corner for a 3-1 Gopher lead.
Great to hear Wally and Frank back at it as Gopher hockey gets the win 3-2 over Penn State. They start the season 2-0. Brad Frost's Gopher women's hockey team will take the ice tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock when they take on Ohio State. A big day on the gridiron tomorrow in the Big Ten, and it's time to go around the Big Ten.
Around the Big Ten, Ohio State.
Ohio State and Indiana meet in Columbus Saturday at noon. The first ever top 10 showdown between the third-ranked Buckeyes and ninth-ranked Hoosiers. Ohio State is coming off a weekend of rest after their game versus Maryland was canceled last weekend. The Hoosiers pitched a shutout last Saturday and a win in East Lansing over Michigan State. Ohio State enters today's game ranked 13th nationally in total offense, averaging 511 yards per game. Quarterback Justin Fields has 11 touchdown passes and 11 incompletions on the season. The Buckeyes have won 24 straight in the series over the Hoosiers. With Ohio State, I'm Matt Andrews.
Around the Big Ten, Northwestern.
It's the biggest test yet for Northwestern, which survived one last week at Purdue, but it's also the biggest for Wisconsin after lopsided wins over Illinois and Michigan. It figures to be a defensive struggle. The two teams allow a combined 23 points a game. Both rank high in total defense. They're both in the top 10 nationally against the run. Northwestern is 5-1 against the Badgers in their last 6 meetings in Evanston. Covering Northwestern, I'm Dave Ennett.
Those games will kick off at 11 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. respectively. Elsewhere around the Big Ten, Illinois will visit Nebraska. That game kicks off at 11. Iowa visits Penn State, a place where they've had trouble recently, but nobody's in more trouble right now than the Nittany Lions. They are 0-4 on the season. Game kicks off at 2:30. Michigan and Rutgers, the nightcap at 6:30. Might need a few nightcaps to get through that one. And Michigan State and Maryland canceled. No game for those two schools. And that is your Big Ten preview for tomorrow, Mike Grimm.
All right, sounds good, Corbu. We appreciate it as always. And hey, we're back to our normal Saturday, so just think next Saturday you'll have some scores to talk about, maybe.
If I'm even there, who knows? Could be doing basketball.
Oh, that's true.
We don't know.
You might be across the street calling some hoops while we're over in Madison as well. That's true.
Or you might just
scores. What are we going to do?
I don't know. You just might forget to mention me, and I might not show up. Who knows?
That could be too. There's a good bet on that. Well, good work tonight, and maybe we'll see you next weekend.
Well, I'm looking forward to that possibility. That's for sure.
He is Corbu, and that is our scoreboard update and our preview. It's presented by Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Minnesota. Our final here, Minnesota 31, make that 34, Purdue 31. Our Old Dutch Foods postgame show rolls on. We'll have game highlights and the head coach. That's all straight ahead. It's Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
We are professionals. We are family and friends. We are volunteers. We are community partners. We are a team dedicated to helping you succeed. We help protect and serve America's businesses. When you need us, we're here to help. At Federated Mutual Insurance Company, it's our business to protect yours. A Star Tribune Top 150 workplace since 2018.
There is a
land where anything is possible, where soul, soil, and science work wonders every day. A land that values bravery and curiosity, where the truth is the official language. And here, we put our all into feeding human progress, to making a positive impact. This is a land of honesty, of optimism, of possibilities. This is Land O'Lakes, proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics.
Golden Gopher football all season long from Learfield IMG College.
This is Mike Grimm for Washburn-McCreevy Funeral Chapels and Cremation Services, serving families in the community now for over 160 years. Everyone at Washburn-McCreevy wishes head coach P.J. Fleck and the Golden Gophers the best of luck this football season. Family owned and family operated, Washburn-McCreevy provides loving, respectful, generous service to help you remember your loved ones in your time of great need. Visit washburnmccreevy.com.
Thrivent and the Minnesota Gophers are teaming up once again this year to support Union Gospel Mission's initiative to provide 60,000 meals this Thanksgiving. Since we can't be in the stadium this year, Gopher fans are being encouraged to go to gophersports.com/heartforhunger to find out how they can help. While there, register to win fantastic prizes from the Gophers, including tailgate parties for 20, limited edition Sky Yuma flags, and 2021 Gopher football season tickets. Go to gophersports.com/heartforhunger to learn more.
Gopher Football on the Fan.
The Old Dutch Foods post-game show rolls on. The Minnesota Golden Gophers get win number 2 on the season. They go to 2-3 with a 34-31 victory over the Boilermakers, who dipped to 2-2. Minnesota's at Wisconsin Saturday. That's a 1 o'clock kick. We'll take air at 11. And Purdue is hosting Rutgers Saturday. That's a 3 o'clock kick. It's now time for our post-game highlights. And our post-game summary with highlights is sponsored by Holiday Station Stores, a proud sponsor of Gopher Athletics and happy to serve Minnesota communities and beyond. And the Gophers on the opening drive took it 69 yards over 8 plays. It covered 408, and Cam Wiley scored his first touchdown of the season and got the Gophers off to a good start. 3 receivers set again. They're trying to hustle to the line of scrimmage. It's a quick handoff. This is Cam Wiley, and he sprints into the end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota Golden Gophers. 10:52 to go in the first. 7-zip Gophers after the Brock Walker kick was good. Purdue responds in kind. Rondell Moore, an 8-yard run. 5:37 to play in the first. 7-7. Minnesota right back in it. They march 93 yards on 11 plays. Muhammad Ibrahim, he has his Big Ten leading 11th touchdown. It's our comes our heart of the game. It's time for the heart of the game, brought to you by Boston Scientific. Horvath in motion. Plummer to throw. Over the middle on the seam. It's intercepted. Gophers got an interception. Josh Ani on a deep drop makes the INT with 44 seconds, and somehow, some way, with a little bit of help, the Golden Gophers are going to win this football game. Josh Auney, the youngster from Highland High School, wins it, clinches the win, I should say, for the Gophers with his first career interception. That's our Heart of the Game, sponsored by Boston Scientific. They'll make a donation in honor of today's Heart of the Game winner to the University of Minnesota Masonic Children's Hospital. Thank you to Boston Scientific for your support of Gopher football and the University of Minnesota Masonic Children's Hospital. 34-31, our highlights, sponsored by Holiday Station Stores. And I'm going to catch my breath while the head coach, P.J. Fleck, talks to Justin Gard. That interview is sponsored by Washburn McCreevy Funeral Chapels and Cremation Services. Gardsy, what a night.
Grimmer, thank you, Coach. It's 10:13 Central Time right now. Since about 9:30, I have you go for it on your own 34, don't get it. They miss a field goal. You have an interception that turns into a catch that turns into an incomplete. They score a touchdown that's overturned. You get an interception, then you get victory formation. Have I left anything important out in the last 45 minutes?
That these just kids played their hearts out. That's the only thing you left out, and I'm so proud of them.
I want to talk about the defense first. You never get a break when you're playing Purdue, and obviously Rondale Moore is back. He's got 15 catches, handoffs, whatever you want to call them. It seemed like a night where they just needed to keep hanging in and competing and then hopefully make a play at the right time. What was kind of the strategy going in tonight?
Well, I think it was who was going to make the first mistake, and there's one takeaway, and that came at the last play of the last minute of the game, and I think that's the ball's the program, and our kids, fought their tail ends off just to fight to stay in that game, and then we had 2 possessions on offense to finish it, and we didn't. Defense went back on the field and really hadn't stopped any drives in the second half, but found a way and enough courage and enough fight and how and will to find a way to be able to end the game. And it's just huge with the amount of adversity this team has faced. And again, I'm not saying we have faced more or less than anybody else. I just focus on our team. But there's been a ton. And this week's been really hard. And even this morning. So we were dealing with changes. And I'm just so proud of our team, our coaches, for finding a way to win. And not only that, just how hard they played. And it took all of us. It was going to take incredible effort, incredible how, and a true team effort. And I think people saw that tonight. When you see the amount of people who played tonight, I think that'll shock the both of you.
Well, I want to talk about a couple of them. Specifically, Philip Howard is a guy who's getting an opportunity with Benjamin St. Just, out. It seems like he's been here forever. He's kind of like the new Rodney Smith. Every year I show up and here's Philip Howard. But a couple of, just little plays that that aren't necessarily going to show up in a box score, but getting leverage to turn Rondale Moore in, being there to make a tackle on a third down. What do you say about a performance like that or a guy like that stepping in with his opportunity?
Well, that's what it's all about. That's what 2020 is all about. It's not going to be perfect. There's going to be so much adversity more than any other year. We've got so many inexperienced players, including Philip Howard. Gets an opportunity and makes the most of it. I think he had, close to 8 tackles today. I mean, getting in there and finding a way to be able to perform. He was playing wide out a year ago. So I mean, when you sit there and think about how far he's come and what he's done, I'm just really proud of them. But that just shows that these guys just keep fighting. We're not perfect, but they found a way to win tonight. And Philip was one of those guys that played a key role in that.
7 different receivers caught a ball today. That's different than what we've seen. Was that something intentional this week as we need to mix it up a little bit more? We need to get more people involved. Was that something you saw with Purdue, or was that just, kind of how the night went?
I think it's just how the night went, and also just how we need to be able to move forward with the daily testing and the amount of people that can pop and be out. We've adjusted a lot of the things we've done just to make sure that we play a ton of people. And not just saying, okay, we're going to throw, 15 targets to this one guy. We got to get, Daniel Jackson involved and Seth Green involved. And obviously Chris and Rashad are huge parts of what we're doing. And, losing Clay Geary this week hurt. But we got to be able to spread it around, and we got to run our system. And we got to have those guys be able to perform at a high level. And it wasn't perfect, but, I thought they played hard.
What led to more deep shots tonight?
Well, I think it was just how they were playing, the way they were putting, they were playing man coverage, loading the box, and, where they were tilting the safety. And with all, with a ton of respect towards Rashad. And I thought Chris Ottman-Bell had one of his best games because they were huge catches. 130 yards on 5 catches. That's a heck of an average. You're talking close to 25 yards a catch, a little bit more than that. That's what we needed. We needed to be able to have big plays. Mo ran hard. I thought Cam ran it hard. And again, we just got to keep getting those guys better, getting them reps. And still learning our system.
At what point did Mo get hurt tonight?
He was banged up a little early, and then he fought through it. And then, I think we have the best trainer in the country, Mike Sipniak, and at one point just said, hey, listen, if we need this guy down the road, we got to be able to pull him now. And, we listened to Mike, and, he's tremendous, and the doctors are awesome. So hopefully he'll be okay here. But it's just a huge team win.
And you mentioned the 2 drives that you had at the end to finish it. So how difficult is that without Mo in there? Do you think about doing things differently? We've talked about how you're learning how to finish games with this team. What do you make of those last 2 drives offensively?
Well, I don't even know if it was that. It was the 4th and 1 from our own,
34.
Yeah,
I was going to get to it. Don't worry.
It makes me sweat a little. But guys, listen. Those are the things that you have to think about. And you're an idiot if it doesn't work, and you're a good coach if it does work. And but I'm going to be aggressive, and I'm going to show our team and prove to our team that we need to be able to stay on the field and finish. And we didn't get it done. We're going to learn from it. But again, there's one thing that I want my team to understand is I believe in them. And the way the defense was playing and the way it was going, we needed to be able to get that first down. Now, we have an MA and we miss a block or it's a big play. And it's a good call. We just don't execute it. So, again, those are the things you have to think about when you're on the sideline of how the game's going then. And those are the calls you have to make.
Last thing for you, and I asked this of Mark Coyle pregame. You mentioned you have some stuff come up late in the week. You're making changes again today. Did you ever feel like this game was ever potentially in danger? And are you just kind of going day by day and week by week moving forward?
Day by day, week by week, really minute by minute. It really is. It's minute by minute. That's how we're all living right now. I'm just so proud of our team. Today was our end racism game, and to highlight that, that's something that we're taking very seriously. Our team has been huge advocates in our community with our Here campaign, help end racism with education, with our classes that our players are taking, and professors from campus coming in and teaching about racism education for all of our student athletes to further their education in it. And they're going to design a football, and we're going to put this down in our trophy case because it just means so much about the future of our country, future of our world, and what we're going through. This is not just about X's and O's. It's not just about winning and losing on the field. There's so much more into this season, and I'm just glad that we're not, that our players are bringing light to it, especially with our video pregame, and continue to spread the message publicly. And also with education throughout the time here.
And if people want to see that video, it's also on the Gopher Sports Twitter handle, Instagram. It's been all over the last couple of days. It's very nicely done. Coach, enjoy this one for as long as you possibly can, and we'll talk to you this week and obviously next weekend in Madison. Have a good Thanksgiving.
Thanks, guys. Row the boat, Sky Mile, go Gophers. Thank you.
That is PJ Fleck, Mike, talking about a 34-31 victory over the Purdue Boilermakers.
Yeah, fun night, certainly, and a fun win. 2-3 now for Minnesota. Guardsy, thank you, and we'll see you in Madison next week. We'll talk to you first, though, on the Coach's Show on Tuesday.
You may talk to me in a matter of moments with Chris Ottman-Bell.
Oh, nice.
People are going to have to stick around to find out.
Good.
5 catches, 129. You get a post-game interview.
Nice.
That's how it works here, brother.
Nice, very good. That'll help because I don't have a segment after the break, so beautiful. Washburn McCreevy Funeral Chapels and Cremation Services, family-owned and celebrating over 160 years of serving families in the Twin Cities. They always sponsor the PJ Fleck post-game interview. Gophers 34, Boilers 31. The Old Dutch Foods post-game show rolls on. I think Guardsy mentioned it. We'll hear from Chris Ottman-Bell next. This is Golden Gopher Football from Learfield IMG College.
Does your bank work hard for you, or is it just a place to store your money? Switch to TrueStone, and you'll enjoy free perks like coin counting, financial education, contactless pay, debit and credit card rewards, and more. Plus, earn rates of up to 2.02% APY with a $2,000 minimum balance in a True Rate checking account. Visit TrueStoneFinancial.org or your nearest branch and switch today. TrueStone Financial is your neighborhood credit union.
Annual percentage yield. Membership open to Twin Cities and St. Club residents. Balances over $20,000 and a 0.10% APY. Conditions and restrictions apply.
Gopher fans, Midland Hills is well known as one of the finest private golf clubs in the Twin Cities. The club is putting the finishing touches on a renovation of its classic Seth Rayner designed course, and it's absolutely spectacular. Midland Hills is conveniently located in Roseville, just 10 minutes from either downtown. A limited number of memberships are available. Visit MidlandHillsCC.org. If you love great golf, you'll love Midland Hills.
A funny thing happens in Minnesota in the winter, whether you like cozy nights in a cabin, meeting friends for burgers after skiing, flying down more than 22,000 miles of groomed snowmobile trails, or hiking in the silence of the woods. A funny thing happens. The coldest months of the year have a way of bringing about the warmest moments in life. Find your
All right, looks like Coach is at the podium. If we could just unmute his mic. Looks like it's unmuted now. Coach, if you want to start an opening statement, you're more than welcome to. If not, we can go right to questions. If you have a question for Coach, send me a message in chat.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. Just really proud of our football team for their courage, their fight, their determination through all the adversity we faced this year, or this week, as well as past weeks with dealing what we're dealing with, just like a lot of people in the country. But really proud of our players. That's what Row the Boat's all about. That's what Never Give Up's all about. That's what energy, sacrifice, and doing it as a team's all about. And especially being the end racism highlighted game for us. It was really big for us and a lot of meaning. I'm really proud of our players for their HERE campaign, helping end racism through education. I'm proud of the faculty that's coming in and helping our players understand the history of racism and continually help our players educate themselves, and then they can educate people outside of that. Proud of our media department for making that impressive and very impactful video. I'm just proud of our players. They've taught me so much. Again, I told them in there, I said, listen, there's not going to be a lot of fans that remembered this particular game, being at it. It's one game, it's one win, but it just meant so much to us because of the adversity they faced and how many people were out. Not only that, how many people were out during the game, and how many people actually played in that game and contributed as a team, which we've been talking about this entire year. That's what it's going to take. So just really proud of our team as a team. Proud of our administration for what they allow us to do every day. And it's just a big win for us. It's a one win, makes us 1-0 in the Purdue season, but that's a big win.
All right, let's go to Daniel House. Daniel, go ahead.
Hey, PJ, you mixed in the inside fades tonight, some mesh concepts and more quick routes. What do you think of the passing game concepts?
Well, what we have to do, especially with the situation everybody's dealt with and the challenges this year, you've got to make sure it's very hard to just put game plan, okay, these are going to be the 15 touches we get this guy, because that guy might not be there. So it's making you hold true to a little bit more of your system, where if one particular guy's out, you can still run that. So with guys like Daniel Jackson and Chris Ottman-Bell and obviously Bateman, Seth Green, we lost Clay this week, but being able to put people where they are and then run our system and be balanced. And you saw them being able to tilt towards Rashad in one high man, and Chris made some big plays, and Tanner made some big-time throws. We got to be more consistent and catching it. But I thought that, we were able to spread it around a little bit in the drop-back game. Protection was solid. Tanner was upright. And I thought he made some really good throws.
Let's go to Andy Greeter. Andy.
Hi, Andy.
DJ, what did the defense show you tonight with being that short-manned and having Rondell Moore and David Bell to have to contend with?
Just courage, determination, row the boat, never quit. Minnesota kid picks it off at the end, and still remember recruiting Josh Awney, and it was really who was going to turn the ball over first. It was just so hard to get a takeaway. Both teams were protecting the football really well. And again, we had to make some tough decisions, and, as a head coach, you got to make some of those calls. But when you look at the end of that game, and they had every chance to fold, they just never quit. And that's what I want to see out of this team in 2020. I mean, there's going to be a lot of external expectations and external scoreboards and all that. This is about internal. And this is about focusing on these players mentally, physically, emotionally, academically, athletically, socially, spiritually. Excuse me. And watching how they finished tonight with as much adversity as they faced, with what that game meant to them. It just shows. We played a ton of people, Andy. I mean, a ton of people. The participation numbers should be through the roof of how many people actually played. But that's what it's going to take in 2020. And it might not just benefit now, but that's going to benefit in the long run. And you've got to be willing to make some of those investments while doing everything you can to win now, too. You have to. And that's our plan.
Meg Ryan, go ahead.
PJ, when did it kind of start to come together that you were looking at, your absences from whether it was injuries or COVID stuff throughout the week? When did it kind of come together that you were going to be missing as many guys as you were tonight? And was this game ever in danger of not being played? Or I guess, how do you kind of balance that part of getting all those COVID positive or a little bit more positive COVID tests in there happen?
It was close. But again, our administration does an amazing job working side by side, hand in hand with the Big Ten, following all CDC and Minnesota state guidelines. Not only that, the Big Ten policy, and then making decisions that everything we can that are best for our student athletes. But the rapid testing has really helped that, identifying the spread of it. And it wasn't the only reason why people were out tonight, but there was a lot of players missing. And I'm just really proud of our medical staff and our medical team of always putting our players' health first. And that's very hard for those players to get that phone call. That's really hard. They put so much into this, and next thing you know, you're out 21 days, or you're hurt and you're out 2 weeks or a week, or there's not many games. So it can be devastating. And our mental health department team, Dr. Justin and Dr. Carly Anderson, what they've done to just help our student athletes and provide services for them and always just be there for them. I mean, it's really special, and a lot of people just see the scoreboard and the stats, and I get to see the whole program, and I get to see the people who really care about these student athletes every day, and I get to watch the student athletes care about each other, and they're very aware of everything. They're very aware of where we're at, and they're very aware of how we have to continue to stay safe and do everything we can and practice social distancing, washing our hands, wearing our masks, and doing everything we possibly can to stop the spread.
Dave Campbell, go ahead.
PJ, I guess what stood out to you about Tanner Morgan's game?
Just he was tough. He was tough tonight. He had an edge to him. He played gritty. He was accurate. Had a complete understanding of the offense, control of the offense, control of his teammates. Of putting them in the best position to be successful with ball placement, where it needed to be, when it needed to be there. I thought he saw the field well. We got to get better. I mean, in all phases, we got to get way better. I mean, way better. Offense, defense, and special teams. I mean, we just got to keep growing. But that's part of the nature of the business, and you got to find a way to grow every day and keep fighting, scrapping, and clawing, and rowing the boat, and doing those types of things. But I thought he had a really gutsy performance tonight.
Let's go to Chip Scoggins.
PJ, can you give specifics just on how many players you were missing? There's been kind of a discrepancy whether you're down to 61 scholarship players. And also, what would you say to people that say, how and why could you play a game if you're missing 20-something players? Because
not all of them are COVID issues. And everything, the percentages work, right, based on the Big Ten and the red and the orange and the green, and everybody understands and was given with our medical team. The percentages of the daily testing, of how the rapid testing and the results that come back, there's a percentage with that fits into that. Remember, when a kid tests positive, they've got to be out 21 days. All right, so there's kids that test positive at different times that happen to be out. Hopefully we get some kids back here at some point. But again, it's one of those things that are always evolving. But again, we had 61 scholarship players available tonight, and then we lost some during the game. There were 20-plus players, either injured or with that were out because of COVID or other issues. But that's 2020, and hopefully we can continue to keep those numbers really low. But we're going to follow all Big Ten policy. Our administration is working hand in hand with our medical team and making every decision possible that's best for the team and the players' safety as we keep moving forward.
Let's go to Jeff Wald.
PJ, I was just curious if you had any update on Mo. It looked like he maybe suffered something with his wrist or something late in the game there, and he wasn't on the field for some of your most important offensive plays there at the end.
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, one thing I'll say is I think we have the best trainer in the country, Mike Sipniak, and I trust Mike with everything. And Mo's really tough, and but you also have to be the adult and the medical team and the medical staff of knowing if a kid wants to really stay in there, whether to keep him out or put him back in there. And Mike Sipniak's always thinking about our players, always thinking about their health, and decided we need to shut him down, especially moving forward if we want to be able to have him in the future. You got to be able to shut him down, and those are hard decisions to make, especially with the way the game's going, and you're going to need them. But again, nothing comes before our players' health whatsoever. And like I said, there's people that make that call for me, so I don't have to. That know way more than I do. But he was good after the game, and we'll find out as we keep moving forward.
Back to Chip Scoggins. Chip Scoggins.
Yeah, I apologize. I was on mute there. PJ, what was your view on that offensive pass interference there at the end?
I really couldn't see it. I was blocked from it. But when you watch the replay, and they called a penalty. I mean, especially when it benefits you. I don't. When I saw the replay, it could have probably went either way. But there's a lot of contact, and when you look at it, and it's a penalty. There's some other things that are our side that you don't think's a penalty at times, but it's a bang bang play, and those things get called. And it happened to swing towards our favor if it happened to be a penalty. And, again, I didn't get a great look at it. And even in the replay, I didn't get a great look at it because it only showed the end. So I don't have a lot of information for you on that one.
We'll take two more. We'll go to Daniel House, then Andy Greeter.
Hey, PJ, can you walk us through your decision-making process on the 4th and 8 play to Bell and then the 4th and short late in the game?
You didn't like them?
No, I like the 4th and 8. It was really good for the numbers.
Hey, listen. Okay, so you have to make decisions based on what's best for your football team and how the game is going. You can play the numbers. You can play a book. I play players, and I'm going to make decisions based on how our team is playing. And the way they were moving the ball in the second half, I figured we had to be able to I had tons of confidence in what we were going to do. We knew we were going to get man coverage, and our guy just had to be able to make a play. And you got to trust your players to be able to make plays, or you're never going to be able to move the ball down the field. And you got to be able to take some risk at time, especially this year. With what we're doing, I want my players to always know I believe in them. And 4th and 8, where we were at, we had to do that. What if the ball went in the end zone? It's a difference of 15 yards. Okay, so the risk was worth it to me. The 4th and 1, we have a missed assignment, or it's a great call, and it's unfortunate. But again, I thought, the missed field goal was big for us. But again, 4th and 1, the way the game's going, we didn't stop them in the second half. And we didn't stop until the interception on the drive. Okay, so I've got to make decisions what's best for our football team to go win the game. And if we have an opportunity to go win the game on offense with the type of players we have on offense, I want them to know I believe in them. And I'm not saying that happens every time, but the flow of the game is going to make you make decisions as a head coach. And there's going to be really good calls and there's going to be really bad calls. That's for all of you to judge at the end, and whether we're good or bad, in your opinion. We got to make the decisions that are really good for our football team at that particular moment. And I felt they were good for our football team. And one worked, one didn't.
Last question, Andy Greeter. Andy?
How do the absences and COVID things influence you as a coach in a given week?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, Andy. I apologize.
How does the absences and COVID influence you as a coach in a given week?
It challenges you. It does everything it can to test your patience. It tests your commitment to the process. It tests your nerves. It tests your anxiety. It tests your culture. It tests everything that you are as a coach and a man, because it is minute by minute. And we're so regimented as coaches and players, right? Everything. You could tell me a time of day, on what month, and I'll tell you where I'm going to be. I can tell you that 6 years from now, right? This year has not been like that. And to watch the mental, physical, and emotional toll it can take on people, it's helped me be a better person a better coach, a better friend, a better leader. And that's not always easy. That doesn't mean it's easy. This is one of the hardest years. I think every coach would probably sit there and say that, especially if you care, because there are so much in our world, social injustice, COVID-19, everything that's going on in our society, the politics, the social media, everything. The daily testing, playing, not playing. There's not much social life. And when you have a program that's so much more than football and so much about connectivity and so much about being around each other and so much that it makes us unique. And now it becomes a little bit more like it's from the outside and the rules that are placed, it's like it's just football. And other than that, you can't be together. It's hard. And like I said, I think I'm better in every way. Doesn't mean it's easy every day. Doesn't mean it's easy on our staff or our players or our administration or our president or our kids. But it's taught me an awful lot. And I think we're all going to look back on this year and know that we all learned a lot and found out who we really were and who we really are. And we can either lie to ourselves and change, or we can, lie to ourselves, say the same, or you can be honest with yourself and change. And keep finding a way to be better every day. So I think that's what it's taught me. I don't mean to get lengthy and preach, but that's a really special team in there. And like I said, this win isn't going to go down as one of the greatest wins in Gopher history. But I told them I'll never forget this day. I'll never forget this game because of what it meant, what it represented, how they won it, with all the adversity. Let's row the boat, guys. That's the culture.
Coach, we thank you for your time.
Thank you, everybody. Row the boat, Sky Ma, go Gophers.
For student athletes, we'll have Chris Ottman-Bell next. We'll also have Tanner Morgan, Josh Ani, and Philip Howard. So we'll have Chris Ottman-Bell in here in a moment.
Okay, yeah. We'll run over to Williams. Thank you.
All right, Chris Ottman-Bell is at the podium. Send me a message in chat, and we'll start with Chris. Paul from the Daily, go ahead.
Chris, how did you feel like the offense just responded as a whole after the way that last week went, and to be able to kind of get some more momentum and put a lot more points on the board?
We just all bonded together during the week, worked harder, grew harder, just grew with each other. That's all it was, really. We just knew we had each other's back, came out motivated, happy to play the next game. We all get to be blessed in playing this game of football. So we were just blessed to play another game and be with each other.
Meg Ryan, go ahead.
Chris, from the player perspective, what was it like, as the week goes on, that some of the guys have injuries, some of the guys are testing positive for COVID, and it's kind of, getting, oh my gosh, are we going to have a game? I guess just take me through the emotional swing of that and how that kind of affected you guys heading into this game, missing so many players.
Coach Flick tells every day we have no excuses. It doesn't affect us. We just keep rowing every day, no matter who's out or whatever happens. That's a coach thing, we just keep it going every day. We got a lot of guys who can play football here. That's why they're here, We trust everyone in this game. We trust everyone who's here. So we just keep it going. There's no excuses. We all play ball. We can do it.
Let's go to Daniel House. Daniel.
Hey, Chris, what do you think fueled your success off inside fades tonight?
It's something we practice every day. Me and Tanner get extra balls in after every practice. We just get in, get it out. It's something that we put in our offense a while ago, so it's something I always knew about. I've detailed it. I've tried to rep it every day. I've learned it from Tyler Johnson a lot and Rashad Bateman, so I just hope I can just keep that trend going. But it's something that we do all the time. We work on all the time, so just keep it going.
Dave Campbell, AP.
Chris, what went through your mind on the 4th and 8 call, going for it, and then the play call that was dialed up?
I just looked at the offense. I looked at the offensive line, the running backs, the tight ends, wide receivers. It's an offensive thing. I just made my play when the call was made. So when my number's called, make the play. Tanner gave me a great ball, a beautiful ball. The offensive line protected well, running backs protected well, and I just did my job. Fleck had to trust in me. Simon had to trust in me. Coach Stanford had to trust in me. So I just made my play. So.
Andy Greeter.
Chris, PJ talked about Tanner's toughness and edge tonight. What did you see from him tonight?
I see toughness and edge from Tanner every day. He's a leader in his football team, one of the best leaders around this country. I've known him since since high school. Since we committed together, we came here together. So I've always seen toughness in Tanner. Always seen the edge in him. I learn a lot from Tanner daily, being a leader and everything. So I've always seen it, and it's good to see it, that we have a leader like that on our football team.
Chris, is that all right? Do we have any more questions for Chris? I'll wait about 5 seconds, see if anything pops up. If not, we can keep moving. All right, Andy Greeter, and then we'll be done. Go ahead, Andy.
Chris, there was kind of a wide receiver showcase with what the guys were doing on the other side. Is that something that you guys saw and tried to respond to?
Nah, we just keep playing our offense. Big shout out to Rondell Moore and David Bill as well, and the other guys from Purdue. They're a heck of a receiving core, one of the best in the nation as well. So we didn't look at it as a competition. We just went out and played our ball. Me and Bade and Daniel and the other receivers. We just played our ball and did our thing, and just did what we could for the offense and our team.
All right, Chris, thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, we'll have Tanner Morgan in here next. If you have a question for Tanner, go ahead and send a message in chat, and we'll go ahead and get started. So again, if you have a question for Tanner, send a message in chat and we'll start. Go ahead, Meg.
Hey, Tanner. From your perspective, as you guys are going through the week and you're seeing the amount of your teammates that are injured, all the positive COVID tests that are coming out, how did you guys handle just the uncertainty of that? Are we even going to be able to play this game? What are we going to do if we're missing 20 plus guys? I guess I'm just kind of curious how the players react to that and let it affect them or not affect them in this game.
Yeah, I mean, our whole mentality was, it's out of our control. If we can go out there and play with 11 guys, we'll go out there and play with 11 guys. It doesn't matter. That's just kind of our mentality. And we talked about you have to keep your oar in the water and keep rowing, not only in the good times, but through the storm, through the rain. You have to keep rowing. And for us, we talked about being able to enjoy it, enjoy the process of being able to get better and play football with each other. And I think our team really did an elite job this week of embodying that.
Let's go to Paul with the Minnesota Daily.
Tanner, what did you see from Chris? I mean, he had another really nice game, career highs. What have you just seen in his progression to where he's at now?
Yeah, I mean, he's a special player, special dude. He keeps getting better. But, really, I mean, he's so talented that every ball that's up, his mentality is, it's mine, and that's a really good feeling to have as a quarterback. And, I love Chris, and he did a phenomenal job this week and has done a great job this year for us. But he just keeps getting better every week, every day, with the mindset of coming in to practice to get better each and every day, and he's really done an elite job of that.
Let's go to Jeff Wald, Fox 9.
Tanner, you've talked several times this year about responding and growth, and just kind of what did you see out of yourself and just the week-to-week growth? I mean, tonight you target 7 different receivers. You lead a bunch of scoring drives. What changed between tonight and Iowa?
Yeah, we just this week we looked at it and had a lot of opportunities to grow from last week from the film. And, it's all about just doing it with each other. I had a lot of fun playing football with our offense today, with our team. At the end of the day, really, that's what it's all about. We did it for each other tonight. And I think that showed on the field because we were playing for each other. We were loving it, having a lot of fun playing football tonight. But, yeah, I think there's still a lot of things I have to get a lot better at. There's a lot of throws I gotta work on, and looking forward to tomorrow looking at it and having an opportunity to take those down and work on it next week.
Daniel House, go ahead.
Hey, Tanner, what did you specifically see on that 4th and 8 pass to Bell?
Yeah, Thank you, Daniel. I mean, you had Chris into the field, kind of just like an inside fade route, and one-on-one press coverage. And man, he got open and went up and made a play. And you got in cover one, you had Bate on the other side, so the safety really has to make a decision. So both of those guys can make plays. And when I saw Chris out there one-on-one, man, it was a great feeling because I knew he was going to come down with the ball. No doubt in my mind at all.
Looks like we have one more question for Tanner. That goes to Andy Greeter. Andy, go ahead.
PJ said that you played with an edge tonight. Is it any different than any other game for you?
Every game is its own entity, and every week is a one-week championship season. That's how we look at it. And this week was really important for us, just to honestly take the next right step for our program as a team. Personally as a leader, and man, I'm just happy to be a part of this team and play with these guys, play for this coaching staff. Extremely grateful because we got a lot of guys that sacrifice a lot for each other in this organization. And when you have that, you have something special. So grateful to be able to be in the position I am, and just had a lot of fun playing football with those guys tonight. That's for sure.
Tanner, thank you for your time.
Yep. Thanks, Paul.
Thank you. All right. We have Philip Howard up next. If you have a question for Phil, send me a message in chat. We'll get started, and after Phil, we'll finish with Josh Ani. So I think Phil should be making his way.
Yeah, you're right. You can just tell.
Okay. Meg Ryan, go ahead. A question for Phil.
Sorry, Phil. Hi. I was wondering, this week when you guys are having guys get injured, more COVID-19 positive tests, how did you as players handle just the emotional swing of that and wondering, are we even going to be able to play this game, and just some of the adversity of knowing you're going to be missing that many players heading into this game?
Great question, Meg. Thank you for that. It's all about response, like Coach says, and we just continue to respond, and that's what we do.
Andy Greeter, go ahead.
Phil, what was your view on the pass interference?
Refs made a call, but we still had to finish the game, and Ani responded and made a heck of a play.
Daniel House, go ahead. Just a reminder, if you have questions for Phil, send me a message in chat. Daniel, go ahead.
What were the biggest challenges associated with covering Purdue's wide receiver skill sets?
Great question. Those guys are great receivers. Purdue has great players all around, great quarterback, great tight ends, great backs. They're a great team, and they pose a great challenge to pretty much everybody, every defense, and I give them credit wholeheartedly.
Adam Rettenberg, ESPN.com, go ahead.
Yeah, Phil, just about the pass interference play, did he shove you or did he push off? Did you feel that just going down as you guys got closer to the end zone?
Like I said, refs made a call, and we had to respond. I was covering the guy, and refs made a call, and we just had to respond after that.
Andy Greeter, go ahead.
What did the defense show you overall, given the fact that you guys were down guys and had given up a lot of yards, a lot of points over the last couple of weeks?
Like Coach says, next man up, and those guys showed up today, and we responded, and that's what our program's all about, is response. Can't dwell on, what's happening in the past or anything like that. And, Roll the Boat's all about hard times and, tough times.
I don't see any more questions for Phil. So, Phil, we appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We'll have Josh Ani up here momentarily, and Josh will be our last student athlete. All right, Josh is up there. If you have a question for Josh, we'll go ahead and get started. Andy Creeder, go ahead.
Josh, can you just walk us through the interception, and then afterwards I saw you kind of have a moment with Mariano. What did it mean to have linebackers make a play when you guys needed it most?
Well, the interception was the interception. I don't really remember much about it at this point because it's kind of a surreal moment. But after that moment with Mariano, it was really special. Mariano's like a brother to me, and we work hard. We kind of do everything together. We take classes together. So having that win and getting that interception, have that moment with him was really, really special to me. And I'm sure it was special to him too. So.
And Dave Campbell, Associated Press.
Josh, what was the week like when you guys sort of realized, how many people are going to be out for this game, and what did it sort of do to the team psyche and spirit, so to speak?
Well, this program's all about response. We don't let the circumstance dictate our behavior. So, when we hear about guys getting COVID, it's, next man up, ready to go. So it didn't really hurt our spirits at all. We just kind of kept our oars in the water and kept rowing.
Let's go to Jeff Wald.
Josh, just take me through kind of what's going through your mind after the offensive pass interference call. The game's obviously not over yet. You still got to make a play, and obviously you made the big one to seal the game. What was kind of going through your head right before that sequence?
Well, again, not letting the circumstance dictate our behavior. The call is a call. We're players. We got to play the next play. So in my head, I was just thinking, do my job, and I did my job, and I was in the right place at the right time. So that's pretty much what was going through my head at the time. So.
Go to Meg Ryan.
Hi, Josh. I was wondering if you could kind of explain to us what it's been like playing on a defense this year that's just had so many guys rotating in. I know obviously last year with the NFL guys and the seniors, it just wasn't like that. So just what is it like this year having so many different guys getting into games at all points?
I guess it's, we don't really let the circumstance dictate our behavior. So when, another guy's in, a young guy, we just say you have to play your best. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter if you're a freshman, you're a senior, you're rotating in, you're rotating out. We have to play our best, and we have to change our best every day. So, if you make a bad play, next play, can't do anything about it now, next play. So what, now what, so.
I see one question left. Daniel House. Daniel, go ahead.
Hey, Josh, just growing up in Minnesota, was that moment at the end something that you always dreamt of as a kid?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a dream come true being able to play for the University of Minnesota. It's hard to put into words, truly. It's so special. I love playing here. I have a tremendous sense of pride in my community and the community around here in the state of Minnesota, and just being able to play the game for the University of Minnesota is extremely special to me. So, absolutely.
All right, Josh, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
That concludes our press conferences for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for attending.